Chapter 272. The sky was dark, and there were only a few lanterns hanging high in the sky. There were few people on the second floor. The old man admired the fish very much. At this time of the year, few people came to between the clouds and the water for dinner. The few who came all went to the second floor. Only the old man sat alone on the first floor where they could fish. A few more lanterns were specially lit for him. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, the old man asked a question that made people daydream. Why could he only catch small fish? Wang Wan's first thought was that the old man was up to something again. The last time it was because there were fish to eat and fish to eat. In the end, she and Xiaobao were so busy. What was the meaning of small fish and big fish? According to the correct theory, both Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could tell the old man that it was very simple. In order to let the old man fish, the fish had not been fed for many days. The few big fish were omnivorous. They could not eat anything else, so they ate small fish. Naturally, they would not bite the bait when they were full. The problem was, how could this old man, who could be educated at the age of 6 and become a jinshi when he was 20 years old, ask such a simple question? Nothing. I just want to ask, which one of you knows? The old man turned his head and continued to fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and reached a certain tacit agreement. Zhang Xiaobao said first, "Is it because the hook is small and the big fish do not eat when they see it?" "Is this small?" The old man took out a 2-inch hook and asked without turning his head. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the big hook and wondered who the old man asked to make it. Unless the fish were sleepy and yawning, they would definitely not bite this kind of hook. At this time, Wang Wan also said, "Is it because the big fish has lived for many years and is a sly old fox that does not bite the bait?" "I am not young anymore. Am I a sly old fox?" The old man took back the hook and put the bait again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood behind the old man and nodded together. "Do you nod your head?" The old man seemed to know. "No." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan denied at the same time. "Oh, then this old man must have seen wrongly. When the water moves, the shadows from the lanterns behind you nod. This is nature. Where there is light, there is shadow. The back of light is darkness, isn't it?" The old man still maintained his sitting posture. His voice was not soft, but it was just loud enough for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to hear. The two of them continued to talk nonsense. "I've heard of this before. Man follows earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. Grandpa Bai, are you practicing metaphysics?" "What kind of metaphysics do I practice?" "I read a book called Nature, but there are many things in it that are not so clear. Some are simple and easy to understand at a glance, while some are more confusing the more I read. I don't know what's going on. What do you think?" The old man finally revealed his purpose. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. "Traitor, Li Sun, that brat, spread the secret book." Wang Wan nodded. "Grandpa Bai, you're right. Xiaobao and I have read it before, but we don't understand." "What shadow?" "Xiaobao and I only know that the shadow is long in the morning and short in the afternoon. We picked it up when we went up the mountain to play. After that, we don't know where the messy writing went." That's right. Cuckoo is right. I don't understand it either. All I know is that the closer the lantern is, the bigger the shadow is, and the farther the shadow is, the smaller the shadow is. Xiaobao chimed in. At this time, the old man turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that they had the same expression, blinking their pure big eyes, and the same chubby little face, he laughed loudly, not caring if it would affect the people eating upstairs. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also laughed. After the old man laughed, he said, "Picked it up? You picked it up well. You picked it up well." The first one emphasized the word picked, while the second one emphasized the word good. After the old man finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak. He stood up, rubbed his legs, and walked upstairs. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Follow me, I'll teach you." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know what the old man had figured out. so they followed him in confusion. Suddenly, the surroundings became dark. Zhang Xiaobao looked over and saw that the shop assistant, who knew how to save, quickly blew out 4 lanterns, leaving only 4 lanterns there. He even smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. Good job, he saved 4 candles. Each person saved 4 candles. How many candles would that be? Who cares if he was a minister or not? He blew out the lanterns after he left. Fortunately, the minister didn't see it. Otherwise, he would have thrown you into the pond to feed the fish. The old man took Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all the way to the room he had reserved, the kind that didn't cost money. He pointed to an object on the table and said to them, "This is the use of light. Come and see." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't need to use it to know what it was. It turned out to be a monocular, a very old kind that didn't have telescopic function. This old man, it seems that he usually looks leisurely, but in fact he has done a lot of things. I gave him a theory, and he actually made a physical object. This crystal is not bad. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Let's go and take a look. Can it be 5 times? I think it's enough. It's good if it can be 3 or 4 times. Wang Wan walked over. Grandpa Bai, what is this? Zhang Xiaobao's face was full of curiosity. It seemed that he wanted to touch the thing on the table, but didn't dare to. Is it a stick used to hit people? Wang Wan put her finger in her mouth and asked, Hee, come, Xiaobao Cuckoo, come here. Put this in front of your eyes and look at the pavilion. The old man smiled and pulled the 2 children to the window, then let the 2 children stand on the stool. He took the monocular and put it in front of one of Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes to take a look. It was so pure without any impurities. At least, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. 2 pieces of crystal cost a lot of money. The hand holding the monocular extended 3 fingers, then 4 fingers, then 3 fingers. This was for Wang Wan to see. Grandpa Bai, why did you put the pavilion in front of us? Zhang Xiaobao asked happily. The old man didn't say anything and put the monocular in front of Wang Wan's eyes again. Wang Wan also estimated the distance. There was always a lantern in the pavilion at night, and there were also lanterns at intervals in the corridor. The hand holding the monocular made an okay gesture, meaning that it was indeed more than 3 times, but not 4 times. After the comparison finished, Wang Wan said, Grandpa Bai, with my other eye, it seems that the pavilion is much closer. There are about 3 times the distance between here and here. It's the same as what I saw with my other eye. What's this for? The old man took the monocular down and said excitedly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, That's 3 times. Others can't see you, but you can see them. When marching and setting up a formation, it can change in the blink of an eye. A distance of hundreds of feet is not enough for the cavalry to charge once. You can move 1 step ahead and discover the enemy scouts 1 step ahead. Do you understand? The old man had reason to be excited. Such a thing seemed simple, but it was unusual to use. When 2 armies were facing each other, whoever discovered the other first would be able to make better arrangements. In a battle, whoever could more accurately determine the situation at a certain place would be able to mobilize the soldiers in reserve to rush over. A nature book meant for children to read actually contained such a powerful thing. Who exactly was behind Zhang Jiazhuangzi? The old man couldn't figure it out. He hoped that he could find out from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, when he asked just now, Wang Wan insisted that she had picked it up. That person must have taught her not to let the children talk about it. If Li Sun didn't get along well with the 2 children, how could he have obtained this book? If Li Sun didn't come to ask him when he encountered something he didn't understand, how could he make this clairvoyance? What was the relationship between that person and the Zhang family and the Wang family? Did that person teach such good knowledge to the 2 children, or was that person like him? Seeing that the 2 children were smart and prepared to teach them well, the old man's doubts came one after another. He couldn't figure out who the person behind this was and what his purpose was. He wanted to meet that person several times with his identity as a minister, but he was afraid that he would annoy that person. That kind of person didn't seem to care whether he was a minister or not. Perhaps it would be the same even if the emperor came. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the old man didn't want them to answer. They stood there and didn't speak, waiting for the old man to break free from his thoughts. Looking at the old man, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the old man was a good person. At least when he encountered something new, he would think of doing something for the country and the people. If they weren't too young, they could tell the old man about this matter. A telescope with a power of less than 4 times was just a child's play. The old man, who had experienced a lot, finally returned to reality. He stroked the telescope with his hand and said, "With this thing, it will be much easier to fight against the enemy in the future. Did you too pick up anything else?" Zhang Xiaobao understood the old man's meaning and was willing to lead the old man astray, so he said, "Cuckoo and I didn't go up the mountain these days. We'll wait until we understand nature. When we have time, we'll go up the mountain and see if we can pick up anything. When the time comes, we'll definitely show it to Grandpa Bai. Okay, learn quickly. Learn nature quickly. In fact, I haven't learned everything. Let's learn together." The old man was waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to say something. It didn't matter who wrote the book, as long as he could get his hands on it. The handwriting on the book was clearly Zhang Xiaobao's. It didn't have any errors, it didn't have any strokes. Cuckoo was much better than Xiaobao. When the handwriting was written, other than the lack of wrist strength, it could be seen that there was something unique about it. If it weren't for Xiaobao's young age and diligent practice, one would think that he was a person who couldn't practice calligraphy. Thinking of this, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, in the future, when you pick up something, don't copy it again. Show it to me first. You need to practice your handwriting more. It's much worse than Wang Wan's. Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao's handwriting is actually not bad. You haven't seen him write for the first time. You may think that his handwriting isn't good, but that's already his best handwriting. Some people say that as long as a person keeps working hard and keeps improving, he will definitely do great things." Wang Wan defended Zhang Xiaobao from the side. "Today's weather isn't good. I noticed it when I woke up. Therefore, there might not be 8 chapters today. I'll try my best to write as much as I can. If it's not 8 chapters, I'll make up for it tomorrow. It'll still be an abnormal update. Perhaps many people don't understand what's going on. A person in the group asked a very correct question, so I'll post it. Under moon grass. If I'm not wrong, the waiter said that there will be 8 chapters for the next 5 days. After that, other than the normal 4 chapters, there will be more chapters depending on the monthly votes. I don't know if I got it wrong. Waiter 207-79240, 1837. 43, that's right. Waiter 207-79240, 1837. 57 normally, it's not 4 chapters, it's 5 chapters. That means that it's 112 votes now. 5 days later, I'll guarantee that after 5 chapters, I'll add 12 chapters. Even if it's odd, I'll count it as 1 chapter. If everyone is willing to vote more, I'll be very happy to write more. What I want to say is that I don't have a stockpile of manuscripts. I write them every day. My speed has already slowed down. In the past, I wrote 4,000 words in 45 minutes. Now, my speed is slightly more than half. After all, this is a historical novel. It has to be strict and slow down. So, everyone, don't worry that I can't write it or that I'll be eunuch. It's not my style to be eunuch. I'm worthy of the word person. I also know how to write a letter. Thank you for your support." Chapter 273. As she spoke, Wang Wan opened up her little sunny purse that she didn't allow anyone to touch. She took out a piece of paper with words written on it and handed it to the old man. "Grandpa Bai, look. This is Xiaobao's first handwriting. Isn't it much better compared to back then?" The old man didn't expect that Wang Wan would speak up for Zhang Xiaobao at this moment. He took the piece of paper and looked at it, his brows furrowed and his mouth cracked open. How was this writing? What kind of nonsense was this? He then thought about how Zhang Xiaobao's natural handwriting and looked at Zhang Xiaobao's age. The old man was finally moved. How much effort did he have to put in to achieve this? In this aspect, Zhang Xiaobao clearly didn't have Wang Wan's talent. Back then, when they were chatting, "You are the wind and I am the sand," Wang Wan's talent was revealed. When he saw that sentence and those words, he decided to come over to take a look. When he arrived, he realized that Wang Wan wasn't only good at handwriting and sentence writing. More importantly, she knew how to stand behind Zhang Xiaobao at such a young age. Just like that lass from the Wang clan, Wang Qiaoer. When she walked, she would back off a little. When she spoke, she would try her best to let Zhang Xiaobao stand in front. As long as Zhang Xiaobao did something wrong or said something wrong, she would stand out to help him. And Zhang Xiaobao had always stood in front. Regardless of whether it was when others were reprimanding or when they were playing, the position he stood in would always provide Wang Wan with a certain amount of protection. It was the same even when he was teaching. Wang Wan's position would always be the easiest to leave, while Zhang Xiaobao's position would always block others from getting close to Wang Wan. These two children were amazing. They were like left and right hands, one in front and one behind, complementing each other. They didn't have any deliberate movements, and everything was so natural. It was a kind of habit. They were already like this at such a young age. When they grew up, who could compare to the two of them? Grandpa Bai, did you notice that Xiao Bao's handwriting is getting better and better? Xiao Bao has never given up and has always been working hard. Grandpa Bai, Xiao Bao's, that's mine. How's the head of the Zhang family doing? Wang Wan continued when the old man was sighing in his heart. She wanted to say Zhang Xiaobao's father, but she felt that it was a little disrespectful. She wanted to say her father-in-law, but she was too embarrassed to say it. The old man looked at Wang Wan, who was still standing slightly behind Zhang Xiaobao. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who could move at any time. He laughed and said, "Cuckoo, don't worry. With a daughter-in-law like you and a son like Xiaobao, how can Zhang Zhong be an ordinary person?" Zhang Xiaobao was still a little dissatisfied with this answer. He needed a definite answer, so he said, "Grandpa Bai, your nephew can do other things that are more profitable." "Oh, what is it? Tell me about it." The old man was interested. "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. With an uncle like you and your nephew's intelligence, how can he be as simple as an ordinary person?" Zhang Xiaobao changed the old man's words slightly and returned them. "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed even louder. He patted Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "Xiaobao, your father has worked hard for 8 lifetimes to have a son like you. I have already written letters to some people, including one to the current emperor. They will still write to me for this favor." Zhang Xiaobao was slightly relieved, but he still replied, "Grandpa Bai, your nephew has worked hard for 8 lifetimes to have an uncle like you. My family already has a way for him to earn money. Don't worry, I still have the ability to do this." "All right, then let's wait for your father to pass the imperial examinations and enter the top 3. When the time comes, your family's method of earning money won't be too late." The old man realized that as long as Zhang Xiaobao mentioned his father, there was no room for negotiation. He had to take out something in exchange. "Of course, my family has many good methods. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. There will always be a return on investment." Zhang Xiaobao still insisted. "I know. Your family will definitely be rewarded for their efforts. You came here so late to ask about this, right?" The old man finally understood. No wonder the 2 children came over. It was to ask about Zhang Zhong. Wang Wan immediately said, "No, Xiao Bao and I are here to see how big a fish Grandpa I can catch." "Xiao Bao and I want to eat fish." The old man looked at Wang Wan and then at Xiao Bao and said, "No, it's fishing. I'll get a net later and catch 2 for you to eat. Pick the big one." Wang Wan didn't continue the old man's words. She yawned and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, I'm sleepy." "Are you sleepy?" "I'm sleepy too. Grandpa Bai, We'll come again tomorrow. You can catch the fish first. Wait for someone to make it tomorrow. We've been walking for a day. I'm really sleepy." Zhang Xiaobao had achieved his goal and was preparing to leave. There was no need to lie when facing the old man. The old man also liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's straightforward manner. He said, "Then go back and sleep. I'll take a look at the nature. This clairvoyance will be passed on. When the time comes, it will be credited to you." Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The old man didn't know that the two children came here on their own. He thought that the person behind the scenes asked them to come here. When he saw the two children looking sleepy, he waved his hand and let the two children leave. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen used their interest to tie the old man down. Now that they were relieved, they bade farewell to the old man and walked back. It was late and countless lanterns were lit. No one knew that it was still cold in spring and delicious food was served on jade plates. In Chang and City, Zhang Zhong was drinking with the people sent by County Magistrate Cheng at the Savant's restaurant. He finally knew what social activities were and what poetry recitals were. For several days, he didn't have a good rest. He drank with others all day and recited some poems while drinking. As he drank, he lost his sense of direction. In a daze, he was sent back to a small inn to rest. At first, he felt uncomfortable. Then he was fed a lot of things. After that, he vomited. After vomiting, he was fed again. Only when he had nothing left to vomit did he drink something warm and sleep. The next morning, his head didn't hurt so much. Only his stomach felt uncomfortable. Soon, someone would bring some soup. After drinking the soup, he found that his stomach didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. It seemed that he could continue drinking. These were the 3 kinds of sobering soups. The first was to induce vomiting, the second was to refresh the mind, and the third was to warm the body. These soups added up to 5 or 6 taels of silver. It was not much compared to treating others to a meal, but it was not little at all. It was enough to buy a year's salary of a 7th-grade official. How could he buy so much food in exchange for a few soups? Today, Zhang Zhong was eating with some assistant ministers in the yamen. They were not high-ranking officials. Some were even in the position of helpers, but they had a lot of power. Zhang Zhong could only endure the discomfort and drink with them again and again. It was not easy for County Magistrate Cheng to find these people to eat with, but he also had to mention Father Zhang at the table and not offend him. Those who were found were also not having an easy time. County Magistrate Cheng gave them a lot of money. They knew who this place was and didn't need to spend money to eat and drink. In addition, during this period of time in the capital, they talked about how the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zhong, worried about the country and the people, how he offered the winter vegetable recipe, and how many poems he wrote. All these added up. Zhang Zhong was praised to the sky. In addition, he was the first in the township tribute. It could be said that he was rich and talented. Everyone was saying good things about him. Zhang Zhong was a scholar and said whatever he wanted. The only good thing was that he either didn't drink too much and didn't offend people when he spoke, or he immediately shrank under the table when he drank too much and didn't offend people. Brother Yongcheng, you are really good at writing. Why don't you go out of the east gate tomorrow and take a look at the mountain? A young assistant minister from the Ministry of Works said to Zhang Zhong after drinking a few bowls of wine. Okay, I will go out and take a look tomorrow. Zhang Zhong had gotten used to life these days. It was just drinking, flattering each other, and thinking of some sentences. Anyway, after drinking, other than feeling a little uncomfortable when he vomited, he was fine. So he just drank. Sometimes when he drank too much, it seemed to be easier to write some poems. Nyo stood at the door and felt bad for his master. No one could be offended. He drank it almost every day and vomited every day. Sometimes he even drank it in the morning. After vomiting, he still had to drink it in the afternoon. Fortunately, the medicine prepared here was sufficient to protect the master's body without any major problems. In just a few days, he had been to Savant's restaurant and Success House more than 10 times. He really didn't go outside. Maybe it was because of the cold weather no one was willing to go outside to play. He also wrote a letter to Zhuangzi. The only difference between his master and others was that he never went to brothels, nor did he find any girls to play music. If others wanted to go to brothels, he would pay, but he never went himself. Every time someone said that he wasn't a man after drinking too much, he would always say, "Which girl can be compared to my Chow? There are no more talented girls in this world. Talented girls can't produce good men." While others were puzzled, he hid under the table and was carried back. After a while, he fell asleep. The next day, he still drank like this. Just as everyone was drinking happily, the door of the room was pushed open. The waiter whispered behind, but this person ignored him. He entered the room, looked around, and said to Zhang Zhong, "Zhang Zhong, go to the Wang family immediately. Master is looking for you. Get out." Zhang Zhong was a little drunk now. What Wang family? He didn't know. "Zhang Zhong, don't you want to take the imperial examination this time?" That person's face sank. "Get out. Who is the waiter here? Do you still want to work?" Zhang Zhong hated the Wang family the most. When he heard this person's words, he knew which family he was from. Chapter 274. Zhang Zhong did not care about the Wang family. How dare they not come to visit Xiao or during the New Year? Did the Wang family have too many rules? Or did they not know the rules? There is no need for the Wang family. Xiao is still wearing gold and jade. When we return to Zhuangzi, no one can compare to us. Don't support me. I am not drunk. I understand. They want to suppress me. Bah! Suppress me? I have a son, a good son. No one can suppress me. Drink the wine that was just sent here. Ernie could not tell if Master Zhang was sober or drunk. If he was sober, no one could understand what he said. If he was drunk, Master Zhang knew why he was like this. If he did not respect the Wang family, he never looked at any other woman. If he respected them, he never paid attention to the Wang family. Hearing that Master Zhang wanted the wine that was brought from home, Ernie trembled. "Master, we can't drink that wine. It is for you to wipe your body and massage your body. That wine can kill people." "Yes, it is not for drinking. Bao Lang said in his letter that we can't drink it. If we drink it, Bao Lang and Cuckoo will be worried. Then I won't drink it. Let others drink it. Everyone try it. Go." Zhang Zhong leaned on Ernie and sat back on the chair. Ernie felt that Master Zhang did not drink too much. People who drank too much would not have the mind to harm others. He quickly found a waiter and asked him to bring the wine. It was the distilled wine that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made. It was used to soak in things to nourish the body. It could also be used for massage. Because the technique was not good enough, it was only about 50%. The waiter ran down and brought back a jar of wine. When he passed it to Ernie, he trembled. It seemed that he knew what was wrong with the wine. When he drank it, it was like a knife cutting into his mouth. Ernie held the jar of wine and felt the same as holding a bunch of fireworks. He could not think of whether this thing was for humans to drink. Mr. Zhang drank too much and didn't know this. He pointed to the wine stall and said, pour it for the lords. I won't drink today. I'll leave the good fortune to the lords." Ernie obeyed and began to pour the wine into other people's bowls. Then he looked at his master's confused eyes. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that his master had drunk too much. The other officials did not know and really thought that it was something good. Their eyes were fixed on the wine jug and did not move away. Only County Magistrate Chung had a complicated expression. When he heard that the wine was sent by Zhangzhe Zhuangzi, and then thought about what Ernie had said just now, he secretly stuffed the 2 handkerchiefs into his sleeves. He was secretly glad that his clothes today were looser. Bowls of wine were poured, and the smell of alcohol rose. Everyone immediately asked about the smell of the wine, or rather, the smell of alcohol. They couldn't help but praise. Father Zhang picked up the bowl of rice wine in front of him and said, "Sirs, Yongcheng can't hold his liquor, so I'll drink first." While speaking, Father Zhang raised his head and drank the rice wine in the bowl. When he turned the bowl upside down, there was not a single drop of wine. Good. Brother Yongcheng is really generous. I'll drink with you. County Magistrate Cheng helped to support him. He picked up the bowl of wine, covered it with his sleeve, and poured it into his mouth. When there was only a little bit left, he licked it with his tongue. Hiss! Good wine. After praising, County Magistrate Cheng rubbed his tongue on his teeth. That little bit of wine just now made his tongue numb. He had never drunk such strong wine before. It was not stored in a cellar, nor was it blended. It was not a good wine, but it was distilled in such a way. He could imagine how it would taste. Other than spiciness, he couldn't taste anything else. Even if it was about the same as Mao Tai with 52% alcohol, he definitely couldn't taste the flavor of the sauce. How could other people know the Zhang family's manner as well as County Magistrate Cheng did? The wine that was sent to them was not to be drunk like this, and it was definitely not to be drunk like this. The Zhang family's manner was a cut above the rest, and even Zhang Zhong did not drink it. He was not a fool and naturally praised it as much as he could. Anyway, when others smelled the wine, they would not know that he had poured it into his sleeve. Hearing Registrar Cheng's praises, everyone was excited. The taste of this wine was different. They all tilted their heads back and downed it. The wine wasn't warm, and when it entered their mouths, it was cold. It was impossible to drink a bowl of wine while breathing. They had to hold their breath. A bowl of wine that was close to half a liter was downed. It was around 50 degrees. How is it? The wine sent over from home has a taste of home. A bowl of wine with feelings and a bowl of wine. Home is not far away. The pond should be green. My husband, wait for me to take the lead. Let's drink. Today, we won't stop until we're drunk. Fill the bowls. I'll accompany you to your heart's content. Father Zhang watched others drink the wine and became poetic. He waved his hand and asked Erniu to pour wine for him. Master, except for County Magistrate Cheng. Everyone else has had enough. Master, don't worry. When I ordered the waiter to bring the wine, I arranged for it to be sent home safely. Master, we're much more relaxed today. You don't have to vomit when you go back. Erniu watched the adults slip to the table one by one and said happily to Zhang Zhong. County Magistrate Cheng quickly said, Erniu, I've always been good to you. Why didn't you have enough fun? Why don't you help your master back? After talking to Erniu, County Magistrate Cheng said to Father Zhang, Brother Yongcheng, good wine. Everyone has a good time today. You go back first. I'll watch over here. Zhang Zhong laughed, put his hand on Erniu's neck and staggered away. Many waiters rushed in from outside, ready to help the officials up and send them home. At least, they wanted to hand them over to the servants. Take it away. Take the rest of the wine away. Don't put it in front of me. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the situation and waved his hand to ask the waiters to take away the wine that had not been poured. He admired Zhangjia Zhuangzi from the bottom of his heart. He said that they could not drink, so he really could not drink. Why didn't he pour it all away? While waiting for the waiter to take the jar away and hand the officials over to the servants who had come with them, County Magistrate Cheng sat there alone. Looking at the dishes on the table, he began to eat again. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine, he felt that it was a little bland, so he took the bowl from before and dripped a drop into his mouth. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so strong? It must be useful. Otherwise, Zhangjia Zhuangzi would never make it. Well, the day before yesterday, a person from Tubo came to the post house and refused to leave. He kept saying that he wanted to see the emperor. Let him try it. County Magistrate Cheng sat there and muttered to himself. He felt that he could save some money by using this wine instead of other wines. He would feel better after drinking a little. So he shouted to the waiters at the door, bring back the remaining wine. I need it. It's still too bland. Why can't it be steamed? Zhang Xiaobao was also drinking. There was a cup of wine between him and Wang Wan, which was made by them. This had been the 12th time, but they were still not satisfied with the degree. Zhang Xiaobao was sick and liked to drink strong wine. After a few cups, he no longer felt any pain. The wine he drank was similar to ergotu. It was stronger than ergotu. The so-called ergotu referred to the wine that was distilled twice. The wine that was mixed down was called Giotto. The highest degree of Giotto could reach more than 80 degrees. The Giotto of barley could reach 60 degrees. Zhang Xiaobao drank between 75 and 80 degrees. There was no fragrance at all. It was just distilled from pure grains, which was better than blended wine. After drinking it, his whole stomach felt like it was filled with fire, and the pain in his body could not be felt. Now that he tasted the wine, he felt that it was bland. Wang Wan was the same. She could also drink it. Although her body was not as strong, the taste did not change. Then, can't the wine be steeped for 45 days? It has to be steeped for 60 days, right? Wang Wan looked at a bigger jar next to her and said, there were ginseng, wolfberry, and venomous snakes in that jar. They were going to give the wine to their family after they were steeped. Now they felt that the degree of Giotto was low. They were afraid that the snake was not dead. Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. He knew that someone had bought fake wine and the degree of Giotto was not high enough. He felt that the days were almost up and drank from the bottle. As a result, the snake bit his tongue and he did not have time to go to the hospital to get the serum. After thinking for a while, he said, then don't give the wine to your family first. Get more jars, bury them, and wait until next winter. Then try to distill it a few more times. If it is successful, we can use it to drive away mosquitoes in summer. That's the only way. Do you think your father will drink the wine we send to him? Such a strong wine will hurt people. Wang Wan did not have a better idea. Let it be for 1 year. Thinking of the several jars of wine that she sent a few days ago, she asked, don't be afraid. Only a fool will drink that wine directly. Just smell it and you will know how strong it is. My father is not a fool. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that his father would drink the wine empty-handed after knowing how to use it. He did not know that there were indeed many fools who drank half a gin of the wine in one go. As Zhang Xiaobao said, he thought of the old man again. Write something else. It will be useful when the time comes. I can't remember it. You don't have to. I will forget it. Just take a look. Write as much as you can remember. You are still going to give it to Grandpa Bai? Wang Wan said, not now. I will keep it. When the time comes, I will exchange it with others. Go to bed early. We have to start working tomorrow. The wheat rice stone that Ernie brought back has to be moved to the new field. Don't let them find out that it was this stone that caused the wine. Zhang Xiaobao was very busy today. It was not time to rest yet, so he decided to lie down. If he continued, he would not be able to remember anything. Seeing that Wang Wan was also tired, he greeted her and went to lie down on the couch. Wang Wan yawned and said, well, tomorrow we will say that we are going to build a house for them. Bring some stones and put them down. When the time comes, we will find a chance to scatter them in the field. In fact, we just want them to see it. We don't know what it is for. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were waiting for breakfast at the table. Li Sun ran over excitedly and sat beside the table without hesitation. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, there is a good deal. I will count you in. Is your family willing? What kind of deal? Zhang Xiaobao asked curiously. Someone is looking for me. They want to build a dock, build ships, and run water, Li Sun said softly. Chapter 275. After Li Sun finished speaking, he winked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew how much it would cost to build a shipyard. It was definitely not a small amount. Did Li Sun still have money? How much is it? Zhang Xiaobao asked what was on his mind. In the beginning, it will cost about 70,000 strings of coins. I'll wait for you for 3 months. You just need to take out 20,000 strings of coins. I can still provide another 10,000 strings of coins. We'll build it on the largest river in our state. After a year, there will be dozens of large ships coming down the river from here. The ships will slowly load up with goods and go along the river to Hebei province to sell some. Then they will directly enter the sea and walk along the coast to Jiangnan East Province or Lingnan Province. 1 copper coin can be sold for 10 copper coins. What do you think? Won't you make a profit? Li Sun waved the chopsticks in his hand. At this moment, he was the most uncontrollable. His other hand clenched into a fist as he spoke excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan and nodded to Li Sun to show that he understood. He said, "A total of 90,000 strings of coins. Wait for me for 3 months. When the time comes, we'll build a shipyard on the river next to the state capital. Dozens of large ships can be built in a year, and they can still travel by sea? Okay, that's great. Let's do it. Count my family in. I'll discuss it with my mother later. The little prince is amazing. What about the others? At this time next year, we can ship a large number of goods over there and make a profit. Then we can buy things over there and make another profit. That way, we'll make countless times more money, right?" "Yes, Xiaobao. You're really smart. You even thought of this." Li Sun did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to speak of the plan so quickly. He was full of admiration. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said modestly, "It's nothing. A year is a bit long. If it were me, I would say half a year. It's just in time for autumn. When we get there, they have a lot of grain that can be shipped over. It's very cheap. Our grain is usually planted once a year. The south grows faster, and it's too easy to harvest twice a year. It can alleviate the food shortage in the north. In addition to food, there are also large pearls that can be transported back together. It won't take up much space. Let's open a jewelry workshop and make good jewelry to sell. What do you think?" Li Sun's eyes widened as he listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. He really didn't expect this to happen. He nodded fiercely. Yes, that's what we'll do. I'll get someone to talk to them later. Zhang Xiaobao, you're amazing, you're really amazing. This is nothing. There's still good wood in the south and some shark fins and so on. We'll bring them all back. We'll build a processing workshop here. When the time comes, we'll sell them at a higher price, right? Zhang Xiaobao continued. Yes, that's right. We must build a workshop. Li Sun was completely immersed in the project. Zhang Xiaobao continued. The workshop can't wait until the time comes. We must build it first. You go and tell them to build a few workshops in the Sanshui area next to the river between the clouds and the water. When the river is connected, it'll be convenient to transport them. How could I forget? Oh, how about this? I'll build a jewelry workshop. I'll find some people to work on it first. When the materials are shipped over and the people are done with their training, I'll build a wood processing workshop and a workshop that specializes in making dried fish so that the dried fish taste better. We'll build these 3 workshops first. What do you think? When the time comes, we'll be rolling in money. You can wear whatever clothes you want. If you want to eat good food, you can go to different places to eat. If you want to play, you don't have to worry about not having enough money. My mother will definitely agree. You can rest assured and arrange it. Li Sun kept swallowing his saliva, imagining his future. He picked up the bowl of soy milk, raised his head, and drank it. He grabbed a steamed bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, "Okay, I'll go right away. We can't delay. Let them build a workshop first, a big one." While talking, Li Sun ran away before he finished eating the steamed bun. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't send him off this time. They waited until Li Sun disappeared. Wang Wan finally couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaobao, you're so bad. It's not easy for people to get along with Li Sun. Before they get anything, they have to pay first. Humph. They deserve it. They lied to me and even implicated Li Sun. If I don't teach them a lesson, next time they can say that they'll build planes, ships, docks, and ships together. They can produce more than a dozen ships in a year. Let cherries hatch more ducks and geese. I'd rather believe that someone will use them for transportation." Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. Wang Wan held back her laughter. This is the advantage of being with Xiaobao. We don't have to worry about being cheated. The people of Sanshui County are lucky. 3 big workshops. How many people can they hire? When the workshops are built, the spring plowing will be over. People from other counties will also come to work. It's just SO. This kind of trick is too low level. Look at me. What's the big deal about building 3 workshops? I'll let them put all the money they used to cheat money in Sanshue County. Do they dare to refuse? Li Sun can eat them up. After 3 months, they won't have a single penny. They can go back to where they came from. I can give them some money for their travel. Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his father. Now that the swindler came, he had a belly full of anger. He had a place to vent it. Li Sun's efficiency in doing things was very high. At noon that day, he had already discussed with those people. They would first build 3 large workshops in Sanshue County and recruit people on the spot. The initial investment would be 13,000 to 14,000 strings of coins. Those people only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Li Sun took them to enclose the land. When they met people from Zhuangzi, they had to compensate them. All kinds of materials had to be bought from the local area. It was not easy to hire labor now. In the surrounding areas, except for the spring plowing, people were hired to repair the river. Naturally, the price was higher. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy burying stones on 2 Zhuangzi. They had been smashed. The farmers didn't know what the stones were for. Zhang Xiaobao asked the people following him to tell some lies. For example, after burying the stones in the ground, they would lead to a good life and other mysterious things. At night, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had been tired all day, were preparing to take a hot bath and sleep. Li Sun came again and said excitedly, "Xiaobao, how's the discussion? Starting tomorrow, our workshops will be built." "Really? That's great. Let's build it." My mother agreed. She said that when the time comes, we can wait for little Luoshue's money to finish the supermarket first. Then we can take out the money. There will be boats coming from the river here. Then we will have more money. Zhang Xiaobao said something to reassure Li Sun. Then he said, "Is the leather in the south valuable? If they can't be worn, they can be used as bedding and make some decorations. We have a lot of leather in the north. When the boats pass by this time next year, it's better to buy some leather. It's not suitable now. Wait for another 2 months. When those animals eat well and gain weight, the leather on their bodies will be good. It's the season to buy leather." "Yes, that's right. We'll buy leather then." Li Sun was thinking about making money. He thought about what Zhang Xiaobao said and quickly agreed. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "It will be too late by then. Others will also buy it. How about this? We have a supermarket. Let them sign a contract with our supermarket. They will pay 20% of the money as a deposit. We are familiar with this side. Then we can buy it from those hunters. That's the same thing. My family will be in charge of this matter. You just need to let them sign the contract with our supermarket and pay the deposit. It's estimated that it will cost 6,000 or 7,000 strings of coins. Think about it. A good leather coat will cost a few hundred strings of coins. If they can come up with the money, it will be 10,000 strings of coins." "Yes, I'll go back and ask someone to find them right away. We'll sign it tomorrow morning. It's all money." Li Sun slapped his thigh, turned around, and ran away. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his nose and said to Wang Wan, "Don't think about Li Sun anymore. Let's go, take a hot bath, sleep, and have a good dream." Wang Wan sighed for those people and followed Zhang Xiaobao into the house. Since Li Sun came back, he couldn't stay still. He asked someone to tell those people to come over tomorrow to discuss things. He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He lay on the bed and thought for a while. Then he got up and went to find his teacher, the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wasn't asleep at this time. He was reading a book in his hand in the study. The sound of Li Sun's footsteps made him turn out of the book. He looked at Li Sun standing in front of him and asked, "Little prince, what's the matter?" "Teacher, it's good news. Did you see that I didn't come back for 2 days? I went to make a lot of money." Li Sun's purpose of finding his teacher was to share the joy in his heart with him. The middle-aged man asked curiously, "Oh, how did the little prince make a lot of money? Is it with Zhang Jiazhuangzi again? That's not bad. Zhang Jiazhuangzi knows how to make money and is not afraid of losing money. Zhang Jiazhuangzi's people are reliable. If they can find the little prince, then it's good for the marquis." No, they weren't the ones looking for me. I was the one who found them and brought them along to earn money. I can't always take advantage of others. Why can't I think of them when there are benefits? Li Sun said proudly. "Little prince, can you tell me what it is?" The middle-aged man didn't believe that the little prince had any idea to make money. Li Sun coughed softly and said, "Shipbuilding and docking. After a year, there will be dozens of ships. I can then sell the goods here to the south and exchange them for food and other things. I can make a lot of money again by sea." Going by sea? Building dozens of ships a year? Little prince, is this possible? The middle-aged man still knew some things. I also asked. They said there are other ways to build ships. It must be feasible. Now they are building a workshop in Sanshui County and buying leather. Li Sun finally did something and was confident. He didn't allow others to refute him. He repeated Zhang Xiaobao's words to the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man heard, he sighed and said, "Since the little prince is willing to do it, then let's do it. Bring the Zhang family along." Chapter 276. Li Sun saw that his master was a little nervous before, but now he was not. He asked doubtfully, "Headmaster, can't we do this?" "Yes, as long as you bring the Zhang family, you can do it. Remember, don't leave the Zhang family behind. Whatever the Zhang family says, the little prince will do. Don't worry." The middle-aged man knew that with the participation of the Zhang family, there was no need to worry. It did not matter whether they could make a ship that year. With the ability of the Zhang family, they would not lose out. Li Sun saw that his master supported him, so he said, "Headmaster, I have a good relationship with Xiao Bao of the Zhang family. How can I leave them behind? He helped me in the past, and now I help them. When I have a fief, I will find a way to get Zhang Xiaobao's father to be an official there. I will protect them and make my fief as prosperous as Sanshui County. Teacher, do you see? The people in Sanshui County are different from before. They are wearing better clothes. In the county town, the people are willing to spend money to buy things. When I went out today, I saw those people digging the river. They even brought their own food. When they were tired, they were peeling eggs when they were resting. They peeled for eggs at one time. That's not bad." Li Sun said, his hands moving as if his family was living a good life. The middle-aged man looked at Li Sun and sighed. "Little prince, in the future, if you have something like this, you should talk to your superiors. Don't do it yourself. Your status." Alas! Li Sun heard his master's words and was stunned. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Headmaster, I know. I can be a free and unfettered marquis. Maybe I can be a free and unfettered prince in the future. I won't fight for it, and I don't dare to. My uncle built a big yard next to the palace for my father and others to live there. As long as he goes up the stairs, he can see everything in the yard. Brothers are so close that they can see each other at any time. How dare I destroy this warmth? Don't you think so, headmaster?" As Li Sun spoke, his smile disappeared, revealing a bitter expression. The middle-aged man stood up, patted Li Sun on the shoulder, and said, "Little prince has grown up. It's good that you can think like this. Follow Zhang Jiazhuangzi and help the Zhang family and Wang family more in the future, especially when some people who are not easy to deal with want to bully them. As long as the little prince can do it, I can guarantee that the little prince will live a carefree life. Didn't the little prince bring back a book of nature? Read it carefully. When you have nothing to do, go find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and tell them about the things in the book. When the little prince has learned everything, there will naturally be new books for the little prince to read." Hearing his master mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun became happy again. He no longer regarded them as ignorant children, but as friends of equal status. Sometimes, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to talk to him about certain things. The others were afraid of him and stayed far away or respectfully did not dare to speak to him. He always felt that when he was with Xiao Bao and Wang Wan, he was not the one taking care of them. Instead, it was them who treated him like a child. The two children had always been steady in their actions and conversations. The master behind them was really amazing. Unfortunately, even if he learned all the skills, he still did not dare to have any ideas about Imperial Uncle. The Xuanwu Gate could not withstand the next time. The ground there seemed to be dyed red with blood. Every time he passed by there, he would feel a cold breeze blowing over. When the middle-aged man saw Li Sun pondering and did not speak, he thought that he had taken things too hard. He advised again, "Little Prince, in fact, sometimes some positions are not as good as you think. Now, the little prince does not have to worry. When you have a fief in the future, just like what the little prince said, move the Zhang family and Wang family there and give them more benefits." Teacher, I still have to write a few letters. Zhang Xiaobao's father has arrived in the capital. I can't wait until the exam to help him find someone. His family took out a lot of money to mediate. The people who should have given me money actually want me to give them money. They took my money but did not do anything. I will make them regret being born in this world. Li Sun had already accepted his fate. As long as he had more money, he could live a comfortable life. He did not care about other things. He just remembered that he had given away the money sent by the Zhang family. Now it was time to play a role. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the middle-aged man. "Little Prince, if you want to write a letter, just write it here. Let me see. Zhang Zhong is actually destined to pass the exam, but the arrangement of the ranking is uncertain. The Zhang family has already paved the way, not just for you, little prince. There are others? Why don't they believe me?" Li Sun was a little unhappy. It's not that they don't believe in little prince. It's just that the Zhang family does things properly. This time, Zhang Zhong's ranking is estimated to be in the top 3. Even if he is not the top scorer, he has to be the third best. In the 4 prefectural roads of the capital and in every restaurant people read Zhang Zhong's poems. According to the people who came back from there, Cheng Lingxiang and Cheng Anren have already helped find a lot of people. The Zhang family has more than 20 shops in the capital. The most powerful ones are the Savant's restaurant and the Joy House. Every day, there are officials who go there to eat and drink for free. As long as Zhang Zhong does not make any big mistakes, those officials will not dare to not flatter him. This is the power of the Zhang family. They spend money everywhere just for the exam. In this way, the little prince's side will be much more relaxed. Those people that the little prince found will naturally take advantage of the situation. Some of the money was actually left for the little prince, but the little prince gave it all away. The middle-aged man explained the various relationships to Li Sun. Li Sun liked to listen to this kind of thing the most. He listened attentively and said, "How can I take their money? They have already given me a lot of benefits between the clouds and the water." The Minister of Revenue, Bai Su, said that the Book of Nature is a priceless treasure. Xiao Bao can give such a good thing to me. If I take their family's money to do things, then what am I? I will do it now. Well, even if the little prince does not say these things, they should know that the people of the Zhang family are not bad at all. As long as they show the little prince this favor, they will not harm the little prince. The people there are the real killers. Bai Su is now here. He can also teach that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I heard that he was sick when he was in the capital, but he recovered when he came here. Tuqiao village is also a blessed place. Well, it seems that he will also help Zhang Zhong to get that ranking. I will personally go and ask later. At that time, the little prince can talk to him. When the middle-aged man heard Li Sun mentioned by Su, he immediately thought of the ability of the Zhang family. Anyone who came here with some ability would have to help them. Otherwise, they would not be the Zhangjia Zhuangzi that many people did not dare to make trouble. Li Sun was about to write a letter. Hearing this, he looked up and said, Minister by will also help? Oh, right. When I sent the nature book, he said that he was at a disadvantage this time. He said that he was cheated by helping others. Ha ha. Ha. The middle-aged man also laughed. He was happy to see a third-rank minister being at a disadvantage. This is Zhongjia Zhuangzi's ability. Although he is at a disadvantage, he is still happy. It seems that I have to go and ask now. The little prince is not in a hurry to write. The middle-aged man was about to leave after he finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Li Cheng suddenly came from the yard and reported, "Little prince, teacher, minister by sent a message." He said that it was from Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. "What message? Tell me." The middle-aged man asked curiously. "Riding the wind and galloping horses, seeing all the flowers in Chang and in one day." Li Cheng said the two sentences. Ah, sure enough, they want Zhang Zhong to enter the highest place. Li Sun understood when he heard the two sentences. Good. What a good riding the wind and galloping horses, seeing all the flowers in Chang and in one day. The middle-aged man praised and said to Li Sun, "Little prince, you know how to write it, right?" "Got it, I'll write it now." With so many people helping him, it would be incomprehensible if he didn't get into the top 3. "I'll write another letter to Imperial Uncle and my father. This time, the Imperial examinations have been decided. If Zhang Zhong isn't the top scorer, then he'll be the 3rd. Nothing else will do. Oh right, there's also the Wang family." Li Sun reacted. Now he was not worried. With so many people helping, as long as Zhang Zhong was not too bad, there would be no problem. When the middle-aged man heard about the Wang family, he frowned and said, "Little prince, don't write a letter to the Wang family. If they are willing to help, it is their problem. If they are not willing to help, it does not matter. If little prince really writes it, he will offend the Zhang family. The Zhang family does not need the pity of others, especially the Wang family. When Wang Qiaoer came, she did not have any dowry, nor did she have a servant girl accompanying her. Now that the Zhang family has set the trap, how can they accept the Wang family's kindness? The Zhang family wants to use this imperial examination to tell the Wang family that the Zhang family does not need others and is independent. I see. I understand. The Wang family must be regretting it now." Li Sun understood after thinking about it. Not only are they regretting it, but they also have the intention to kill. The news just came back today. When Zhang Zhong disembarked in the capital, the Wang family sent people to pick him up, but they wanted to suppress him. In the end, they sent 12 tails of luxurious carriages representing 12 shops. There were more than 100 people, and the carpet was spread all the way to the carriage. There's also that bamboo pole with the goldfish lantern hanging from it. There's no one more impressive than Zhang Zhong. As soon as he arrived at the pier, there were people surrounding him from all sides to help him change his clothes. Now, almost everyone in the capital knows about the incident at the pier. The middle-aged man added. Li Sun opened his eyes wide in surprise. Doesn't that mean that even if Zhang Zhong becomes the top scorer, it won't be troublesome? Okay, then I will write a letter like that. Impressive. The Zhang family actually arranged all this. I really want to meet that expert. Even if he doesn't teach me, it would be good to see him. Chapter 277. At dawn, Xiaohong and some people began to get busy. The farmers had already started to work. The children had to go to school. The rest of the people who had nothing to do were arranged to cook for the people of the river, and so on. In addition to the main family of Zhangwang and Zhuangzi, the other farmers had things to do. They had to mark the livestock and poultry in their houses, and let Xiaohong take care of them. A group of pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and so on were led by Xiaohong to the small bridge by about 20 people. These were the farmers. The Zhuangzi of Zhangwang and Zhangwang had their own, but there were also some people who were scattered to take care of them. When they arrived at the small bridge, Xiaohong looked around, squatted down, and touched the head of the leading goose. She said, "I'll take you to eat something good today. Let's go. It's free." As she spoke, Xiaohong got up and walked upstream along the river. There were now more than 10,000 poultry. There were originally 20,000, but some were killed and sold during the new year. When the spring plowing was over, Cherries would continue to get chicks. With such a large team, anyone who knew a thing or two would be able to tell which team they belonged to. The work of widening the river and clearing the mud was still in progress. The extra soil was piled up in the empty space on the riverbank, which was Lil Red's purpose this time. There were some shellfish, shrimps, crabs, and so on in the mud. People couldn't find food in it, but the poultry could. As long as they didn't run around, they could search in the mud at will within a certain range. Sure enough, Little Red brought a huge team over. The poultry that hadn't eaten anything in the morning immediately rushed into the mud. They used their claws to dig at the mud and used their mouths to eat. Occasionally, they even snatched a bite from others. The big geese were a little worse in this respect. Fortunately, there was some growing grass nearby, so they also had something to eat. Nobody knew where Rongrong got its high prestige. Under Xiao Hong's arrangement, it could really control the other poultry. Xiao Hong gave it something to eat as a reward. The people who came to work had just arrived. Some of the people who lived far away were the first to work. They couldn't go back home, so they could only stay by the river or in the village by the river. Some of them simply set up a small tent and spent the night in it. The people from the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi were specially sent to cook. They got up before dawn and came here to prepare the food first. The main family was in charge of the food. During this time of emergency, the main family was also mobilized. The only people who were free were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even the two old masters of the two families also followed the instructions. Those who were working didn't need to be urged by others. As long as they arrived at the place, they would first eat some hot porridge, big steamed vegetable buns, and small salted vegetables. After they were 80% full, they began to work. The division of work method made it impossible for them to be lazy. If they didn't work, others couldn't help them either. The people from Sanshui County looked at the team led by Xiao Hong. They knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family were rich and imposing, so there was nothing to be surprised about. However, some people who came from other places didn't know about it. Looking at the poultry walking along the river, the team was very long. From time to time, there would be a few who wanted to leave the team, but they were chased back. Or they were called back by Xiao Hong's whistle and the big goose's fluffy voice. They seemed to be more disciplined. This was also a kind of talent of Xiao Hong. Others couldn't understand these poultry, but it was very easy for her to deal with them. She came up with a set of methods that could be very good at controlling the poultry. Occasionally, there would be a disobedient one, but it would be chased back by others with a long bamboo pole. "Daughter, where are you going to sell these things? How much are they?" A person who came from another county saw these poultry and thought that they were going to sell them. They looked good and planned to buy one, so he asked Xiao Hong, "Brother, I'm not selling them. The farmers are rushing here to eat. If you want to sell them, you can go to the market. It's not expensive." Xiao Hong looked at the person in front of her and said with a smile. She knew that the person had taken a fancy to her Furry. His eyes were fixed on Furry. Furry couldn't be sold. It could only die of old age. She had thought about it. Even if Furry died of old age in the end, she wouldn't eat meat. She would bury it properly. That person really wanted to buy Furry. Furry was the biggest among these chickens, ducks, and geese. It looked majestic. If he bought it back, he could use it to guard the house. Seeing that the other party didn't sell it, he was a little regretful and confused. Just as he was about to ask something, Xiao Hong had already walked a distance in front of him. "Brother Ma, you have taken a fancy to other people's Furry? That goose is very good. It won't sell it no matter how much it costs. Don't count on it." A person from Sanshui County, next to the person who didn't buy Furry, said to him, "Which Zhuangzi is it from? Who raises so many of them?" The person looked at them enviously. In his eyes, these poultry were not only poultry, but also money. Such a long line, he couldn't see the end of it. No matter what, there were at least 8,000 of them. Who else could it be? In the entire Sanxue County, the only ones who can raise so many ducks and geese are naturally the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. Brother Ma, look, those chickens have seen their own family. When the person from Sanxue County talked about the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family, he straightened his chest and showed a proud expression, as if the two Zhuangzi were also related to him. He pointed to the side with his hand. There, more than 30 chickens gathered around an ant who was cooking and cooed. The person who was cooking looked at the chickens as if they were her own children. She used her hand to push the chickens into the line and said, "Don't come over. Follow Xiaohong. I will make food for you when we go back at night." The person from another county believed it. At first, he thought that the person who was cooking was from a poor family. He didn't expect that more than 30 chickens belonged to someone else. It seemed that life was not bad. He seemed to be talking to himself. Why isn't this chicken worth 30 or 40 copper coins? Brother Ma, you are wrong. If you want to buy this chicken, no one will sell it for less than 60 copper coins. It is the time for laying eggs. It used to be expensive, but now it is cheap. The century eggs that can be seen everywhere are made by the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. When the farm chickens lay eggs, they will make the century eggs for the master. The person from Sanxue County knew a lot. It seemed that he often inquired about the Zhuangzi of Zhang family and Wang family. At this time, it was a good time to share it with others. The person, surnamed Ma, was fascinated by it. He saw that Brother Fong, who usually liked to talk, was so happy. He also had a posture that made people feel that he was better than others. He smiled and asked, "Brother Fong, what are you so happy about looking at other people's things?" "You don't understand. Zhang family and Wang family's things are good. But as long as they have more things, the people of Sanxue County will also follow suit. Last year you also bought cheap soy sauce, right?" The person, surnamed Fong, asked. It was cheap. At first, it was only a little cheaper than usual. Later on, you could buy 2 caddies of soy sauce for 1 copper coin. Don't tell me that the soy sauce is from Zhuangzi? That's right. If it's not from them, then who? In the end, every family in Sanxue County gave it to them for free. There was too much soy sauce, other than shipping it to other places to sell. Each family in Sanxue County gave 5 caddies of soy sauce. In addition to the soy sauce that we bought before, we still haven't finished it this year. We have to draw cattail leaves every 2 days. Otherwise, we can't eat it anymore. When the person surnamed Fong mentioned this, he raised his head. The person surnamed Ma was very envious. He had never heard of a Zhuangzi in a county that would give other people things in the county. Looking at Brother Fong, he didn't seem to be lying. He smacked his lips and said, "That's good. It's a pity that I'm not from Sanxue County." "What are you afraid of? Don't you grow things on your land? You just casually plant something there and leave it there? Otherwise, you wouldn't have so much free time, and you wouldn't have to wait for 20 days to get paid. You might as well stop planting, sell the land, and come to Sanxue County with your family. Look at me. My family doesn't have land, but I earn a lot of money. Not to mention that I get paid every day. My wife earns more than me. It's hard to control her now. In the past, she didn't dare to disobey me. Now, even if she says something, I have to think about it." The person surnamed Fong began to persuade the person surnamed Ma to come to Sanxue County. Things were as he said. Those who didn't have land could get paid directly, and those who had land needed to do manual labor. The yamen of Sanxue County was in charge, and the prefectural middle school also agreed. As long as they were from the prefecture, they could do this. The reason why he persuaded people to come here was because the yamen posted a notice a few days ago. There was a literate person reading it to others. The general idea was that the more people there were in Sanxue County, the better life there would be. It was said that the people wanted to tell their relatives who had left Sanxue County before to come back. If they had relatives and knew where they were, they would find people who went there and bring them a message. If they didn't have relatives, they would start to think about other people around them. This was the idea that the people of Sanshue County came up with when they gathered together and chatted after dinner. When their lives were better, they seemed to be smarter and knew how to find people from other counties. The person surnamed Fong was working hard. Seeing that Brother Ma was thinking, he quickly said, "Brother Ma, maybe you don't know what my wife does? Let me tell you. She sells crepes at the dock of Little Luoshui. When the weather is hot, she will sell liangpi. She can earn 30 to 40 copper coins a day. If it's a lot, she can earn 60 to 70 copper coins." "Big Brother Fong, you're not lying to me. Is it really that much?" The person surnamed Ma was moved. According to this, wouldn't they be able to earn more than 10 strings of money a year? After saving up for a few years, when his son grew up, he would have to choose a wife again and again. "That's right. Why would I lie to you? Come quickly," the person surnamed Fong said seriously. Chapter 278. More than 10 people were strolling by the river. From time to time, they would stop to look at the mud they dug out and the opposite bank. There were many people coming and going these days, so no one paid attention to them. There was only one bailiff who was responsible for guarding this side, so they didn't care about these people who came to watch the fun. The dozen or so people looked around and saw a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese near Little Red. Because they were on the other side of the river, the dozen or so people quickened their pace and came to the small bridge. They went around the small bridge and chased along the road. "Eat well. Don't make trouble. If you make trouble, I won't give you anything to eat." Xiao Hong called back a goose that wanted to go to other people's fields to look for food. She touched its head and taught it there. There was nothing in the fields now. This goose was not as smart as Furry, so it naturally did not understand what it meant. Anyway, it came back and continued to follow the group. Little Red walked in front, and the people behind tied the pigs into a string. The people who were herding them followed. Poultry digested things quickly. They ate and pooped as they walked, and the things they pooped were eaten by the pigs. In addition to the feces of the poultry, some uneaten grass and things in the mud were also eaten by the pigs. They didn't need to feed the pigs, so it saved a lot of trouble. More than 10 people who came from the other side saw the pigs first. They all looked surprised and looked at each other. They temporarily ignored the pigs and continued to move forward. After walking for an hour, because Xiao Hong's team didn't walk fast, these people finally caught up. They followed the river and hid from the mud and soil that were brought up by the people who were working. They pretended that nothing had happened next to Xiao Hong. They were still looking around like before. But more often than not, their eyes would look at the poultry and Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also noticed, but she didn't care. There were many people who were curious. It was not the first time that people looked at her like this. There were more than 30,000 animals when they walked back and forth. 10,000 animals were not too many. These people began to whisper as they walked. Their voices were so low that others couldn't hear them and didn't know what they were talking about. Xiao Hong was not in a hurry. It would take a while for these poultry to be full. There was not much food, and they had to walk a long way to the front. About half an hour later, there was a turn in front of them. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up when she saw that there was a naturally formed pond, which was a water bubble. There were some reeds that had just sprouted. People couldn't go in, but ducks and geese could. That place was really not small. Xiao Hong noted it down. She was going to tell Little Young Master and Little Miss when she went back. This place definitely didn't belong to anyone. She thought that Little Young Master and Little Miss should have the ability to change this place. Buying land was easy. The Yamen didn't have a county magistrate. As long as the Zhang family said that they wanted to buy a piece of land that belonged to the Yamen, they just had to pay the money. What's more, it was a swamp with reeds. He had to tell them about this when he went back. Now he could let the ducks and geese go in to find something to eat. There was a lot of food in there. Rong Rong, take them in to play for a while. Remember to wash yourselves. Look, what have you done? The big white goose has turned gray. Xiao Hong patted Rong Rong's head gently and ordered it. Rong Rong had a high IQ. It was sensible at that time. After so many days, it often stayed with Xiao Hong, so it became smarter. As soon as Xiao Hong finished her words, Rong Rong shouted and rushed in first. The other ducks and geese saw that there was a leader, so they also rushed in. The ducks and geese seemed to have the same habit. When they saw water, they wanted to go in to play. "Stop! Don't follow us!" Lil Red shouted again, scaring the dozen people. They thought Lil Red was talking about them. While they didn't know what to do, Lil Red threw out the retractable pole in her hand and whipped the chicken that was also squeezed in the group of ducks. "Go out? Where are you going? Can you swim? Do you want to drown? Go out and eat over there. Can't I control you?" Xiao Hong drove the chickens out one by one, and there was a cooing sound in her mouth. Only then did some stupid chickens realize that they shouldn't go in the water. The dozen or so people heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stood up and approached Little Red. Little Red saw that there were still people working nearby, and there was even a bailiff not far away. She wasn't afraid and just watched as the person approached. She wanted to know what they were going to say. "Are you from Zhangjia Zhuangzi?" The person stopped a few steps away from Xiao Hong and asked Xiao Hong, "Yes, I am from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. What do you want? If you want to buy something, you can go to the market in Zhuangzi. I don't sell here." Xiao Hong admitted her identity, thinking that the person wanted to buy Mao Mao like the previous one. The person shook his head. "We don't want to buy things, we want to buy people. We want to buy you. If you go back with us, we will give you more money, as long as you help us hatch chickens, ducks, and geese. How much do you want?" The person stared at Xiao Hong and seemed to be a little excited. Xiao Hong stared at him. "By me? Can you afford it? Let me go to your place. Where are you from?" There were people from all kinds of places here. Some of the countries nearby, as long as they could come, people would come. It was a mess, and Xiao Hong couldn't distinguish them. The person pointed to the west with his hand. "It's in the west. Come back with us by boat. We will let you wear better clothes, eat better food, and find a better man." Now, Little Red understood. Listening to the voices of these people, looking at the clothes they were wearing, and saying that the West was definitely Tufan. Little Red was smart. She remembered that these Tufan people had asked her to go over there and had even talked about hatching chicks. The first thing that came to her mind was that Sangrini, who bought things last time, really brought those chickens back alive. Cherries was in charge of that and brought back many chickens. It seemed that they had grown up and laid a lot of eggs. These people also wanted to raise them and make a lot of money. Humph! Not to mention that she didn't know how to hatch chickens. Even if she did, she couldn't go with them. The two sides had just fought and lost in Songcheng. Now they dared to come here to buy people. Xiao Hong glared at them and said, "I don't care who you are. Go back to where you came from. I won't go with you. Don't talk to me about this." Xiao Hong walked to the chickens as she spoke. The people from the inner courtyard who followed her also looked at these people vigilantly. The leader of the Tufan group was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman was so difficult to talk to. However, he didn't give up and walked to Xiao Hong again. He kept saying that she should wear the best clothes, eat the best food, find the best man, and so on. Seeing that Lil Red was ignoring him, he stretched out his hand and was about to pull her away. At this moment, the people from the inner court took action. Several people rushed up together and started to punch and kick him. How dare he be so rude to Lil Red? Lil Red was the young master and young lady's person. As soon as they made a move, the 10 or so Tubo people also rushed over. When Little Red saw this, she immediately put the whistle in her mouth and blew it with all her might. The people working there and the bailiffs also saw this and rushed over with the tools in their hands. "Catch her and run quickly. You will get a great merit when you go back." Seeing that things were not going well, the leader decided to fight. There were also people from the Tufan group in front of them. They were riding horses. They planned to catch her and run over before they were surrounded. The chickens, ducks, and geese here were in a mess and could block others. The other people from the Tufan group, who were still fighting, immediately rushed toward Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong also turned and ran. When that person was about to catch her, the geese in the pond rushed back. Thousands of geese saw that Xiao Hong was being chased away. They lowered their necks, put their heads on the ground, and moved their legs quickly. Lil, Red, turned and ran into the group of geese. The two men who came to catch Lil, Red, were surrounded by geese and Twisted. If it was only their legs that were twisted, it would not be a big deal. It would just hurt a little. At most, they would be bruised, and they would be fine after some rest. However, these geese had already gone crazy. They did not just focus on their legs. With a flap of their wings, they jumped into the air, kicking with their feet and twisting with their beaks, making it impossible for the two people to resist. The chickens also rushed over and flew back and forth as well. This kind of attack was more powerful than the geese. As long as the sharp beaks bit on the body, it would be a small hole. It was the same when the claws scratched the body. The two people no longer wanted to catch Xiao Hong. They used their arms to protect their heads, not letting the beaks and claws touch them. They screamed and wanted to run out of the poultry's encirclement. Not only were the two of them attacked, the two fawn group who was fighting with the inner courtyard also couldn't escape. More than 10,000 poultry surrounded them. Under Rongrong's command, they attacked from all directions. The people from the inner courtyard took the opportunity to retreat. They didn't care about the feathers on their bodies. They stood at the side and watched with lingering fear. It was too scary. This was the first time they saw poultry attacking people. Fortunately, the poultry knew each other. Otherwise, they would also attack them. Not only were the chickens' beaks and claws powerful, when they flapped their wings, it would also leave a red mark on their faces. The bailiffs and the people who were working ran over. They couldn't see anyone at all. There were flying chickens everywhere. The screams of people and the cries of poultry mixed together and reached the bailiffs and the others' ears. They all stood there and sucked in a cold breath. When they looked at Xiao Hong again, their gazes were different. Originally, they respected Xiao Hong, a member of the inner courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Now they were afraid of her. These poultry were only a part of the total. If all the poultry of the two Zhuangzi came, even if each person had a knife, how many people could resist this kind of attack? Chapter 279. The fowls scattered. Everyone craned their necks to look. They could hear a slight humming sound, so they knew that they were not dead yet, other than the feathers of the 3 fowls on the ground. There were only some rags on the clothes. More than a dozen people were covered in feathers. Some feathers had been dyed red. It seemed that the feathers were stuck to their bodies by the blood. There was also chicken feces. Everyone looked at each other. The yamen runner said to Xiao Hong, "What happened just now?" "Nothing. They actually wanted me to go to Tubo with them. I said I wouldn't go, so they came to catch me. If I don't let them know how powerful I am, they won't understand that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is not to be trifled with." "Humph," Xiao Hong said angrily. Looking at the people lying on the ground, she laughed and said, "I deserve it. I'll nag you to death and let you catch me. I'm also a person with a team." The bailiff was just asking. He didn't care what the reason was. Even if the Zhang family's manner bullied people without a reason, he would accept it. He would even find a reason to help the Zhang family's manner get away with it. If that didn't work, he would lock up the person who was bullied. When the person who was bullied admitted that it was his fault, he would let him out. The yamen runner called a few people of Sanshui County to check on the condition of the dozen people. There must be a lot of wounds on their bodies. They also thought that they deserved it. They actually dared to catch Xiao Hong. They must have eaten a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall. They turned the people over. Someone got a bucket of water and washed them. After the feathers on their bodies were washed away, the people looked at Xiao Hong with eyes full of fear. The clothes of the dozen people were all gone. They didn't know how they were broken. The boots on their feet were also twisted off by the goose. 2 people's boots were originally tied with a rope, but the rope was also broken. How many times did it take to do that? When he looked at these people again, he could not find any good spots on their bodies. The people in front were better off. They were lying down with their heads wrapped. Their backs, legs, arms, and the scalp at the back of their heads had been bitten until their flesh was torn apart. Even if we try to save him, we might not be able to save him. It's all over. That chicken beak is poisonous and will eat anything. It's so bad. Xiao Hong, you better think of something. Otherwise, this is also considered murder. A person who came from another county to watch the show shook his head and said when he saw these people being nagged to such an extent, he even asked Xiao Hong to think of a solution. Xiao Hong didn't care at all. They were the ones who started it. Just as she was about to speak, the Yamen runner spoke. It's like this. I saw it with my own eyes. The people from Tubo wanted to capture Xiao Hong as a slave. When Xiao Hong was escaping, she was pushed down by them. I don't know what happened, but they wanted to capture chickens, ducks, and geese to go back with them. In the end, they were injured by the poultry. This matter has nothing to do with Xiao Hong. It's an accident that they died. If they didn't die, the Yamen will convict them. Everyone saw it, right? Isn't that the case? Yes, that's what happened. Xiao Hong was almost harmed by them. Now, Xiao Hong's whole body is still hurting from the fall. That's right. These people from Tubo are really bad. They should be arrested and punished now. We can't let them get away with it. They must have come here with a conspiracy. Send them to the Yamen to be punished. Xiao Hong is such a good girl, yet they have the heart to hurt her. They are worse than animals, yet they still dare to capture those poultry. They deserve to be unlucky. We should arrest them and ask for their accomplices to see if they have any injured poultry. If they do, they have to compensate. If the poultry are frightened, it won't be easy for them to lay eggs. The people of Sanshui County started to talk. The people from other counties were stunned. They finally knew what it meant to lie through their teeth. They were also scared when the poultry were frightened. They were the ones who were really frightened. The Yamen runner knew that this would be the result. If the people of Sanshui County didn't protect the Zhang family and the Wang family, who would they protect? Many people were involved in the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Now, they had a unified understanding of what had happened. Since everyone says so, then it's settled. When the time comes, everyone will have to testify. Come and help me. Wrap them up. There will be blood everywhere. When the weather is hot, there will be more mosquitoes and flies. I will immediately send someone back to call the county deputy and the registrar. We will interrogate them here and see what kind of conspiracy they have. The Yamen runner didn't care about the lives of these people. He just wanted to close the case before they died. The people of Sanshui County all felt that this should be done. Those who wanted to capture Xiao Hong shouldn't have a good ending. At this time, Xiao Hong said, "It will take a long time for the county deputy to come here. Why don't we go to Zhuangzi of the Li family to interrogate them? Or we can go to Between the Clouds and the Water and ask Grandpa Bai to come here." "Okay, let's go now." Some people were willing to do this. They agreed and ran to the bridge. Although it took Xiao Hong a long time to walk here with the poultry, it didn't take much effort to run there. When the messenger ran to Between the Clouds and the Water, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Li Sun, Lu Er, and XNR were learning from the old man. When the old man taught them, he didn't use a book at all. He directly recited to them. If there were words they didn't know, he would write them down separately. When the messenger saw the 6 people in the pavilion, he panted and said, "Xiao Hong of Zhangjie Zhuangzi sent people to look for trouble. They are over there. They are from Tubo. There are more than 10 of them. Xiao Hong, what happened to Xiao Hong?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still sitting. When they heard that more than 10 people from Tubo were looking for trouble with Xiao Hong, they immediately stood up and asked anxiously. Little Red ordered those fowls to attack, and they nearly killed more than a dozen people. I don't think they will live for long. Those people's bodies were bitten rotten. The bailiffs and we suspect that those Tubo people are up to something, so we asked someone to interrogate them. The informant finally explained the situation clearly. "Uncle, are you saying that Xiao Hong is fine now? Those people were attacked by poultry. Is something wrong?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. The man nodded vigorously. Yes, Little Red is fine. Before those people could even touch her, they were surrounded by poultry. It was so miserable. 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese were flapping around and fighting. The claws of the chickens left 2 or 3 gashes, and a hole was left in the ground with a single bite. Their flesh was bitten and torn off by the geese. They were covered in blood. Some of them even exposed their bones. I don't think they will live for long. Now everyone was relieved. It was good that Little Red was fine. Imagining the scene of those domestic animals attacking, a few of them could guess what would happen to those people from Tubo. It was impossible to say that they would be directly bitten, but if they were not careful, it would be very easy for them to bleed to death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that if they were infected again, there would be no hope. They could not let them all die. They had to live for a few days and ask them properly. Go and get some of our wine. It is better to have pus under the scabs than to die from infection. At most, we can just open the pus. Since we want to catch Xiaohong, we have to be prepared to suffer. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. If you are willing, we can make a big deal out of this. It is not important if the Tubo people can reveal anything. What is important is what we want to accuse them of. I suspect that they have found out that the little prince is here. They want to catch Xiaohong to get specific information. They want to kill the little prince. Good idea. Let's do that. Let's go and ask first. What if there is really a conspiracy? Li Sun was happy when he heard Wang Wan's words. His identity was very useful. As long as someone came to find trouble, he would be able to get involved. A few days ago, there was a battle over there, and the Tubo people lost. At this time, they could make a big deal out of them. The Tubo people's furs and other things were not bad. The old man was also smiling. As long as they had something on them, they could use it. As for the details, it was not their business. Li Sun called for a car. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to go back and get some wine. The group of people took the car and went to the other side. The informant also got into the car prepared by Li Sun. He sat there excitedly and did not know what to do. This was Master Ho's car. After today, he would not have the chance to sit in it again. He was waiting to go back and let those people take a good look at him. When the group of people arrived at the place, there were already a few bailiffs there. They were in charge of guarding and were also there to ask. More than a dozen people were injured. It was not good to torture them. They were afraid that they would accidentally kill them. These people from the Tubo people were really stubborn. No matter how they were asked, they did not say anything. They just lay there, panting or gritting their teeth to endure the pain. They did not answer the other people's questions. Zhang Xiaobao got out of the car and did not care about them. He and Wang Wan went directly to Xiaohong's side and asked if Xiaohong was frightened. Xiaohong was not afraid at all. Instead, she was very excited. She commanded the team to take care of more than a dozen people. This was also considered her ability. After asking Xiaohong and seeing that Xiaohong was fine, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved. They went to the side of more than a dozen people and looked at them. Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Tell me, this time you came to Zhuangzi and wanted to catch Xiaohong. What are you plotting? But don't blame us for not being polite. Let me count. Oh, 14 people. As long as one can survive in the end, it will be fine. Come, pour wine and help them." The sound of wine splashing rang out. When the wine of more than 50 degrees touched their wounds, the 14 people screamed in pain. Some even fainted. The person in the lead raised his head. His whole body was trembling. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are really vicious. Just kill us. We won't say anything." Chapter 280. From the words of the Tubo people, Li Sun guessed that there must be something going on. The others also thought so. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so tough. It seemed that this time they really found something to do. After Li Sun finished asking, these Tubo people didn't speak anymore. They looked like they were ready to die. "Someone come, use torture. I don't believe that I can't pry open their mouths." Li Sun called the people he brought along. Immediately, the people over there used all the methods they knew on these Tubo people. The screams never stopped, but the Tubo people were really tough. No matter how they were asked, they didn't say anything. They fainted again and again, and they were woken up by splashing water on them time and time again. But it didn't work at all. This made the faces of Li Sun and the others become ugly. It wasn't because these people didn't say anything, but because these people were so tough, it meant that they weren't ordinary Tubo people. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them, and at the same time he was thinking about why these people came here. They definitely didn't come here to catch Xiaohong. They definitely didn't come here just to starve Xiaohong. It wasn't worth it to send these Tubo people. Could it be that they really came here to deal with Li Sun? It was useless. There were so many people in the Li family. Even if they killed or kidnapped Li Sun, would they still be able to get the imperial court to do anything? Moreover, if they came here to deal with Li Sun, they shouldn't have gone to catch Xiaohong. It was stupid to cause trouble. These people didn't seem to be that stupid. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of anything at the moment. Seeing that the Tubo people still didn't say anything, he could only say to Xiaohong, "Xiaohong, let your chickens and geese attack them again. I haven't seen so many poultry attacking a person. Don't use them first. Get the pigs here. Pigs eat everything. Tie up these 14 people and stuff their mouths. Let the pigs eat them. Anyway, it's not like they're recruiting, and we can save some food for the pigs. You've grown up, and you don't know how pigs eat humans. Look for something new. Hurry up and find it." Following Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, Li Sun's bodyguards tied these people up and stuffed something into their mouths. They gathered the pieces of meat that fell from their bodies and drove 2 pigs over. They fed the 2 pigs some of the meat first, and the pigs immediately started eating. Little by little, he led them to a tubo and placed the remaining minced meat on the tubo's body. The pigs then started to eat. After eating the minced meat on the tubo's body, the pigs also started to eat the remaining meat on the tubo's wound. That person didn't know if it was because of the pain, the itch, or the fright, but he struggled with all his might and made a whimpering sound. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. Unfortunately, he was tied up and could only move his head. He shook his head vigorously and even used his head to smash the ground. However, the ground was earth and not concrete, so it was useless even if he smashed it. When pigs eat, they would also pick places with more meat. Right now, they were gnawing on this person's stomach. It seemed that they would be able to eat through it after a few more bites. Take out the thing that's stuffed in this person's mouth. I want to watch the pigs eat while listening to his cries. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time and said to Li Sun's bodyguard. The bodyguard walked over and took out the thing that was stuffed in the person's mouth. As soon as he took it out, that person shouted, "I'll tell you, don't let the pigs eat me. I'll tell you everything. Stop, stop." As soon as he shouted, the pigs were naturally driven away. The pigs seemed to be addicted to eating. They were driven away from this person and walked towards other people. The bodyguard could only chase them back and forth. Every time the 2 pigs turned towards that person would tremble. Someone drag him to the side and ask him if what he said is the same as what the others said. If it's not the same, then feed him to the pigs. Zhang Xiaobao gave another order, and Li Sun's other bodyguard dragged the man away. While being dragged away, the Japanese man thanked Zhang Xiaobao. Why did he confess? Li Sun curiously asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Using torture and eating people are 2 different feelings. Think about how you feel when you're alive and see your body being eaten by pigs. Then you'll know why he confessed." Li Sun stood there and thought for a moment. He immediately trembled and said, "It's really too scary. And in the future, we'll use torture like this. It's much better than other methods." With one of them confessing, the rest of the Tubo people were no longer as stubborn as before. Looking at the pig that wanted to come over to eat, all of them were willing to confess. They were all brought to a place further away for questioning, leaving only the leader behind. Li Sun decided to personally ask this person this time. He asked someone to take out the things in the leader's mouth and asked this person Speak. Tell me the reason why you came here this time. If this marquis is in a good mood, then I'll cure you and let you go back. In any case, others have already said it. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. If you don't, then I'll feed you to the pigs." The Tubo leader was unyielding. He turned his head to the side and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. Don't think that you can get a single word out of my mouth." Li Sun was stunned. It worked for others, but it didn't work for him. How could he accept this? He angrily said to the bodyguard, "Bring those 2 pigs here. I don't believe that he won't talk." Wait. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and said, "Good man, I like good men. When I grow up, I'll also be a good man. This kind of good man can't be fed to the pigs. He's not afraid at all. After questioning others, let him go. After all, he has relatives at home, and they might be waiting for him to go back." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he looked at that person. Sure enough, this person had relatives at home. When he heard what he said just now, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Wang Wan also said, "And my Xiaobao will definitely be like this uncle in the future. He will be an indomitable man. Uncle, can you tell us your name? If your injuries are too serious and you die, we won't even know the name of a good man. And my name is Wang Wan. Uncle, you can call me Cuckoo." The leader turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a moment, he didn't understand what these 2 children wanted to do. Could it be that they really thought that he was a good man? That Xiaobao or something. Just now he was watching the pigs eat people, and now he changed his mind? Cuckoo's little girl was not bad. Uncle must be thirsty and can't speak. Go and get some water for Uncle to drink. Don't use water, use wine. Good men all drink wine. When Wang Wan saw that this person didn't speak, she ordered. Soon, someone brought the wine and directly poured it into the leader's mouth. This Tubo leader also opened his mouth and drank a mouthful. He shouted, "Good wine again. It's worth it to be able to drink such wine before I die." The bodyguard began to pour more wine for him. After 5 to 6 mouthfuls, the bodyguard finally stopped and retreated to the side. "Come again, little boy, let me have another sip," the leader of the Tubo group shouted from the side. Wang Wan shook her head. "Uncle, you can't drink anymore. Uncle has to go back alive. Otherwise, the people at home will be sad. If my father goes out and one day I know that he won't be able to come back, I don't know what to do. Uncle, you will definitely get better and go back home to be with your family." Yes, Cuckoo is right. I am afraid that one day I will lose my family. If my father doesn't come back, my mother and I will definitely be bullied by others. They all have fathers to help them, but I don't. Zhang Xiaobao also said at the side. After the 2 of them finished talking, the Tubo leader finally couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and sighed. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other. Wang Wan asked again, "Uncle, we still don't know your name. I heard of a person called Sanri Nigan. He seems to be one of Uncle's people. He bought a lot of chicks from my house. Uncle, do you know him? If you know him, when you go back, you can tell him that there are a lot of chicks in my house now. There are geese and ducklings. It's very fun. Ask him to buy them and sell them to him at a low price." Tsang Bunekang. The Tubo leader finally said a name. "Ah, Uncle Tsang Bunekang? That's a nice name. When I go back, I will think about it and come up with a name like that. Uncle, is your house far from here?" Wang Wan asked again. This time, Tsang Bunekang didn't speak. He looked at the sky blankly. Wei Wei opened his mouth and lay there motionlessly. If it wasn't for his rising and falling chest, people would think that he was already dead. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately sat beside Tsang Bunekang. "Cuckoo, do you think Uncle Tsang Bunekang has children as old as us in his house? If we can go to Uncle Tsang Bunekang's house, we can play with him." Zhang Xiaobao sat there and supported his chin with one hand. "Who knows? If there is, they should be older than us. Look at Uncle Tsang Bunacheng. He's older than our father, so his children are also older than us. It's good to have a big brother and a big sister. If it's a big brother, he'll definitely be a good man like uncle. As for the big sister, she'll be very beautiful, just as beautiful as Aunt Songbunacheng. Wang Wan hugged her knees with both hands and blinked her big eyes. When Songbunacheng heard the two children's words, there was a trace of attachment in his eyes. Zhang Xiaobao saw it from the corner of his eyes and continued, "If it's a big brother, he will be very powerful. After all, a big brother has a powerful father, just like my father. When I was young, he carried me and told me stories. Now he is teaching me how to read. I want to remember all these things and think about it when I grow up." Chapter 281. When Songbunacheng heard what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, the look in his eyes changed again. There were memories, warmth, and a hint of a smile as if he had thought of something funny. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Cuckoo, what do you think Songbunacheng's children are like? Were they taught to read and write when they were young?" "I don't think so. Uncle Songbunacheng is a good man. He should teach the boys how to ride a horse, shoot an arrow, or practice martial arts. If it's a big sister, then I don't know. What can she teach? Uncle Songbunacheng, are the children in your family male or female?" Wang Wan asked Songbunacheng, who was lying on the ground. Songbunacheng said, "Two boys." "Are they older than Xiaobao and me?" Wang Wan asked again. "Yes, the older one is 17 years old, and the younger one is 9 years old." Songbunacheng said the age of his sons under the influence of the alcohol, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The expression on his face was not as stiff as before. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, but the pain in his body was much less. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Uncle Songbunacheng, you should find a younger sister for the two big brothers." "I want to have a younger sister." "Uncle Songbunacheng, what did you teach the two big brothers?" Songbunacheng said faintly soon, "When we go back, the child will come out. Maybe it's a girl this time. I teach them archery, ride a horse, and swim by themselves. There's a river near my house. When I have nothing to do, I take them to the river to catch fish. The fish there are big, dozens of pounds." "Ah, that's good." "Uncle Songbunacheng, where is it?" "There's a river in front of my house, but my father has never taken me to catch fish. When I go back, I'll ask my father to take me and Xiaobao to catch fish." Wang Wan asked curiously and moved closer to Songbunacheng. Songbunacheng looked at Wang Wan's innocent smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, "In Laragang, very far from here." "Ah, what is Laragang? I've never heard of it. Are the people there like Uncle Songbunacheng? Are they all good men? Do the people there eat the same food as us?" Wang Wan looked at Songbunacheng and thought of her, so she continued to ask, "It's similar to what you eat, but it's not as good as what you eat. There's always a shortage of food. In summer, you can catch fish to eat, but it's not easy. The water is cold, wet. If you want to go to Laragang, it'll take you more than a month. For ordinary people, it'll take you 3 or 4 months, or even half a year." Songbunacheng explained to Wang Wan. When he saw Wang Wan's appearance, he thought that when he went back and saw his child, she should be as cute as Wang Wan. Wang Wan picked up a goose feather from the ground and fiddled with it. Her eyes looked to the west. After a while, she said, "It's so far. I can't go there. When I grow up, I'll definitely go to Uncle's house to see big brother and little sister. I'm older than her. Uncle, drink some more wine." Wang Wan said, and asked someone to bring the wine over. She fed Songbunacheng little by little. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Songbunacheng sighed. "That's good. Our place is humid. If we can drink this wine, it'll be good. If Uncle likes to drink it, my family's Zhuangzi made it. If Uncle likes it, drink more. This wine isn't worth much." "Uncle, I heard from my mother that girls have to marry when they grow up. What kind of person will my little sister marry when she grows up? I can only marry Xiaobao." Wang Wan fed Songbunacheng another mouthful of wine and thought about the future. Songbunacheng suddenly laughed. "Little girl, you're thinking about marriage at such a young age. When the time comes, my daughter will definitely marry a capable person. I'll prepare the best dowry for her. Oh, then my family will also prepare the best dowry for me. Xiao Bao's family also has to give me a lot of things. Otherwise, I won't marry. Uncle, drink another mouthful. Wang Wan puffed up her cheeks and said, Yes, I won't marry if they don't give me anything. Haha, cough, cough. This wine is really strong. Sambu Nashing squinted his eyes and smiled. You won't marry? I won't marry either. Uncle Sambu Nashing, what kind of wife will my two big brothers find in the future? Zhang Xiaobao also stood up. Sambu Nashing turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He smiled and said, Big brother already has a wife. Not bad. Second son still has to wait for a few more years. Wang Wan immediately reached out and turned Sambu Nashing's head back to face her. She poured another mouthful of wine and said, Uncle Sambu Nashing, do you have any special products? You don't have anywhere else. Yes, there are big oranges, sweet ones, and walnuts. The walnuts taste good in the mouth, and Sambu Nashing's eyes were about to close as he spoke. Uncle Sambu Nashing, don't sleep. Tell me how big the oranges are. Uncle, drink another mouthful of wine. Wang Wan fed Sambu Nashing another mouthful of wine and gestured with her hands. Haha, it's not as big as what you're drawing. It's a little smaller. Yes, it's this big. I always eat it when I was young. I even use the skin of the oranges to make water to drink. Sambu Nashing struggled to open his eyes and said, Ah, you can make water to drink? Then, Uncle, why are you here this time? Wang Wan asked casually. We're here to do some damage. There's a disaster here, and the food needs to be transported from the south. We're divided into many small teams. If there's a chance, we'll find a way to make the food here lose some. I have a secret mission, which is to kill Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people. Even if I can't go back, it's worth it. Sambu Nashing yawned and said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly woke up and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled sweetly and said, Uncle Sambu Nashing, if you want to kill Xiaobao's people, then you can't go back. You won't be able to see your family again. Those who kill will be killed. Although you didn't have time to do it, we'll take it that you did. You can drink another mouthful of wine. Xiaobao and I have wasted too much time on you. As they spoke, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood up at the same time. Hand in hand, they walked in front of the stunned Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao said to him, We've found out. His name is Sambu Nashing. He lives in Laragang. He has 2 sons and an unborn child. This time he's here to do damage and assassinate my family members. I'll leave the rest to you. Li Sun nodded blankly. He shivered and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't even care about death. But these two were able to find out the identity of this person. He really thought that these two were doing this for some good man. He didn't expect that, as they chatted, they would talk about such an important matter. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaving hand in hand, Li Sun was stunned for a while. Then he said, Good skills. It must be that person who taught him. He's amazing. No, this is such an important matter. I have to report it to the higher-ups. Someone come and report it to the higher-ups. After Li Sun finished shouting, there were already 4 people who were ready. They jumped on their horses and galloped towards the nearest station. The people who were caught here were also questioned. It was the same as what the Tubo leader said. It was just that they didn't know about the assassination. They found a doctor to treat them. They tried their best not to let them die. These people had other uses. At the same time, Sanshui County began to investigate the outsiders. Those who were suspicious were arrested first. If there was nothing wrong, they were released. If there was something wrong, they were kept. Xiao Hong continued to release the chickens. The people were working. The number of yamen runners increased by 5 times to avoid any mistakes. The Zhang family's place couldn't be easily assassinated. Li Sun didn't have anything else to do. He followed the old man back and deliberately entered a carriage. "Minister, what do you think of the master behind Zhangjie Zhuangzi?" Li Sun entered a carriage to talk about this matter. The old man had also seen how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had tried to trick him. He was equally shocked, especially when the two kids were talking to the leader of the spitting tomatoes. They were so innocent, as though they were not scheming at all. In the end, as they asked, the question came up. Other than talent, how else could one nurture them? When he heard Li Sun's question, he said, "It's unfathomable. I don't know why such a person would stay in Zhangjie Zhuangzi and teach the two children. It's a pity that with his skills, if he were to become an official, wouldn't he be able to benefit more people? Then why is Minister willing to teach the two children here? Why don't you become an official? Why do you have to retire and return to your hometown? My imperial uncle hasn't agreed yet." Li Sun asked. You brat, you actually used my words to ask me. Not bad. I like these two little kids. They are intelligent and can understand what I teach them. To have such students is something that any teacher would be happy about. The most important thing is that these two little kids know etiquette and filial piety. Every time I eat with them, they will give me some food. As long as I say it's delicious, they will definitely cook it for me next time. When the old man talked about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have forgotten that someone was going to make trouble here. Li Ji nodded. "That's right. You know how good they are. How could that expert not know? That's why he specially taught them. The other side actually sent people over. It just so happens that we're lacking some food here. If they really succeed, the other side will attack again, and we won't be able to transport food here. It's just a small trick. I didn't hurt them enough. This time we can find an excuse. Sigh, they must be here to ask for punishment like before." The old man also felt annoyed. "Old master, why don't you go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and ask that master? Maybe he has some good ideas," Li Sun said expectantly. Chapter 282. It was a spring outing and many flowers were blooming. Which family's two children were following the wind. It had been 2 days since the incident with the saboteurs. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao saw that the weather was good today and it wasn't that cold anymore. They changed their clothes and held hands as they went to take a look at the two newly acquired farmsteads. This time, they were with the Zhuangzi protection team. After all, they weren't familiar with the two Zhuangzi, so they had to take some protective measures. The spring plowing had officially begun. The two newly bought Zhuangzi were also working together like the original Zhangjie Zhuangzi. If anyone dared to slack off, they would be kicked out of Zhuangzi. It turned out that the Han family in Zhuangzi seemed to be a little anxious. After they tore down the main house's courtyard, they tore down their own house as well. Some of them were quick enough to use the bricks from the main house to build half a house. There was no housekeeper here. Only the old man was temporarily in charge. He tore down his own house mainly because he thought that the spring plowing would start in a few days. Unexpectedly, the weather was good, and the spring plowing was brought forward. This way, they could make more preparations. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, the farmers in Zhuangzi were worried about the houses they tore down. They could hold on during the day, but they would freeze to death at night. Originally, they wanted to build some houses today and make do with it. They would continue to build the houses in the next 2 days and then dry them in charcoal basins. Who knew that just as they tore down the houses and built a new one, the main house told them that the spring plowing would start today. The livestock were bought and sent here. Naturally, the farmers didn't dare to object. But where would they stay at night? Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan to stand in the middle of the ruins. He thought for a while and said, "I found that the speed of tearing down houses is indeed faster than building them. You guys just have to trouble the main house. Someone go back and ask them to send some tents. We can't let the farmers freeze to death today, right?" Wang Wan also said to the farmers, "Don't worry about it. For the master, it's just a small matter to get some tents. Hurry up and get to work. The next time something like this happens, discuss it with the master first." The two of them spoke like little adults, but none of the villagers dared to look down on them. In fact, they were even more afraid. If they offended the madam of the house and the housekeeper, they would at most be scolded. At worst, they would be beaten a few times. However, if they offended these two little ancestors, the thoughts of children were different from those of adults. When the villagers saw one of the temple guards leave, they let out a burst of deliberately suppressed laughter. Only now did they remember that the main family was the Zhang family. The Zhang family was very good to the villagers, so how could they just leave them without a house to live in? The most prestigious old man began to arrange for people to do things. The main family had already done what they should and shouldn't do. If they didn't do something, the main family would get angry and drive them all away. That would be the end of them. After eating good food for a few days, the people who worked had more or less recovered. They immediately started to do things according to the new rules. Those who didn't do farm work had to prepare to cook so that the people who worked at noon could eat. If the house was gone, they just had to build a stove, and there was no lack of pots and pans. When Zhang Xiaobao saw this situation, he patted his head with his small hand and said to Wang Wan, "It seems that they haven't gotten used to being the Zhang family's villagers. They don't know that when they work like this, the main family is in charge of the ingredients for the food. Look at that, he's still looking for scallions. He doesn't know how to sharpen his broken knife or saw it. It's all teeth." Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled at the side. People who were used to being oppressed would always do things according to the original way. It was impossible for them to change in such a short time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was only complaining to her, she had no choice but to let her shout. "There's no need to prepare the ingredients for the food. The main family will bring it over in a while. Hurry up and sharpen your knives. Once the food is here, you have to start." When the people who were working heard Wang Wan's voice, they stopped what they were doing and stood there for a while before they reacted. "The auntie next door, that's right. When Zhang Zhuangzi is working, the main family is in charge of the food. We don't have to take it ourselves. This time, the main family should be able to give us wine to drink. The ground is cold. Look at my memory, I forgot about this." A woman who was a little lame wiped her forehead with her sleeve and said to an older person next to her. That person also didn't think about this matter just now. When the people at home started working, those who couldn't do the work would cook. They had long forgotten the rules of Zhang Zhuangzi. Looking at the kitchen knife with a few teeth in her hand, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "Oh, I forgot. I followed a good main family. Last night, I even dreamed that I lived in a new house. I was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses in Zhuangzi weren't finished last year. They only fixed it a little. If we were in such a hurry to build a house, what would the main family think? When that person at home comes back, we'll talk to them. Let's finish the work first. After that, we'll help Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses to build a new house. After that, we'll build another one. These days, we'll live in tents without knowing the rules. There has to be a first come, first served order. His auntie is right. We can't build a house. Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses were working for Zhuangzi and delayed the construction of the house. This year, we built the house first. We haven't done anything for the main family yet. What would the main family think? Especially when the main family's master went to take the imperial examinations. Only the madam is in charge of the house. If we really build a house, others will definitely think that we're taking advantage of the main family's master not being at home. If they say something, we don't need to live in the new house anymore. We can just go somewhere else and seek a living." The woman who spoke just now also thought of this point. She felt a lingering fear in her heart. If the Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's houses were built first, wouldn't they be looking down on the main family? The two of them spoke quite loudly. The people around them also heard them. Some of the more timid ones were so scared that they even cried. They didn't want to lose the main family, the Zhang family. "Sigh, these people are really thinking too much. I didn't say anything. If they want to build a house, then so be it. It's just that they're building a single-story house. We won't build anything else for them for the time being. After the spring plowing, we'll all build 2-story houses. Cuckoo, when the time comes, do you think we should build bricks, wood, or bamboo for the houses? The bricks will be sturdier, and the other two will look more comfortable, especially the bamboo ones. Zhang Xiaobao also heard what the two of them said. He felt that they were too timid. However, this was also good. After all, they had to think about the main family. He turned around and asked Wang Wan what kind of house to build. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "Let's build a brick house. The wood and bamboo houses will be too damp. We'll have to live there in the future. We can't build a new house every year. A brick house with a small yard. We can plant some creepers at the foot of the wall." Are there creepers now? There are also morning glory flowers, which are also morning glory flowers. If there are, we can plant them. If there aren't, we can plant other kinds of pumpkins. When the time comes, there will be big melons on the roof. We can let them plant some grapes in the yard. When autumn comes, we can pick them and make some rock sugar to make wine. That's the only way. Originally, we were worried that we wouldn't have enough money to build a brick house. Now, we don't have to worry anymore. Someone is giving us money. Let's go find Li Sun and ask him about the deposit. At the same time, we can ask him to do some other things. Zhang Xiaobao also returned to reality from his imagination of the pavilions and bamboo houses. The houses for the villagers to live in had to be sturdy and durable. Other things couldn't be done. Besides, the cost of the houses was different. A brick house was expensive, but a bamboo house was too cheap. It was like fooling people. Seeing that he and Wang Wan didn't have to worry about the matters here, he pulled Wang Wan to the Yuan family's Zhuangzi. Then he happened to find Li Sun. The Zhuangzi of the Li family was close to the Yuan family's Zhuangzi. When they arrived at the Yuan family's Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the situation here. It was much better than the Han family's Zhuangzi. No one was tearing down the houses. Most of the people were working. Only a small number of people who were physically weak built a stove outside. The pot was placed on the table, the dishes were cleaned, and the knives were placed there. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, an old man stood out and said to them, "Hello, young master and young lady. The villagers are working. Is the master taking care of the meals?" "Yes. A carriage will deliver them in a moment. There will be 3 dishes today. There will be no wine for lunch, but there will be wine for dinner. There will also be a soup. There will be 2 vegetarian dishes and a meat dish. The soup will be fish soup and there will be rice. There will only be rice today, but there will be pancakes tomorrow. There won't be enough time." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the old man's steady appearance and felt relieved. He told the old man what they were going to eat today. This time, the old man finally couldn't keep his calm. It was one thing to know that the master of the Zhang family was good to the villagers, but it was another thing to personally experience it. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 vegetarian dishes and a meat dish, as well as fragrant rice and wine for dinner. Even if they ate at the small store, they wouldn't be reluctant to order so much. They even explained why there wasn't any pancakes. Where could they find such a master? The old man gasped for breath and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, you too can rest assured. Please also let the madam of the master rest assured. We, the villagers, will definitely put in all our effort. If anyone dares to slack off, this old man will make the decision not to give them food and let them starve to death." Zhang Xiaobao put on the posture of a young master of the master family and nodded. He looked at the river without water and asked, "What's the matter with this river?" "Young master, even if you didn't ask, I still had to tell you. I wanted you to tell the madam of the master family about this matter. Our Yuan family's Zhuangzi is adjacent to the Li family's Zhuangzi on one side and the Chen family's Zhuangzi on the other side. This river was originally dug by the Yuan family, and they intercepted a portion of the water from the river in front of the Chen family. Now that the master of Zhuangzi changed, the Chen family blocked that area. That area belongs to the Yuan family, and the river wasn't originally there. Therefore, there is no water in the river now. There's still a few wells where some water can be extracted. Young master, you have to go back and tell the madam of the master family. Do you want to find the Chin family and have them open up the blocked area? Or do you want to get some water from elsewhere? The Li family's zhuangzi has some, but the terrain there is a bit lower, so it's not easy to dig. Young master, let the madam take a look. Chapter 283. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect the situation to be so complicated. The Yuan family had diverted the water from the Qin family. The two families seemed to have a good relationship. Now that the person in charge was changed, the other side cut off the water. What was the reason? Xiaobao, did the Chen family ask us to discuss the water with them? They want to ask us for some money? This will be easier. I am just afraid that they will think that we are the ones who diverted the Yuan family and will not give us the water anymore. The two of them walked back after knowing the situation. Wang Wan guessed that it was the Qin family's idea, but she was not sure. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this problem. We don't know now. Steward Zhang will know when he asks them later. In fact, I am not afraid that they will not give us the water. If they really annoy me, I will cut off the water for them. The water in the small river that they diverted was from the river between the Wang family and the Ge family. The water first came from above, past the small bridge, and then came between the clouds and the water. After that, it came to the Li family's zhuangzi. After that, it came to them. I would rather spend manpower and resources to divert the water so that the other side does not belong to Sanshui County. When Steward Zhang comes back, we will know what they mean. That's good. Maybe they think that it is too easy for us to use the water directly. After all, there is only one river. If they don't block it, we will not think too much about it. We will not remember their kindness. If they block it, we will go over and tell them. If they open it, we will owe them one. Wang Wan tried to think positively. Owing them a favor can be made up. In the future, if Xiaobao wants to do new business, he can just bring them along. The two of them talked and went directly to the Li family's zhuangzi. When the person in charge of the zhuangzi saw the two of them, he did not dare to neglect. He did not even report and led them to Li Sun's study room. Li Sun was still learning that book of nature. Although there were not many words and the book was not thick, it was not easy to learn. He had to think for a long time before he could figure out many things. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Li Sun immediately pulled the two of them to the table and asked them about the things that he didn't understand. Zhang Xiaobao roughly knew some of it. In fact, he was also learning it. Only Wang Wan could explain some of it to Li Sun. They talked for 2 hours. Wang Wan was tired, and Li Sun needed some time to digest the information. This time, Zhang Xiaobao finally told them the purpose of their visit. Young Master Li, the reason I'm here is regarding the 3 workshops. Now that the workshops are under construction, we have the manpower. After a year of practice, we can start using them next year. We need to collect the money we used to purchase the furs. Zhang Xiaobao listed these items to Li Sun. Li Sun understood and immediately agreed. Then the 10,000 strings of coins will be here in the afternoon. What else is there for the workshops? Yes, there are. It's not enough to just have the workshops and skilled people. We have to do something new. For example, the design of the jewelry needs to be specially trained. The same goes for the other 2. Therefore, we should build a school that specializes in learning these things. It will be built in the middle of the river. The zhuangzi next to it will give them some compensation and let them move aside a little. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun about the school. Li Sun listened and thought about it. He said, "How much will it cost?" We agreed on a total of 90,000 strings of coins. I took out 10,000 strings of coins, and they also took out a lot of money. You haven't taken out your money yet. You still have to wait for more than 2 months. If you take out this money again, will there still be money left to build the dock? Shouldn't we wait until the dock is more or less ready to ship before we do something else? They said that as long as the dock can build small boats first, they can build them and sell them. This way, we can use the money from selling small boats to build bigger boats. Oh, They are thinking quite far ahead. It won't take more than 2 months. My family will be able to take out the money in a month. Let them build the school first and find skilled people to teach them. However, the school needs to be paid. Otherwise, they can still earn money when they go back to work. I calculated that there should be about 100 people in each school. Give each person 150 strings of coins a month. Let's see how it goes first. If it's good, we can increase the number of people to 300 in each school. We also have to take care of food and clothes, including accommodation. In fact, we can also build small boats without a dock. Let them build the school first, and then tell them to build small boats immediately. This way, even if we go out to sea a little later, we don't have to worry about not having enough people in the future. Let's see if it works. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to Li Sun again. He also exaggerated the benefits. Li Sun had already believed in his master's words. As long as he followed the Zhang family, he would be right. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt that it made sense. He said, "Okay, when they bring the money in the afternoon, I'll tell them that it's only 3 schools. They will be useful in the future. They can't ignore the future. Then there's nothing else. Cuckoo and I are going to eat between the clouds and the water. Young Master Li, do you want to go with us or stay at home to eat?" Zhang Xiaobao came here for this purpose. He wanted to show people the workshop schools. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. "I'd better eat at home. I have to think about what Wang Wan said just now. Otherwise, it's easy to forget. You guys go ahead. I won't see you out." After he finished speaking, Li Sun stood up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also stood up. Li Sun walked them to the door of the study, then turned around and carefully reviewed what Wang Wan said just now. He was afraid that he would forget. "Grandpa Bai, this eggplant with minced meat is for you. I've already peeled it." Wang Wan put a piece of eggplant with minced meat on the old man's plate. The old man ate it with a smile. "It's delicious. It's really good. Eating eggplant in this season is not normal. I'm really blessed with the 2 of you here." The old man was happy. On one hand, the food was delicious. On the other hand, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him to eat. They would always put food in his bowl. He enjoyed the happiness of a family reunion with the 2 of them. His health was getting better and better, and his complexion was not bad. He was no longer as sickly as he was when he first arrived here. Furthermore, even if he did not discipline Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the 2 of them learned so quickly. He was already satisfied and was prepared to continue staying here. When the time came, he would see the 2 children's achievements. "Grandpa Bai, in a few days between the clouds and the water won't be a restaurant anymore. There will be many restaurants. My family wants to build an academy here. Grandpa Bai, can you find some good teachers? By then, others will come here to study. The scenery is good, and our farmers will be safe. Grandpa Bai has nothing to do. See which students are good and can be taught separately. The Zhang family will pay for this. When the time comes, Grandpa Bai will name the academy. Even if you teach 10 people and one of them becomes a talent, it will be good for our country." Zhang Xiaobao had just won over Li Sun and ran here to win over the old man. There were many benefits to building an academy. It could improve the status of the Zhang family and Wang family. It could let those who are admitted in the future have a sense of belonging to the academy and this place. Most importantly, they could cheat, earn money. This place was good. There were mountains and rivers, and there were so many restaurants. The children of the rich were not used to the food in the school cafeteria. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to let the cafeteria do a good job. With more income from the students, they could help to make this place famous. When the students wrote poems here, most of them would include the name of the place. For example, there was smoke early in Tuqiao village between the clouds and the water, and the sun was late. Zhang Wang had Zhuang Xiaoqiao, and people far away did not know, and so on. As long as the poem was written well and spread, people who saw it would yearn for this place. They would want to experience going down the mountain in the middle of the water. When they came, they would have a way to spend money. Apart from this, they could also have friendly matches with other academies from other places from time to time. The venues would be rotated. When they were here, the spectators, the competitors, and some other people involved would be able to spend a lot more money. Otherwise, who would fight to hold the Olympic Games and the World Cup? It was because they could make money and become famous. This time, the old man really didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to come up with a series of calculations. He only thought that the person behind the scenes wanted to come out of the mountain and needed to find a place. Building an academy was the best way. After thinking about it, the old man agreed. It could indeed cultivate some useful people for the country. Okay, as long as you build the place, I'll find a teacher to help you solve your problems. I can't be idle, so I'll teach you. Grandpa, bye, it's a deal. When the time comes, if a student can do something for the country, half of the credit will go to you. You will be known by the world. The Zhang family and Wang family, oh, I'm wrong. As long as the Tang Empire has this academy, we can go one step further. Zhang Xiaobao began to put on the high hat for the old man and buttoned it up one by one. Before the old man was put on the hat, he really thought that the Zhang family was willing to be a national talent. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he finally found that something was wrong. With an academy, the most popular families were the Zhuangzi and Zhang family. They originally had a school in Zhuangzi, and the child was still young. Moreover, the teacher they found was ordinary. He found a good teacher here, and the child in the school had some foundation and could be transferred. Who was this talent for? Good academy. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, go back and tell them that I agree. When the time comes, the restaurant will make more money than some poor students. The old man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao regretted. Why did he say so many nice words just now? It was over. The old man found out about it and specifically mentioned the matter of making money for the restaurant. Wang Wan chuckled. Grandpa, bye, don't worry. When the time comes for examinations, as long as those poor students do well, we will give them some rewards. The money will be taken from the restaurant's earnings. Chapter 284. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were happily chatting with the old man, Steward Zhang was not happy at all. When Steward Zhang knew that the young master wanted him to go to the Chen family's Zhuangzi to talk about something, he hurriedly ate some food and rushed over. When he arrived, he saw that the small river leading to the Yuan family's Zhuangzi was blocked. He filled some sacks with sand and threw them at the source of the water. Seeing that the river did not flow there, Steward Zhang became anxious. The spring plowing had begun, and they were all paddy fields. Without water, what were they going to plant? He quickly knocked on the door of the Chen family's Zhuangzi. The Chen family's Zhuangzi did not have any official position and was only a businessman. Just looking at the tall door, Steward Zhang could feel the aura of gold and silver. As the door was pulled open from the inside, a head popped out from the crack and looked around. Finally, his eyes stopped on Steward Zhang and asked, "What are you doing here? Which one are you looking for?" "Little brother, I am the housekeeper of Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. I want to discuss something with your master. Please help me pass on the message." Steward Zhang puffed out his chest and said to the person behind the door, "Tuqiao village? Which village? Zhangjia Zhuangzi? I don't know. Master is busy and has no time. Come back tomorrow." The gatekeeper threw down these words and closed the door with a bang. Steward Zhang was stunned. He looked at the closed door and did not react for a long time. He did not know the Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village? Who would believe that? It's not like it's far away. Don't you know whose water is blocked by your house? After hesitating for a moment, Steward Zhang took out 20 copper coins from his sleeve pocket and counted them in his hand. He went to knock on the door again. After a few knocks, the door was opened from the inside again. The same head popped out and looked at Steward Zhang. "What's wrong with you? I told you that master is busy. Why are you still knocking? If you have the time, you should think about what to do. You're an adult and don't know how to behave." As he spoke, he was about to close the door again. Steward Zhang quickly said, "Little brother, I do have something to discuss with your master. This money is for you to buy a cup of tea." Steward Zhang said as he handed the money over. The gatekeeper's eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed. He took the money and said, "Oh, so it's Steward Zhang from Zhangjia Zhuangzi of Tuqiao village. Look at me, I'm confused. Wait a moment, I'll go in and report." The gatekeeper turned around and ran inside as quickly as he closed the door. Steward Zhang could hear the footsteps. He curled his lips and muttered, "This is the kind of gatekeeper. Just wait and see. Don't expect to make a fortune. If the gatekeeper of Zhangjia Zhuangzi dares to do this, I'll break his leg." After waiting for a while, he heard the footsteps inside. Then the door was opened and a person came out. He looked at Steward Zhang and they looked at each other. Steward Zhang said first, "Are you the head of the Chen family?" "I'm the housekeeper of the Chen family. Master is busy and can't come out. If you have something to say, just say it." The person who came out didn't mean to let Steward Zhang in. He blocked the door and said. Steward Zhang felt uncomfortable. What was this? He didn't even have the basic etiquette. Could it be that he couldn't even afford a cup of tea? Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Steward Zhang pointed behind him. It was the place where the river was and said, "It's spring, so we need some water. I didn't know that the river was connected to your village. After it broke, I came to check and found out. I hope that your village can move that thing away for the sake of your neighbor. In the future, the Zhang family will be very grateful." "What river?" "Oh, the ditch that the Yuan family used to connect to." This is difficult. There isn't enough rain this year. We don't know if we have enough water in our fields. If we dig up the ditch, what will happen to our village? Why don't Steward Zhang go back and think of other ways? I can't help you here." Housekeeper Qin didn't have any expression on his face when he spoke. He directly refused to give water. Steward Zhang naturally didn't believe him. What lack of rain? How could he not know how much water there was on the other side of the river? Otherwise, why would he expand the river? He thought in his heart, but couldn't say it out loud. "Housekeeper Qin, let's not talk about the rain first. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is willing to pay. Let's give you 100 copper coins for 1 day. Is that okay?" Hearing Steward Zhang's words, Housekeeper Qin turned his head and looked to the side. He didn't say anything. 150 copper coins a day. What do you think? Steward Zhang added more money. There was a lot of land there. 150 copper coins wasn't a lot. Housekeeper Qin still didn't say anything. Steward Zhang had to raise the price again. 200 copper coins a day. If it's more, we might as well dig a well. At this time, Housekeeper Qin said, "Digging a well is good. It's convenient to use water. Even if there isn't enough rain, we don't have to worry. Steward Zhang's idea is good. If we lack manpower to dig a well, the Zhuangzi of the Qin family can send people over to help. The daily wages can be given as usual. As for food, I think Zhangjia Zhuangzi will give the villagers the same as usual." Steward Zhang knew that Housekeeper Qin wouldn't agree. He thought about it and tried again. "Housekeeper Qin, in the future, the Zhuangzi of the Zhang and Qin families will be connected. Who doesn't have difficulties? At that time, if the Qin family is in trouble, the Zhang family won't stand by and do nothing. Don't. If the Qin family is in trouble, your Zhang family must stand by and do nothing. Don't get involved with the Qin family. The Chen family isn't as capable as the Yuan and Han families. They can't afford to compensate, and they can't find people to go to the capital to mediate. Zhangjia Zhuangzi, just let the Qin family go. Tomorrow, get someone to plant some thorns between the two Zhuangzi. In the future, the Zhuangzi won't be connected." Housekeeper Qin sneered. As he spoke, he cupped his hands to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang understood that the Chen family's Zhuangzi was either related to the two Zhuangzi, or they were doing this on purpose. "Isn't the Zhang family powerful? If I ignore you, I'll show you who's more powerful." Other than these two reasons, Housekeeper Zhang couldn't think of any other reason. If it was Zhongjia Zhuangzi who harmed the Han and Yuan families, as long as one wasn't a fool, one would know that it was wrong. It was the Han and Yuan families who harmed them. Steward Zhang lowered his head and thought for a while. Just as he raised his head and was about to speak, he saw that housekeeper Chin had already turned around and went back in. The door was closed with a bang. Steward Zhang stood at the door for a while. In the end, he couldn't do anything. He sighed helplessly, turned around, and went back to talk to the young master and see what he would do. When Steward Zhang dejectedly returned to between the clouds and the water, Zhang Xiaobao and the other children were learning from the old man. As they were learning, they saw Steward Zhang coming over. The old man also saw the expression on Steward Zhang's face and stopped talking. "Steward Zhang, what's wrong? Is it that no matter what we say, they won't give us any water? Tell us what you said. Everyone listen. Don't worry." When Zhang Xiaobao saw Steward Zhang's expression, he understood and comforted him. Steward Zhang sat down on the stool and told the young master everything that had happened, including what he thought, what he said, and what the other party was like. He didn't add anything that shouldn't be said. He knew that the young master didn't want to hear those things that had been changed. "Oh, I see. They want to arm wrestle with my Zhang family. If they won't give us any water, then so be it. Why do they have to say those sarcastic words? They don't seem to have any relationship with the other two families, and it's the same with County Magistrate Wen. Otherwise, how would a merchant family dare to speak to Steward Zhang like that after the 3 people were arrested? Since that's the case, forget it. Spend more money and effort. Let's take the river from the Li family. Our land is higher, so we'll dig deeper. Let them plant thorns. If they want to plant them in their own land, so be it. We'll agree to let them plant half of it. In the future, we'll go our separate ways and mind our own business. Today, we've wronged Steward Zhang. Originally, the main family should help Steward Zhang, but this matter is too small. It's not worth it to become a life and death enemy. When there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely help Steward Zhang get back his dignity." After hearing what Steward Zhang said, Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a while and decided on this. There wasn't any deep hatred, so he couldn't use thunderous means immediately. If this continued, he would make more enemies in the future. With the young master's words, I won't feel wronged anymore. I believe that the young master will get back at me one day. Then I'll arrange for people to dig the canal now. When Steward Zhang heard the young master talk about his matter in private, he felt much better. It was only now. He had suffered less grievances in the past. If Zhuangzi couldn't do it, then what could he do? He could only endure. Wasn't this the job of a steward? To take the blame and be wronged again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything. He felt uncomfortable in his heart. Before beating a dog, one had to look at its master. The Chen family's Zhuangzi didn't give them any face at all. Steward Zhang's men were more than the Chen family's Zhuangzi. Don't do anything overboard. Don't offend me. Otherwise, I won't let your Chen family have an easy time. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face with his hand as he pondered. Wang Wan saw this from the side and began to mourn for the Chen family. Zhang Xiaobao's personality had always been like this. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Furthermore, his revenge was even more ruthless. If you slapped him, he would return the favor with a knife. The old man didn't want to care about this kind of thing. When he saw that Steward Zhang had left, he continued to talk. The old man was much more knowledgeable than Father Zhang, and the children who listened benefited greatly. Even his granddaughter, Xian Air, could understand part of it. These days, Xian Air had been eating Xiaoxian. She didn't want to be too far away from others. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't the kind of person who kept thinking about how to affect other things when he encountered something small. After Steward Zhang's matter was over, he put all his attention on his studies and didn't think about it at all. Chapter 285. Mountains and rivers were everywhere, and the moon was hazy in the merry manner. The lights were bright, and people were in a hurry. Before they slept, the fog was thick. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang accompanied the old man to have dinner in the evening. They went to Li Sun to get the money and asked people to transport it away. Then they took the car to see the Zhuangzi who tore down the house. Before they arrived, they could hear the sounds of activity coming from the other side. There were the bold words of the people drinking and the laughter of children playing. The lanterns over there were lit, and they could see the tents propped up one after another. They could also see the shadows of people swaying there. The fog came early today. It was humid and uncomfortable before the sky was completely dark. At this moment, the fog was even thicker. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car was also lit with lanterns. There was also a small flag with a little seedling on it. This little seedling had eyes and was very cartoonish. Some even had hands and feet. There were several kinds of flags. Zhang Xiaobao's flag was a male seedling. Wang Wan's flag was a female seedling with a bow on her head. If Father Zhang went out, the seedling would wear a hat on her head. The Jiang Wang clan's flag was a hairpin. The strong seedling protection team's flag was a spade in the seedling's hand. Even Steward Zhang had his own flag. The seedling's flag was a ledger. The Zhang family didn't have anyone to take care of the ledger. Only the Jiang Wang clan was in charge of it. When they found an accountant in the future, they could assign someone to take care of the ledger. Zhuangzi couldn't do it in the past, so there was no need for someone to take care of the ledger. Now that they didn't have enough manpower, they were preparing to train people in the inner courtyard to take over. When that time came, Steward Zhang would have to change his flag. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's flags were two seedlings holding hands. It was obvious that the little ancestors of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going out at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to participate. Everyone was so happy. Now that two people from the main family came, the atmosphere immediately changed. The two of them just looked around. When they saw that there was nothing to do, they ordered the car to turn around and go back. After a short nap, the two of them got up to study again. The old man talked more than Zhang Xiaobao's father usually did, and he also talked more deeply. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already having a hard time learning, especially Zhang Xiaobao. He had a weak foundation and relied on the adult way of thinking to catch up, but he would never admit defeat, nor would he give up. He tried his best to remember, thinking that he would master the things that the old man taught him through a comprehensive study. At the same time, he also had to practice calligraphy. When others read an article, the first thing they looked at was the words. Just like chicken chop, even a good article would be degraded. The two of them studied for almost 4 hours before they finally understood what they heard during the day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put down their pens at the same time and rubbed their wrists. Xiaobao, I asked you to get another 10,000 strings of cash. This time, we finally have more money. Otherwise, the river would be a little difficult. Are you planning to get this much? Wang Wan squeezed her sore eyes and asked Zhang Xiaobao. No, I plan to take over the 3 workshops and the 3 schools. They probably don't have any money on hand. Back then, they must have planned to come here to cheat once. Who would have thought that Li Sun would find us? In order to continue cheating, they had no choice but to agree to what Li Sun said and built 3 workshops for show. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to have his own research department, but he didn't have time. Now that someone else had helped him, he could just occupy it. Wang Wan nodded. She still didn't fully understand. Xiaobao, do you know how they plan to cheat? This was Zhang Xiaobao's strength. This was what he studied. He said it's simple. They originally had some money. After cooperating with Li Sun, they should directly start to build the dock. They don't need to finish building it. They just need to have a framework. This way, they can find more rich people to invest money. With Li Sun's identity, those who invested money were relieved. Who would have thought that they would dare to cheat Li Sun? This way, they raised a large sum of money. Look, the management is still in their hands. Li Sun just doesn't have enough for dividends, but he can give suggestions. That's why they built the workshop. It's for others to see. They wanted others to misunderstand that Li Sun had the authority to manage this place. Once they had invested enough money, They would build this shipyard and use the sea route to do business to attract more people to invest in this shipyard. This would allow them to build bigger ships. When all of this is successful, they will use the identity of the manager to sell the dock. Then they will take the money and run away. Look at the document they signed with Lee Sun. It says that they can dispose of the dock, but they need to give the money to Lee Sun. But if they run away, where can you find them? For example, they ran to Tubo and hid their identity. You can't send troops to look for them, right? Or they can run to a place further away. That's not right. If they run like that, how will they transport the money? Wang Wan raised her doubts. They can just say that they are going to buy things. Also, the people who bought the dock will come and look at it first. After looking at it, they will go elsewhere to write the document. Actually, it doesn't matter to them whether they write the document or not. The money from selling the dock can be sent to other places. If he wanted to do things more perfectly, he could first build some small boats. Then, after selling the boats, he would split the profits with the owners. This way, it would be faster to attract more people. In fact, the owners would even continue to invest as they saw the benefits. This kind of thing happens every year. Actually, it is illegal to raise money and then abscond with the money. It's a very simple plan, and many people are fooled. But when it comes to the operation, the details are slightly different, but it's still the same. Zhang Xiaobao explained this theory. You have done this before? Wang Wan noticed that Zhang Xiaobao is beside her, and she is relieved. She only saw the beginning, and she knows what is going on. Zhang Xiaobao arrogantly raised his chin. I don't want to use this kind of method. It's boring. TSK, you are still bragging. Actually, your method is very simple. I know all about it. Wang Wan pretended to be disdainful. Yes, you know that. But if I want to, I can lie to you like this. You will definitely fall for it again. This is just like fighting moves. There are only a few kinds of moves, and when combined together, the power will be different. You can't beat someone, and then you watch the replay of the video and think about it for a while. In the end, you still can't beat someone. Moves are dead, but people are alive. Zhang Xiaobao pinched Wang Wan's nose. After saying that, he did not want to shower and went straight to bed. He is exhausted today. Wang Wan also burrowed under her blanket. Humph, you can't lie to me. If I don't take advantage of you, what can you do to me? The next morning, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had breakfast, they went to find the old man to learn something. The old man usually fishes for a while first. In Zhang Xiaobao's opinion, his fishing skills can only be considered mediocre. He has told him a few times, but he is still the same. After accompanying the old man to fish for a while, the others also came over and prepared to listen to the lecture. The old man has been very happy these days. The people he taught are all good, and his granddaughters are also better than the average person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are all good, and even the little girl Lu is extraordinary. This makes the old man feel a sense of achievement as a good teacher. After less than 2 hours of the lecture, Steward Zhang came over angrily. When the old man stopped, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, the Chen family is too much." "What? Did they plant all the brambles on our side?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "No, they planted all the brambles on their side. But not only did they plant them on the ground, they also planted them on the road. That is the original road of the Yuan family's Zhuangzi. They planted the brambles on the road and did not let that road lead to the other side. I don't know how they did it, but the title deed actually included the road as his houses. If we want to transport goods from here, it's too far. Moreover, there's a big market over there. If we want to sell things there, we can't go around in a big circle, right? Even if we take a detour, there is no road. A road that usually takes an hour will take at least 10 hours if we take a detour. I went to reason with them, but they still said the same thing. They don't want to have anything to do with Zhangjie Shuangzi and asked us to be magnanimous. Steward Zhang began to complain. Zhang Xiaobao listened quietly. After listening to him, he suddenly smiled and said, "Now my conscience is at ease. Well, since they gave us such a good reason, If we don't use it, we'll be letting them down. Steward Zhang, come here, let me tell you. Zhang Xiaobao called Steward Zhang over. After some arrangements, Steward Zhang left happily. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at the old man and said, "If the heavens want to punish you, you can go against it. If you want to punish yourself, you can't live." Now, Steward Zhang can vent his anger. People really can't compare to Zhuangzi of the Gu family. Guangxi knows that cooperation is mutually beneficial. They actually want to use this kind of method to suppress the Zhang family. I want to see what kind of business they're doing. When I have time, I will ask someone to do it. You are full of bad ideas. That person could teach you anything. But why did he have to teach you this kind of thing? Follow me. The old man didn't ask what Steward Zhang was going to do. He would know when the time came. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's righteous appearance while scheming against others, he shook his head. He was a little resentful of the person behind this. A good child, when it came to bad ideas, he could really draw inferences about other cases. After a while, when the old man was resting, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What did you ask Steward Zhang to do?" "Nothing. Just what we talked about last time, changing the river's course. I didn't want to change it at first, because if I changed it, others wouldn't be able to get water. But once it was changed, the distance between our river and that of Grandfather Bai's nephew's river would be shortened. I had good intentions and wanted to be a good person. Unfortunately, they didn't give me the chance. Why do they always make things difficult for me?" Chapter 286. Steward Zhang walked out of the pavilion with a happy mood. He almost jumped out of the pavilion. Only the tips of his feet touched the ground. It was as if he had changed into a different person. The usually taciturn person was now beaming with joy and humming a tune that seemed to be out of tune. Steward Zhang was very happy. He knew that the young master was capable, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. No wonder the young master asked him to bear with it when he was wronged yesterday. It turned out that this idea was a little against the natural order. What about the Chen family's Zhuangzi? Why couldn't your Qin manor have done this at a better time? Why did you have to wait until there were so many people repairing the river? Then you could have diverted some people and changed the river's course. It would have gone around a few hills there. They aren't big, just a few. But the water wouldn't be able to pass through unless your Qin manor dug the hills. Steward Zhang seemed to feel that just thinking about it couldn't make him happy anymore. He muttered as he walked. When he reached the river, he directly found the person in charge of this matter and ordered, "Gather 1,000 people. Go there and dig the river." The young master said that we don't need to care about the other families. Just connect the river with the one the Zhang family is digging. We have to finish it within a day. It's only 6 miles in total. Go, go, go. When the person heard that it was the young master's order, he didn't dare to delay and immediately went to find people. After shouting a few times, about 1,300 people came over. The person in charge was about to ask for 1,000 people to stay when Steward Zhang spoke. "That's all. Go and dig immediately. If you can't finish it in the day, continue at night. I'll give you good food and pay. But if you don't work hard, you don't have to work here." When these people heard that they would be paid, they became happy. They were supposed to do 20 days of volunteer work, especially when they heard that there would be good food at night. Since Steward Zhang said so, it was definitely good food. He took the tools and walked over. Originally, this place had already been marked out, but Zhang Xiaobao did not want the water below to run out, so he changed it a little. Now it was just right to use it. It was a kind of plant that was grown in a dry place, so there was no need to use so much water. With 1,300 to 1,400 people, they only managed to dig out 6 li of the river. They didn't need a large boat, so it was quite easy. Especially now that the snow had melted and spring had arrived, the ground was soft. With one shovel, they could dig out a large piece of the river. Steward Zhang watched them work and did not plan to go anywhere else. He just waited. When the river was finished, he would block the other side. That side belonged to the Wang clan and the Gu clan. He thought that the Gu clan would not help the Qin clan. With so many people, they dug all the way until night fell. They lit a fire and continued to work. When they rested, Steward Zhang gave them 4 dishes and a bowl of wine. He didn't give them any soup. Each person drank a large bowl of wine to warm their bodies and make them more energetic. If they drank too much, they wouldn't be able to do it. When these people saw that the wine and food were good, they all patted their chests and promised that they would not sleep until they finished digging. Steward Zhang took out some copper coins and gave each person 10. These people's enthusiasm was completely aroused. Steward Zhang did not feel sleepy. He was always energetic. From time to time, he would look in the direction of the Qin clan's Zhuangzi. However, he was blocked by the mountain, so he felt very happy. After these people finished eating, they began to work again under the light of the lanterns. After drinking wine, their bodies were warm. The cool feeling at night made them work faster. In the middle of the night, the river connected to the other side was dug out. After the water was released, they could continue to widen it. The water level was low now, so they were not in a hurry. The rest of the work did not need to be done by those who were working. Steward Zhang let them go back to rest and wait for the young master and young lady to come over. Ordinary people could not do this work. Erniu could do it, but it was a pity that he followed master to the capital. Steward Zhang was still not sleepy. He was still excited. After thinking about it, he had to go back to sleep. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to deal with the Qin clan tomorrow. He was ready to vent his anger. In the darkness of the night, many people could not sleep. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on the bed and talking. "Cuckoo, are you sure you can do it tomorrow? The quality of the soil has not been tested. I am afraid that something will happen." Zhang Xiaobao was lying there, looking at the roof, and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan was lying there with her chin on the pillow. She moved her head and said, "Don't worry. It's just an explosion. Blow up the last place that is blocking the water. I will not stand there and use the fire sickle to ignite the fire. I will pull the cannon line long. This should be fine, right? Pull it out 2 li. Our cannon line is a bamboo pipe. How can you connect it so far? Why don't you think of another way? Don't get too close. I am worried." Zhang Xiaobao was still a little worried. Wang Wan had already heard Zhang Xiaobao say it 6 times. She knew that he was worried about her. She could only say, "How about this? Let's put oil paper under the fire. The twisters will connect directly to that place. Then I will use the fire sickle to ignite it. You see if it works. Put a few more. There will be one that will be affected. At worst, I will use 100,000 firecrackers. If I am not afraid that the medicinal rope will get wet, I will use it directly. I know to be careful. Let's sleep. Yes, let's use the medicinal rope. If 1 strand is not enough, let's make dozens of strands. When combined, how much can it get wet? Tomorrow morning, we will get them to make it. Let's sleep." Zhang Xiaobao thought of an idea and was relieved. Wang Wan turned over and fell asleep. She knew that there were many ways, but Zhang Xiaobao was worried that something would happen to her. So he was confused. Steward Zhang did not sleep at this time. He did not sleep with his wife. Today he wanted to sleep by himself. He lay there and muttered, "You are finished. My young master avenged me. How dare you block the road? Tomorrow it will be fine. I am going to sleep. I want to see if the Chun family's master and butler can treat me like they did yesterday and today. Humph. I am not the Steward Zhang of the past who can be bullied by anyone. No, I am going to sleep. This time, my body is going to sleep. You said that you don't have any contact with the Zhang family. I don't believe it. How can you run away? Sleep? Heavenly horse!" In Zhuangzi, the head of the Qin family, Qin Gingxin was also not asleep. He was talking with Butler Qin in the study. "Steward Qin, don't you think we've gone too far? The Zhang family didn't offend us, nor did they provoke us. We're blocking the river and the road. If they find the imperial nephew, won't they find an excuse to arrest us too?" Qin Gingxin said to Butler Qin worriedly. Master, don't worry. No matter how powerful they are, they have to find a reason. After all, we asked the Yuan family to dig this river. It is under our control. As for blocking the road, Master, if we don't do this, how can we get benefits? They have been in trouble several times, and they have won. If we are so obedient, there will be no place for the Qin family in the future. This time, if we do well, not only can we get benefits from the Zhang family, but other businessmen will also know how powerful we are. Master, it will be much easier for you to do business. Butler Chen persuaded him, as if he was about to succeed. He was very excited. Qin Gingxin was also moved by the butler's words. After thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. He relaxed a little and said with a smile, Butler Chen, you are the best. If it were someone else, they would be afraid of them. At that time, they would not be able to get any benefits, and the family business would be difficult. Butler Chen, you have done a great job this time. Master, you don't have to praise me like this. I did what I should do. In the future, no one will dare to mess with our Chen family in this place. Except for the Emperor's nephew. We don't need to be afraid of anyone else. Steward Qin said modestly, but his smug expression could not be concealed. Qin Gingxin naturally did not care about his expression. He closed his eyes and thought about the future. He said, Steward Qin, after the spring plowing, come out with me for a walk. There are some trades that you have to do more often. Housekeeper Qin didn't expect that this master, who was also his brother-in-law, would show him mercy and let him intervene in his family's business. He was so happy that he couldn't speak for a while. After a while he said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely do the business well. If there is even a little mistake, you can drive me out. Master, it's late. You should go to bed early. Well, that's good. Go to your sister's place. Don't worry. Do your job well. It doesn't matter if there is a little mistake. Chen Gingxin stood up and said to Butler Chen. He turned and left, heading to another wing room. Butler Chen was relieved. As long as his brother-in-law still wanted to go to his sister's place, his position in the family would not be taken away by others. After a while, Butler Chen gently closed the door. He stood in the middle of the yard and said to himself, Tomorrow I will go to the Zhang family to talk about something. Well, I will go early in the morning. Chapter 287. Steward Zhang glared at Steward Qin as if he was his enemy. He had a reason to do so. Even the nephew of the emperor didn't treat him that way. Even the third-grade minister didn't treat him that way. How dare you, a small steward of the Qin family, treat me like that? Steward Qin smiled and looked at Steward Zhang with the eyes of a winner. Steward Zhang had already walked in front of Steward Qin, but he suddenly stopped. After thinking about it, he turned around and went back. He met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, Little young master, little miss, let's go now. Steward Zhang just suddenly thought, Why should I talk to you first? I didn't go to you, so I turned around and came back. Steward Qin, if you want to talk, just say it. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Anyway, you have to come later. Steward Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and gently patted the invisible dust on his body with his hand. He took the initiative to come over and said to Steward Zhang, Steward Zhang, my master said that he can give the Zhang family a chance. Go and find someone who can make the decision. If you miss this chance, there won't be a next time. You have to seize it well. Who is your master? Do you know me? But why don't I know you? What's your name? Steward Zhang looked at Steward Chen indifferently and said disdainfully. Now he was the host, not to mention that the little young master and the little miss were beside him. Steward Chen suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Steward Zhang, what's wrong? Are you scared? Do you feel ashamed? You failed to do what you wanted to do. So I came to find someone who can make the decision in your family. You feel ashamed? At this time, before Steward Zhang spoke, Zhang Xiaobao asked first, Steward Zhang, who is this person? Why do I smell the stench of money all over my body? What about you, Cuckoo? Me too. I don't have a good figure. Good looks, temperament, talent, and taste. It's not his fault for being born like this, but it's his fault for wandering around. Wang Wan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was letting the butler vent his anger first, so he naturally knew what to say. When Steward Chen heard what the two kids said and had to face their disdainful eyes, his face turned green and then white. Steward Zhang, however, burst into laughter at the side. He looked gratefully at the young master and young madam and said, "Young master, young madam, it's all my fault. In a moment, I'll tell the people over there that they can't let anything in. Please punish them." At this time, Steward Zhang had an impulse to cry. The young master and young madam were really good. They helped him say these words that no one would have thought of. He didn't expect that these two little ancestors were not only good at making money, managing and scheming, but also so good at insulting others. They were really like immortals. Steward Chen felt bad for a while. Finally, he remembered who had the upper hand now. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, "You are the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, right? How old are you? Where are your parents? Where are you from?" Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Steward Chen and asked with a sneer, "I am the steward of the Qin family in Zhuangzi." Steward Chen calmed down. He always felt a little absent-minded when facing the two kids. "Oh, steward? I thought you were the head of the family. What does your master do? What rank is he?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "My master doesn't have an official position. He specializes in big business." Steward Chen replied, "Business? Businessman? You're not even a farmer? Don't you know that this is where the government lives? How can you be so unruly? Xiaobao, business is really bad. Look at his steward. How can he be a steward with this kind of appearance? Don't tell me that your sister is your master's concubine?" At this time, Wang Wan said, "Who said that the people of the second bureau wouldn't insult others?" Wang Wan's innocent appearance made people vomit blood. Wang Wan was just casually saying. She didn't know that Steward Chen was really her master's concubine. Her words were like a knife that stabbed into Steward Chen's chest. Steward Chen felt his vision go black and he almost fainted. After shaking his head twice, Steward Chen couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, "My master will give you a chance. As long as you promise to sell 30% of the rice to my Chen family at the normal price, my family will give you water and let you pass. Think about it carefully. After you think about it, go to the Qin family and beg my master." "Humph, you two kids, let me tell you, because of you, your family has to give 10% more rice. Originally, 20% was enough, but now it's not enough." After he finished speaking, he still felt angry and stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan turned her head and didn't want to talk to this person. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. "Go back quickly. Ah, the outside world is not suitable for you. Now I'm telling you, because of what you said, the Qin family will go bankrupt. Take care of yourself. Steward Zhang, let's go. Why bother with a crazy person?" As soon as Xiaobao finished speaking, the three of them walked towards the small river. Steward Zhang protected the two little ancestors who helped him vent his anger. From time to time, he would look back and smile at Steward Chen. Steward Chen really wanted to beat the two kids, but he didn't dare. He felt that if he really rushed over, he might die here. He didn't know why, but he had this kind of idea. After standing there for a while, he turned around and left, waiting for the Zhang family to come to the Chen family to ask for help. Then he would take revenge. When he turned around and left in a pile of firewood, 20 steps away from where he stood just now, a person put away the longbow in his hand and continued to lie down, half asleep. In a tree hole on the other side, someone put down the crossbow, spat to the side, narrowed his eyes, and stopped moving. "Steward Zhang, are you still angry? Later you can still make them angry, even their family head." Zhang Xiaobao said to Steward Zhang, "Little young master, little miss, today I did vent my anger. I didn't expect you and little young master to be so powerful. I admire you. I'm not angry now." Which family steward was wronged and the little young master and little miss of the main family helped him. I'm so old, and I'm most grateful to my father and mother for giving birth to me in the Zhang family. Steward Zhang had already vented his anger, so he spoke incoherently. At the same time, he also knew the little ancestor's ability. He estimated that Steward Qin wouldn't be able to eat or sleep when he went back. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed Steward Zhang's flattery and said, I left him for you. Otherwise, cuckoo, and I would have made him angry. Little young master. Yes, little young master is right. Steward Zhang didn't care whether little young master was talking nonsense or really had the ability. Anyway, little young master was right. The rest was up to him. Humph! Was the Zhang family so easy to mess with? The three of them talked and laughed as they came to the place where the explosion was going to happen. On the other side, there were already people preparing to fill the sandbags. Wang Wan was personally in charge of positioning and estimating the amount of gunpowder. She looked left and right and asked people to empty the place she was sure of. That was the shovel and then the gunpowder. A long line of gunpowder was pulled out and only stopped when it was 200 meters away from the other side. Everyone else dispersed. Wang Wan personally lit the fuse and watched as the line of gunpowder flew towards the other side. Accompanied by a loud boom, the remaining area was directly blasted open. Water flowed down the dug river. The people on the other side threw sandbags down one after another. It didn't take long for the other side to be blocked. The water in the river disappeared in an instant. Okay, now we just need to wait. Steward Zhang, I'll leave the things here to you. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked towards between the clouds and the water. Steward Zhang stood there in high spirits and waited. At first, he waited for a servant of the Chen family, but when he arrived, he didn't say anything. He looked at him and then turned and ran away. After more than half an hour, more than 50 people appeared. The person in the front was Steward Qin. He walked and said something to the person behind him. When they arrived, Steward Chen directly shouted to Steward Zhang, Steward Zhang, what do you mean by this? Why did you block our side? There hasn't been much rain recently. I'm afraid that Zhuangzi is short of water, so I blocked it. Steward Zhang now felt that life was too good. When he went there, that was what Steward Zhang said. Your river. My river is jointly owned by the Wang family and the Gu family. This place belongs to both of our families. Why don't you sue us? Steward Gu. Steward Zhang wasn't anxious at all. He asked Steward Gu, who also came to help. Yes, that's right. There hasn't been much rain recently, so we have to block the river between our two families. Steward Gu said cooperatively. Steward Zhang then said, this river really can't be used anymore. Why don't you think of other ways? If you want to dig a well, we can help. We'll pay you the usual wages, and you'll have to eat and drink like how we treat the farmers. When Steward Zhang said this, he pinched his leg hard with his hand. He was afraid that he couldn't help but laugh, so his face turned red. This time, the people of the Qin family were dumbfounded, especially Qin Gingxin and Housekeeper Qin. Housekeeper Qin told the old master about what happened that day. Qin Gingxin laughed at that time. He didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly. Qin Gingxin glared fiercely at Housekeeper Qin and asked him to go up and plead for mercy. Housekeeper Chen had no choice but to squeeze out a smile and said to Housekeeper Zhang, Housekeeper Zhang, look, our two farms are next to each other. We are neighbors, so we will have to help each other in the future. Do you think you can go easy on us? Steward Zhang was waiting for the sentence. He turned back and smiled at the people he brought. When he turned back, he cupped his hands and said to Steward Qin, No, don't. The Zhang family's farmstead doesn't want to have anything to do with your Qin family's farmstead. The two original farmsteads are finished. What if they implicate you? Tomorrow, no. Today, I'll get people to plant thorns there. Please be magnanimous and don't have anything to do with the Zhang family's farmstead. Chapter 288. Yesterday, the river flowed past my door. Today it has stopped. I asked the river to go to the other side. The sky is blue. That was the thought of Steward Chen and Steward Zhang. One day, in just one day, their master and subordinate positions had undergone a great change. Both of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. The day before yesterday, just the day before yesterday, Steward Chen felt that he had stepped on the clouds. He didn't expect that he would be kicked down and flattened. Looking at Steward Zhang's appearance and hearing what Steward Zhang said, he felt that it would be good if it was just a dream. The Zhang family was indeed worthy of their reputation. Steward Zhang was not calm at this time. The young master was indeed the young master. He was as calm as a mountain and as swift as thunder. With the young master in charge, the two Zhuangzi didn't seem to have to worry about anything. They just had to go forward. No matter if they got into trouble or were wronged, they didn't have to be afraid. They would be safe when they returned home. Finally, Steward Chen lowered his head and said, "Steward Zhang, I have offended you 2 days ago. Please be magnanimous and treat it as a dream. What do you think we should do?" Dream? It's fine if it's a dream. Life is a dream. When you wake up, no matter what happens, the sky is still the sky, the earth is still the earth, and people are still people. The water still can't be changed. Steward Zhang wouldn't let go of the water just because of Steward Chen's words. The water level was not enough for boats to sail here in the future. Chun Gingxin came here with a group of people to tear down the dam. Seeing that the Zhang family had 5 times more people than them, and some of them were holding crossbows, he had no choice but to suppress his thoughts. Seeing that the steward couldn't do it, he had to stand up and say to Steward Zhang, "You must be Steward Zhang." Good idea. But the river doesn't seem to belong to the Wang and Ge families, right? If it's like this, the families who live on both sides of the Yellow River can change the river's course at will. The Chun family's road can belong to Zhuangzi. Why can't the Wang and Ge families' river belong to them? This was Sanshui County. If the head of the Qin family was not convinced, he could go to the Yamen to complain. There were more than 700 Yamen runners in Sanshui County. Perhaps they would act impartially and arrest the Wang and Ge families. Or Lord Qin could write a memorial to accuse my master of bullying the people and taking advantage of the water. My master is currently in the capital, and he might be arrested. Not to mention the imperial examinations, he might even be thrown into prison in Chang'an. Oh, I forgot, Lord Chun is not an official, so he can't submit a memorial to the higher-ups. How about this? Master Qin will personally head to the capital and report to County Magistrate Pei. If you feel that there is no way to find your way, you can look for the registrar, who is County Magistrate Chang of Sanshui County. Steward Zhang was naturally not afraid of whose family the river belonged to. If the Chun family had the ability to take over the river, then why couldn't the Zhang family do the same? Chun Gingxin also thought of this. Even if he spent money to get someone to investigate, they would definitely find out that his house was blocking the road. Thinking of this, he took a few steps forward and came to the housekeeper's side. Before anyone could react, he slapped housekeeper Chen's face. "It's all your fault. You took advantage of the fact that I didn't care about family matters to privately block the river and block the road. Wait and see how I deal with you when we get back." After slapping housekeeper Chen Gingxin turned to Steward Zhang and said, "Steward Zhang, it's my fault for not being strict enough. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Steward Zhang, this water?" "Lord Qin, the water has been diverted, and it can't be diverted back. Lord Qin is a noble, and usually you don't have time to care about this kind of thing. It's better to let nature take its course." Steward Zhang felt sorry for housekeeper Qin. Look, housekeeper Qin took advantage of the situation, but when something happened, he was used as a punching bag. It was not easy being a housekeeper. Chun Gingxin thought that a slap would be enough, but he didn't expect the Zhang family to be so difficult to deal with. He hesitated and finally said, "Is the Zhang family's wife here? I have some cloth business to discuss with the Zhang family. The Zhang family also has a cloth business in the capital, right? I don't have the final say in this business. There are other bigger cloth businesses. I can take this opportunity to introduce them to Mrs. Zhang. The water is not urgent." Steward Zhang understood as soon as he heard this. No wonder Chen Gingxin dared to lay hands on the Zhang family. It turned out that there was a person in the cloth business who was related to him, saying this was a threat. Steward Zhang was about to tell this matter to the little child, but he suddenly remembered that the little child said that he would take care of the Chen family's business alone. In this case, he couldn't ask the little child for help. He thought about it and said, "Lord Chen, you don't know. The business of the shops in the capital has been bad, and they are preparing to close. The business of the restaurant is not bad. Does Lord Chen have the help of those who run the restaurant? Then I will go back and discuss with Mrs. Zhang. I can't help with other things." Chen Gingxin didn't expect the Zhang family to be so stubborn. They would rather close the business than go easy on him. He frowned and thought about it, not knowing what to do. Steward Chen, who had been slapped, finally couldn't help but stand up and say, "You Zhang family shouldn't go too far. Your family head is going to the capital to take the imperial exam. Even if the Chen family has to go bankrupt, we won't let him pass. Who is so powerful? To be able to take care of the imperial court's imperial exam, let me see. You must be very capable. In this case, doesn't it mean that whoever your Qin family wants to be the top scorer will be the top scorer? This marquis doesn't know who the examiner is. Could it be that you already know? Tell me, let this marquis take a look." Li Sun came over and happened to hear Steward Chen's words. He asked with a sullen face, Just kidding. Little prince, don't take it seriously. There's something wrong with Steward Chen's head. He often says the wrong things." Chen Gingxin quickly explained. At the same time, he glared at the steward. Didn't he know to look at the people around him when he spoke? Li Sun turned around and looked at the head of the Qin family. He said, "I think there is something wrong with your head. Otherwise, why would you use this kind of steward? Why would you dare to have any ideas about the Zhang family? There are people from the cloth trade. Amazing. I wonder how much that cloth trade can help you?" Yes, little prince is right. There is something wrong with his head. The cloth trade is just a business. There is no such thing as helping or not helping. Steward Qin didn't dare to say anything about the cloth trade. His status there wasn't high. This was a critical time for the imperial exam. How could the cloth trade's people offend the marquis for him? In that case, what are you still doing here? It's just the river changing its course. Which river hasn't changed its course? Don't make a fuss. Go back first. I will think of a solution with you. Li Sun casually talked about the change of the river. He waved his hand and coaxed these people as if they were flies. The head of the Chen family revealed a wry smile. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He said goodbye to Li Sun while leading his people back. After the Chen family left, Steward Zhang immediately came over and asked Li Sun, "Little prince, why are you here? Is it okay if I don't come? The water on Zhuangzi has been cut off. I have to come and see where to get water. This year, the Li family is planting rice all over Zhuangzi. I want the seeds from your family." Of course. Li Sun didn't want to tear down the dam. He planned to come here and see where he could dig a small hole. He would find someone to make a ditch. Steward Zhang had an idea. When he heard Li Sun's words, he said, "Little prince, there is no need to get water from here. There is a small river in front of our house. It has less water than here, but it is enough for the Li family's Zhuangzi. As long as it rains, there will be more water. Looking at the sky, it seems that there will be rain in a few days. Little prince, why don't you dig a river over there? The Zhang family and Wang family still have water from the pond and well. It will be troublesome to make a hole here." "That's good. I can also help the Chen family. The Chen family has more than 3,000 mu of land. It's not easy." Li Sun thought for a while and said. Steward Zhang was stunned. "Little prince, you want to help the Qin family? Of course, this marquis won't take sides at this time. This marquis cares for the people of the world. I will help. I must help. We can't lack water during the spring plowing. 5 strings of money a day. No, that's too much. 200 copper coins per mu. We will split it 50-50 with each family. 200 strings of money. 100 copper coins per family. It will be the same every year. We can't ask for too much. 1 mu can produce about 3 dan, which is only a few hundred copper coins. If we take out 200 copper coins, we won't have much left. But we can't give water for free, right? Li Sun was calculating. If he wanted to charge 200 copper coins for 1 mu of water, then the Chen family would have to plant rice as well. Rice was more expensive, but if they planted other crops, they would suffer a loss. They did not use much water, and the grains they produced would not be worth more than 400 copper coins per mu of water. When Steward Zhang heard this, he was dumbfounded. There was a limit to the rent that the villagers paid. Even if the main family wanted more, they couldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, the villagers would starve to death. According to this amount of money, the Chun family would have to pay 60 to 70 copper coins per mu if they collected rent from the villagers normally. If they asked for more, they would have to pay 30 to 40 copper coins. If they didn't want to pay, then the farmers didn't need to live anymore. Unless they could produce the same amount of rice as the Zhang family and Wang family's zhuangzi, averaging 4 dan per mu. If they wanted to make a fortune from farming, then it was impossible. Especially Li Sun's last sentence, it was the same every year. In other words, the Chen clan was losing money every year. As long as they still wanted the manor, they could forget about earning money. At most, they could just keep some food at home in case of emergency. Little Prince, aren't you asking for too much? If they add this money to the farmers, then they won't be able to survive. Steward Zhang reminded him in a low voice. It's good that they don't want to work. My family is short of people. This marquis cares for the common people of the world, so I can find a way for them to live. It's also fine if it's cheaper. 100 copper coins per mu, or 50 copper coins. This marquis also wants to open a cloth shop in the capital. It just so happens that they have a cloth shop. This marquis cares for the common people of the world, so I can help them sell some. Li Sun was thinking about the cloth shop. He was now helping the Zhang family and wanted to stand up for this matter. Chapter 289. The spring plowing finally began vigorously. At this time, one could see the strength of each family in Zhuangzi. Whichever family had more livestock, that family was definitely not ordinary. The Zhang family and Wang family mobilized more than 500 cattle to work in the fields. Some of the fields were directly filled with rice straws, so there was no need to plow at all. They only needed to add fertilizer, and some of the fields had to be plowed several times. Beside the fields were the people sent by the main family to help with the cooking. Before the farmers went to work, they all drank a mouthful of wine. Those who drank more than 50 degrees only drank a mouthful and did not dare to drink too much. The Gu family also got nearly 30 cattle in Zhuangzi. This year, the farmers of the Gu family wanted to compete with the Zhang family and Wang family. In the past, they could say that the tools were not good, there were not enough cattle, and their bodies could not compare. This year, there was no other reason. Guingxi gave them all that he could. If it was like last year, they fell behind by a large margin. Without the main family being angry, the farmers themselves would be sullen to death. Li Sun also thought of ways to get some livestock. He could not find too many cattle. The Zhang family and Wang family had never stopped buying and breeding cattle. The older calves were almost 2 years old and could do some work. However, Li Sun had other ideas. He got a group of horses. There were more than 300 horses. These horses were not good enough to be used as military horses, but they were better horses to pull carriages. If they were used to plow the fields, everyone who saw them would feel distressed. The horses were faster than the cattle, but they did not have as much stamina. Taking turns, they were not slower than the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Chun family accepted Li Sun's idea. They spent 50 copper coins to buy water for 1 mu of land. In the future, they would also provide all kinds of silk cloth for evaluation to Li Sun and Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Housekeeper Chen was no longer a housekeeper. When he returned home that day, he was severely beaten. Chun Gingxin pushed all the blame onto housekeeper Chen. Even if his concubine pleaded for him, it was useless. This time he miscalculated. He thought that the little prince would not help the Zhang family with such great fanfare. He thought that he could contend with the Zhang family by relying on the cloth trade behind him. In the end, he realized that the Zhang family was still the same Zhang family that no one could take advantage of. He could only suppress this anger in his heart and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Now it was impossible. The people in the cloth trade were also promoting some people to take the imperial examinations. As long as these people became officials, it would be very beneficial to the cloth trade. They really did not have the leisure to care about other things. If there was no imperial examinations, it was not a big deal to provoke a marquis. In the future, they would not do anything in other people's fief. But now they did not dare. Who knew what kind of effect a marquis would have in the imperial examinations? In the capital, County Magistrate Chung had a good time these days. It was spring plowing, and everyone used a curved plow. Every time this happened, they would think of County Magistrate Chung, who made this plow. It was said that the emperor had mentioned him in person. The other officials immediately began to curry favor with County Magistrate Chung. County Magistrate Chung took this opportunity to start a big banquet. Usually, he went to two big markets, the East Market and the West Market. The places he chose were naturally the Zhuangzi's Embrace and the Success House. Every time, he would bring Father Zhang and introduce the people who would attend the banquet to him. The status of these people was not too high, but there were too many people. The officials below the fourth rank kept coming, but the higher-ranking officials did not come. Some of them received a letter from Minister Bai, who had not decided whether to resign or not, and some of them received a letter from the little prince. They were all waiting there. There was still a month to go before the imperial examination in spring. They were not in a hurry now. They were waiting for others to work, and then they could work according to the situation. On this day, Li Sun found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about a new plow. For example, they wanted to shorten the shaft a little, increase the curvature a little, and change some parts to iron. This way it would be slightly more convenient, flexible, and durable. The head of the curved plow used by the rich was iron, while the poor could only use wood. Naturally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used iron. Make some texture at the place where the hand is holding. It will be more comfortable to hold it, just like the handlebars of a bicycle. Wang Wan drew on a drawing and said, she and Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the best plow would be like in the future, and they couldn't remember it either. Usually, they didn't care much about it, but they would ask the villagers if there was anything that made them uncomfortable when they used it. The villagers would tell the two of them what they were dissatisfied with. The handlebars looked simple, but the hands of those who worked would inevitably be stained with mud. When they held the handlebars, there would be some sand between their hands and the handlebars, which was uncomfortable. To solve this problem, they could wear gloves, but they would not feel good, so there were no thin gloves. They also could not put a basin of water at the side and wash it from time to time. The two of them thought about it and decided to carve texture on the handlebars. If there was sand on their hands, it would fall off after a few rubs. It could also increase the friction. As for the length and degree of curvature of the shaft arm, it was also changed according to the suggestions of the villagers. When plowing, it was impossible to maintain a good straight distance with the hand holding the plow. When walking in front, because the place where the force was applied was different, it would deviate and need to be adjusted. This was also a laborious work. During the adjustment process, they would press down on the handlebars and let the weiwei in front of them lift up. The longer the position in front of the fulcrum, the longer the resistance arm would be. If the resistance arm was shortened alone, the direct force of the force at the back of the fulcrum would be greater, and the bending could be reduced. As for the replacement of parts in some places with iron, it was because the plow was not always spoilt. When plowing on the ground, the wear and tear was relatively large. Often, after plowing, they had to stop and change a part. When the soil was slightly bigger or hardened, they had to change more often. Every time they changed, they would waste some time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not care about the consumption of time. What they cared about was the speed of plowing. They had to be faster than the Gu family and the Li family next to them. The villagers always had to be first to be more confident. While the two of them were discussing how to take advantage of the time to change, Li Sun came in. No one stopped him from entering and leaving the place where the two of them were. As soon as he came in, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang with their heads together, muttering and drawing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also heard the sound. When they looked back, they saw that it was Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly greeted, "Young Master Li, how come you have the leisure to come here?" Li Sun did not speak directly. Instead, he walked a few steps to the table and looked at the drawing on it. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang and said, "Good for you guys. I helped you guys in vain. Now that you have something good, you don't want to give it to me to use. Others say that the curved plow was made by Cheng Anren. I don't believe it." Sure enough. At this point, Li Sun paused and put on an apologetic look. She then looked at another picture and asked with a frown, "What is this? Shoes? Can these shoes be worn?" The other drawing did indeed show a pair of shoes, but they were made of wood. This was not a big deal, as most people who could not afford to wear leather boots did so. However, the front of the shoes was carved out of a whole piece of wood, a space big enough for 5 toes to fit in. Li Sun could not figure out what the two of them were going to do with such a useless piece of wood. Zhang Xiaobao pulled the drawing over and explained it to Li Sun. "My family and the Wang family have some broken stones in the fields. If you go in barefoot like other people, your feet will be finished. Wearing these shoes is much better. You don't have to worry about being scratched, because in the mud, if there is wood in front, you won't get stuck in the mud." Li Sun finally understood. Yes, you Zhuangzi people care about the farmers. You don't care about wasting wood. Then what's the matter with this plow? It doesn't seem to be any different from the current one. Li Sun pointed at the drawing of the plow and asked. This drawing only changed the proportions of some places. There was also a grid drawn on the handrail. If one did not look carefully and was not familiar with this aspect, one would not be able to tell the difference at all. This is just a drawing for fun. I want to see if it can be more useful. First, I will make a batch for my own use. Then I will tell others. Just tell this to Registrar Zhao. Sanshui County cannot always be without a county magistrate. Registrar Zhao has always been in charge of it. Since he can manage it, why not let him be the county magistrate? Zhang Xiaobao also had plans for this. Although it was only a small improvement, if it could increase the efficiency by 10%, then they might be able to plow more during the entire spring. The first plow was to turn over the soil. Later on, it was to let the fertilizer mix better with the soil. Li Sun looked at the drawing carefully again and did not see any difference. His interest was also reduced. "Oh, then you guys can try it first. If it is useful, I will make some changes to the one in Zhuangzi." After saying this, Li Sun said again, "The school has started to be built. They asked me to find more people to join us. I am just thinking about who to find." "So anxious? Fine, young Masterly, you can find people to join us, but you can't take out the money now and let them continue to invest. Then, according to our agreement, are the documents of the 3 workshops and the 3 schools under our management and not under their management?" Based on Li Sun's words, Zhang Xiaobao knew that those people had no money. The workshop had been doing odd jobs, but they had not sold anything. Because the workers' skills were not good enough, they could only break even. However, the craftsmen had to be paid, their meals had to be paid, and the apprentices had to be paid as well. It seemed that each person did not have much money, but there were many people. They said that they did not have 90,000 strings of coins, but they did not have that much money. A few days ago, they took out another 10,000 strings of coins. Those people did not have much money. If they did not find more people to join them, they would collapse. The dock had not been built yet, and only a site had been marked out. Yes, that's how it was signed. When they signed, they were not willing. Later, I used my status as a marquee to pressure them. I also said that after the dock was built, it would be theirs. So, who do you think I should find? How many people should I find? Li Sun mentioned the matter of the document. He seemed to feel that it was not good to use his status to pressure them. Chapter 290. Li Sun was a fool. He didn't know that he was caught in the middle. It was a battle of wits between Zhang Xiaobao and those people. Without Zhang Xiaobao's help, he would have lost the 10,000 strings of cash and offended many people. After all, he was the one who found people to join. Others would end up losing everything and could only blame him. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say that he could find people, he asked, "Then how do you think we should find people?" Find people. First, find people who can invest money. Tell them that there will be ships in 3 years. For now, we will only build ships that can be used in ordinary rivers. We will form our own fleet and sell ships. As long as they buy a ship from our dock, we will not need to spend money to maintain it. For example, if there is a hole somewhere they can find us, we will send people to tow the ship or repair it directly. They will pay for the wood. If there is none, we will sell it to them at a slightly higher price. We don't need to pay for the repairs. If their ship hits a big rock and breaks apart, as long as they pick up the board or something, we will use the board to add some materials to build a new ship. We will only take a portion of the cost. However, all the ships we sell must be marked with our dock's logo in an obvious position. When they ship things to our supermarket, they can only take 90% of the shipping cost. During busy seasons, they will give us priority to ship things. Zhang Xiaobao made use of everything that could be used. Rivers and canals required many ships. It was impossible for a dock to take care of all of them. They could only sell as many ships as possible. Even if the ship in the southernmost part broke down, as long as they were willing to wait, they would send people to repair it. If they hit a reef on the Yangtze River, as long as they could really get the board back, they would give them a discount. It was impossible for everyone to have the leisure to do so. What they wanted was a reputation. Li Sun couldn't tell the benefits of doing so. Thinking of the person behind this, he agreed. Then let's do that. I'll find people and discuss it with them. Don't. When you find people, tell them first. Don't let them know. They don't have much money. It's impossible for them to build a ship in a year. Liar, when they can't give you the 10,000 strings of cash and run away, you can find others to join. We will do it ourselves. We can't just throw it to that place for nothing. Zhang Xiaobao could only tell Li Sun the truth. Otherwise, if Li Sun found people to invest, those people would continue to survive. Liar? How did you lie? Xiaobao, tell me. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao's words just now, he felt like he was no longer in the human world. How did he suddenly become a liar? Zhang Xiaobao told Li Sun what Wang Wan said and said to Li Sun, "Now, let them take out the money they should take out. You gave them 10,000 strings of cash, and I gave them 20,000 strings of cash. One merit is 70,000 strings of cash. They now have to take out at least 10,000 strings of cash. Do you think they can take it out? Send someone to find out who they have been in contact with these days, especially when you gave us 10,000 strings of cash a few days ago. Ask them, and you will know what they want to do." Li Sun had never heard of such a thing. Now that he heard it, he was stunned and blinked his eyes. It could be said that a huge wave was set off in his heart. When he first came, he wanted to help the Zhang family. In the past, he always took advantage of them. Now that he heard these words, he realized that things were not that simple at all. No wonder Master was relieved when he found out that this matter was related to the Zhang family. It seemed that Master should have noticed that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. So that was the case. Li Sun was not in the mood to talk about other things. He hurriedly left the Zhang family and found someone to investigate what those people had been doing these days. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they continued to draw the blueprint from the night before. After drawing some more, they felt that it was about time and immediately got someone to make it for them, especially the shoes. For the past 2 days, the villagers in the farmstead had been wearing normal shoes. Previously, they had tried barefoot and found that they couldn't walk at all. The wheat and rice stones below not only separated the feet, but they could also accidentally cut the feet. There weren't so many craftsmen in Zhuangzi. They were all in the fields. Fortunately, there were many craftsmen who didn't need to farm among the people digging the river. They stopped digging the river first and rushed to make new plows with all their might. In one day, they actually modified more than 200 sets. The people who made the shoes were a little slower. Zhuangzi didn't have that much good wood, so they had to get it from elsewhere. They could only let the villagers wear ordinary shoes to work in the fields first. The masters would make them again in the future. Once the new plows were used, the speed really increased. Li Sun came again. "Quick, give me 2 sets of your new plows. I will also go back and ask someone to make them. I have asked someone to look at them. They said that the changes were not big and they are easy to use. This credit will be given to Registrar Zhao, as you said. There will be a new round of officials soon. I will think of a way to let Registrar Zhao be the county magistrate, let Deputy Zhang be the registrar, and let Deputy Dao take the position of Deputy County Magistrate. Then, Childly, please take care of it. In the future, Sanshui County will at least be stable for a few years. You don't have to worry about the new county magistrate. Have you asked about those people?" Zhang Xiaobao also planned to do so. After Sanshui County had a dock, it was a little unstable. He had to take control of this place. When the time came, he would send the county magistrate one by one. Wasn't it just a political achievement? It was a simple thing. When Li Sun was asked about those people, his face turned a little ugly. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." In these days, they actually borrowed some money from others. 20,000 strings of coins. They even told those people that when the time comes, they will secretly use good materials to make boats for them. They will only pay for ordinary materials. It seems that they really don't have money. Today, I will ask someone to find them and ask them to bring more than 10,000 strings of coins to me. If they can't take it out, then they are lying. At that time, it was written in the document that they can take the land if they want, but they can't take the rest of the money back. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he also admired those people. In order to find a big flag, they actually deceived others to give money to Li Sun. They were ambitious and dared to do anything. Just like the people from Tubo, they were prepared to kill people in the Zhang family. They were really well informed. Tubo, daring? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of these 2 words. He linked the 2 things together and said to Li Sun, "Send people to continue to investigate. See where they came from and whether they had contact with people from Tubo. If they succeed in the dock, it will be summer at that time, and it will be impossible to harvest much food here. In addition, there are some people who are hiding and want to destroy the dock. When the time comes, a lot of money will be cheated by them. Do you think that the cheated people want to make up for the loss? Will they sell food here at a high price? Will the cheated people not think of this idea, and someone will remind them? You said that the people who did business with me were sent by Tubo? Do you want to stir up some trouble here?" Li Ji wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. There was a lingering fear in his heart. If that was really the case, then he would be considered a part of it. When the price of food here increased and people started to hoard, Royal Uncle would definitely send people to investigate. After investigating and finding out that he was a part of it, then Li Sun did not dare to think about what would happen next. He thanked him and did not even have time to care about the new plow. He turned and ran. When he was outside, he shouted to the guards, "Quick, go back to Zhuangzi with me. Call the others back." The guards did not know what was going on and followed Li Sun back. Li Sun ran 2 steps and stopped. He pointed to a guard and said, "Carry me. Run quickly. When we get back, you will be rewarded." The guard did not think about the reward. Since the little prince asked him to carry him, he could only carry him. The crowd took turns to carry Li Sun back to Zhuangzi. Headmaster, headmaster, something bad happened. I am in trouble. Think of something, quickly. As soon as Li Sun returned to Zhuangzi, he went to the study. Seeing that there was no one in the study, he ran and shouted. It was the people in the yard who told him that someone was loosening the soil in the back garden. When Li Sun found the middle-aged man, he was loosening the soil bit by bit with a small shovel in his hand. Sometimes he would poke a stick into the soil. Headmaster, something bad happened. I was cheated and almost became their accomplice. Help me think of a way. How can I find out their background? Li Sun stood in front of the middle-aged man and said while panting. The middle-aged man did not know what he was talking about. He asked in confusion, Who cheated the little prince? Zhang Zhuangzi? No, it's the people who want to build the dock. They don't have that much money. They want to. Li Sun told the middle-aged man what Zhang Xiaobao had said in the past 2 days. When he finished, he said, I need to find out their background. Right now, I need to investigate their background. I don't have that many people around me who can investigate. Whether it is true or not, we will know when the time comes. If it isn't, then let them build the docks properly. Also, don't let them have the authority to control it. Rewrite the document. If it is true, then send it to the higher-ups. So it's like this? There's no lack of capable people in Tubo. They know the weakness of our dynasty. When the time comes, they will send troops again. We won't be able to provide too much food. There is no food in the capital. They only need to send spies here and spread the news. The people will be in chaos. The middle-aged man was also shocked. After thinking about it, there were many things that Tubo could do. Looking at Li Sun's anxious expression, he let out a sigh of relief and said, There's no need to be anxious. Let's first report this matter to the prince and let him send people to investigate. You have to capture the person first. Regardless of whether you captured the right person or not, wait until the prince has news before making a decision. Chapter 291. Li Sun was stunned. He suddenly remembered that it was Zhang Xiaobao who told him directly. There was no one else. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao also had the same ability? Teacher, when I was looking for Zhang Zhuangzi, it was Xiaobao who told me about the workshop. These days, I didn't see any forces from the Zhang family specifically looking for information in the county. Could it be that when Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about making money, the people behind him found out something? Li Sun told the middle-aged man what happened that day. The middle-aged man couldn't figure it out either. Unless Zhang Xiaobao was so powerful that he directly predicted that someone was going to cheat Li Sun. This was absolutely impossible, and the Zhang family had been busy with other things. How could they have the time to train people to look for information? Little Prince, could it be? There are many yamen runners in the county. Those yamen runners didn't do what they do now. They have some tricks up their sleeves. With the relationship between the Zhang family and the yamen, they can mobilize these yamen runners. It was the yamen runners who helped them find out. Zhang Zhongren felt that this was the case. There had to be a reason. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, I know that in the future I will look for Zhang Xiaobao. Don't be afraid of being cheated. This time we even made a profit. No wonder his family kept delaying taking out the 20,000 strings of coins. They didn't plan to take it out at all. Li Sun was worried just now, but now he felt that it was fine. He captured them first and didn't have to worry about them causing trouble. At this moment, a guard hurried over. Little Prince, when those people went to look for them, they didn't see them. I heard that they left together and took a boat to the west at Wei River. As for where they are now, I don't know. What? Headed west? Ran away. Then they must be related to the people who were almost killed by Little Red's poultry 2 days ago. Now that they know the news, they think that the matter has been exposed, so they ran away. Chase them. Chase them for this marquis. Send a fast horse over, and send a letter to the prefecture to let my father search the entire prefecture. When Li Sun heard the guard's words, he knew that there was no need to investigate further. Those people were in cahoots. thinking of the consequences if he didn't cooperate with Zhang Zhuangzi. He was scared and angry. He shouted for people to chase after them. The middle-aged man was relieved and advised, "Little prince, don't be angry." They ran away. The shipyard, workshop, and school, as well as the money they took out before and the money they swindled, all belonged to the little prince and Zhang Zhuangzi. Yes, that's right. It saved me some effort to have people catch them. I'm not angry at all. After all, I'm the one who made the profit. Xiao Bao also told me about the shipyard. I can find someone to invest and build a good shipyard. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a good place. I'll discuss with Xiao Bao. Li Sun was still angry, but he wasn't as angry as before. Thinking of his gains this time, he smiled. As long as he kept in contact with the Zhang family in the future, there was no need to worry. After saying this, Li Sun excitedly went to Zhang Zhuangzi. He still had 2 sample plows to bring back. The matter of writing a letter was left to his master. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stay idle either. They received the letter from Mr. Zhang. They took the official route and sent it directly to Sanshui County through County Magistrate Cheng. When Sanshui County saw the letter, they sent someone to deliver it to Zhang Zhuangzi. It took 6 days for the 3 letters and several small items in the capital city to arrive. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sighed. It was so fast to take the official route. Otherwise, it would take more than a month to bring the letters back. It was considered abusing power for personal gain. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter from Old Master Zhang and Old Madam Zhang. Zhang Xiaobao didn't see the letter from Jiang Wang clan at all. In the letter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she praised Zhang Xiaobao a little and asked him to be obedient at home and not cause any trouble. She also asked him to reply to the letter. Zhang Xiaobao told his family not to tell others what happened here. He only told them the good things. After he finished writing the letter, he asked the yamen runners to bring it back. At the same time, he also brought back a few new plows. He wanted to send them to Registrar Zhao and Zhou Shihu. This time he asked him to do it. There was only one thing left to do, which was to plan the digging of the river. After the digging was done, the spring plowing would be almost done. The river would rise, and his father would start the examination. As for whether the road that was blocked by the Qin family could be opened or not, Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. Who would want to travel by land when there was a waterway? Carriages weren't that sturdy. It was easy for them to break down after a while, especially Gulu. Usually, those who traveled by carriage would have to bring along good tools to repair the carriage and some oil for the axle. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't care about the Qin family. The relationship between a businessman and an official couldn't be compared to the relationship between an official and an official. If someone were to find someone to deal with the Zhang family, that person's first consideration would be the Zhang family status. Keep the mud and throw it into the pond. Or dig a mud pond. Didn't Grandpa want to occupy the 2,000 mu of land? Let him find a broken piece of land and occupy a bit more. When the time comes, we'll give him the mud. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao stood on the small bridge and looked at the scene of those people working. They saw that the mud that was cleaned was black. From time to time, some red insects and leeches would flip out. They thought of an idea. Zhang Xiaobao was talented in this aspect. He immediately understood Wang Wan's plan. That's good too. Just put the mud in the places that can't be used for farming. We should dig a mud pond and put a layer of water on top. Every once in a while, we can let it out and replace it with new water. We can raise these red insects in it and use them to feed the fish. Even if there are leeches, it's fine. They can be used to make medicine and expel blood clots. Have you tried it before? I've tried putting the leeches in places with blood clots. They will drill their suckers in and suck the blood clots. I've heard that some people with rheumatism also use these leeches to recuperate. As for the rest, we can raise loaches. I still like to eat them. They don't like to eat them. We can keep them for ourselves. As long as we raise them in clear water for 2 more days, the earthy smell will be reduced. We can wrap them in egg, white flour, and fry them. Dip them in salt and pepper to eat. They are not worse than eels. They can also be snacks. What snacks? Li Sun came over from Zhuangzi. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao mention snacks, he smacked his lips and asked. He liked to eat snacks behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them could always get some snacks to eat according to the seasons. Every one of them tasted good. Loaches, do you eat them? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, as long as you can eat them, I can eat them. What's the big deal about loaches? I've eaten insects. I've survived in the wild. Since then, I've not been picky about food. I'll eat whatever you cook for me, no matter how bad it is. It can't be compared to those insects and wild vegetables. Li Sun puffed out his chest and said. He seemed to feel very proud. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed at the same time. They didn't know if Li Sun had written a book about it and sent it to the top, but the effect was good. At least Li Sun was more frugal when eating. In the past, when he went to between the clouds and the water, he would ask for a table full of dishes and eat only a few bites. Now he asked for 2 of his favorite dishes and ate them all. What's so funny? I have a place to dig out the silt. Give it to me. Li Sun also knew the value of the silt. After settling under the water for so long, there were rotten leaves and dead fish and shrimps. It was good to use it for farming. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite to Li Sun at all. No, I've talked to Cuckoo. I'll give it to Grandpa Bai. I'll get some wasteland and put the silt there. Grandpa Bai will have more food and money. It's useless to give it to you. When you get the land and run away, the land here will be taken care of by the servants. You won't need it. It's fine to give it to old Shangshu. Xiaobao, those people ran away. My people were a little late. Now, everything belongs to both of our families. You can't spend money blindly. Hurry up and fix the dock and build some boats to transport things. After the spring plowing is over, hurry up and fix the restaurant here. A wooden restaurant must be built before summer. I'm still waiting to make money. When Li Sun heard that the silt was left to Minister Bai, he did not argue with him. Looking at the unfinished restaurant between the clouds and the water, he became anxious. Zhang Xiaobao was also waiting for the spring plowing to end. At that time, he would follow the plan he had discussed with Wang Wan. He would build some small canals at the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. He would also plant some flowers and raise some small fish. He would also build a road on the mountain. When the time comes, this place would become a paradise. He promised, don't worry. When they finish digging the river, I'll find someone who knows how to do that kind of work. It won't take too long. I don't know if my father can be the county magistrate of Huaiyuan County. San Shui County can't do it. It was not easy to get the county magistrate of Huaiyuan County. Didn't Minister Bai say that he will help? As long as someone recommends him, he should be able to come over. When the time comes, the 2 counties next to each other will become your families. It's over. The Qin family is in big trouble. Li Sun imagined that after Zhang Zhong became the county magistrate of Huaiyuan County, Zhang Zhuangzi would be here. He also thought about the Qin family. When that time comes, won't they be constantly making things difficult for them? Zhang Xiaobao immediately denied, I am a good person. My father will also be a good official. He will not accept bribes, nor will he be greedy. He will also not bully the people. Li Sun curled his lips. Your father accepts bribes. He is a fool if he is greedy. Your family is not short of money. I don't know if your father is a good official or not. Anyway, I feel that the Qin family is finished. What if someone forces them to give you money? Then accept it. But it can't be less than what my family has. Ask someone to take the person who wants to give you money to the warehouse. As long as he or she is willing to take out the same amount of money, accept it. My family does not have much money. We're still in debt. Really? Zhang Xiaobao sincerely said to Li Sun. Chapter 292. Sprouts sprouted on both sides of the broad road, and the swallows returned to their homes. There should be no idle people during the spring plowing, and the downtown area was bustling. In Sanshui County, there were not many people buying and selling things in the market at this time of the year. The people were busy farming or waiting for others to bring the plows for repair. However, this year was different. There were many people coming and going, and all kinds of hawking sounds came one after another. The registrar Zhao Xiang and the deputy county magistrate Zhang Mingsheng were busy with some small things. They walked around together, looking at the lives of the people and the bustling scene. All these were thanks to the two of them. Both of them thought so. They had been doing their jobs and did not make trouble. They also did not look for trouble with the Zhang family. That was why Sanshui County could be so prosperous. They greeted the people they knew one by one, and the two of them walked to the dock. There was still a sea of people here. There were fewer people studying, but there were still many people working. There were some people from other counties who did not have fields and did not know how to do any handicrafts. After knowing that there was a shortage of people at the dock, they came to work because they had some strength. There was indeed a shortage of people at the dock. Many people who had fields at home had gone back to farming, and the people from other counties had just replenished the manpower. Those who had finished farming would be given new things to do. The Zhang family had a lot of work, so they were not afraid of not finding a place to work. The people who sold liangpi came out early. They went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to ask for liangpi, and Zhangjia Zhuangzi had to make some for them, even if the weather was not hot yet. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar Zhao Xiang walked and looked and sighed at the changes in Sanshui County in the past 2 years. Brother Xuyang, if there was no Zhangjia Zhuangzi, what would happen to us here? Would there still be a dock? Would there still be those businesses? The registrar Zhao Xiang said happily. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng. Wei Wei shook her head. No, who bought this broken mountain in the first place? When they bought it, many people said that they were stupid. Now we know who is stupid. It's a pity that county magistrate Chang won't be able to see it. He's still busy over there. This summer, we can make a lot of money from selling ice. In winter, we can sell a lot of ice, so we can still sail here. That's right. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is still here. It's not easy for county magistrate Chang to come here. After Jiashan came here, he didn't know how to be stable. He made a lot of trouble and got himself into trouble. I wonder who the next county magistrate will be. Will he also want to make a lot of trouble and suffer losses before giving up? Zhao Xiang had always been thinking about the position of county magistrate. Last time, someone else had taken it away. This time, he felt that there was not much hope. However, he would rather be a registrar here than be a county magistrate elsewhere. He had already fallen in love with Sanshui County, so there was nothing much to worry about. If there were some problems in the county, it was nothing more than someone's chicken running away, someone's child falling down, someone's house leaking. No one in the family could work. Just take the yamen as an example. Now, the yamen's function had been adjusted. Basically, all they did were trivial things like this. Even if it was just building a fence for the yard, someone would come and find them. The people were not afraid of the yamen at all. Of course, they did not just want people to work without paying. Occasionally, there were people who killed pigs at home. They would bring some pig's intestines and make some food according to the recipe given by the Zhang family. They would also make some wine and eat with the yamen runners who were guarding here. When the deputy county magistrate and the registrar caught up, they would also eat together. There was no need to worry about public security. It turned out that the local government runners were all very smart. Out of the 700 local government runners, 600 of them were patrolling everywhere. Even the farthest place of the Qin family now had a local government runner an hour away. Those who wanted to cause trouble were frightened when they saw such a dense patrol. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, knew what Zhao Xiang was thinking. In fact, he also wanted Zhao Xiang to be promoted. He himself was not in the top class. If one said that he was a member of the yamen, then he was. If one said that he was not, then he was not. He could not be promoted directly to the position of county magistrate. He could only wait for Zhao Xiang to be promoted so that he could replace Zhao Xiang's position. Seeing that Zhao Xiang was silent after talking about the next county magistrate, Zhang Mingxing said, "Brother Ji Feng, don't worry. Maybe the next county magistrate will be you. I will also be popular. In the future, Sanshui County will be better. We don't have to worry too much. Just follow what the Zhang family says." I also want to, but the hope is slim. In fact, Zhang Zhezhuangzi also helped a lot. But there are too many people who want this position. Zhao Xiang was not confident at all. This year's Sanshui County was better than previous years. When the river was expanded and connected, maybe a 6th grade official would be willing to come over. Then why don't we go to Zhang Zhezhuangzi and ask if they have any ideas? There is a master there. They are also willing to find an obedient person to take this position. Who among us in the Yamen is disobedient? When Zhang Mingxing talked about Zhang Zhezhuangzi, he suddenly came up with an idea. The two of them went to ask. The Zhang family should have a way. If the new county magistrate could be removed, it would not be too troublesome to find an original county magistrate. Zhao Xiang was also moved, but he shook his head and said, "The Zhang family has too many things to do recently." Zhang Zhong went to take the imperial examination. His family spent a lot of money. They have so many things to do. How can they have time to care about us? We will only make trouble for them. Sigh, we can't do this and we can't do that. Are we really waiting for a new county magistrate? I have my eyes on your position. I am not satisfied. Zhang Mingxing did not hide his thoughts of wanting to go further. For a moment, Zhao Xiang didn't know what to say. He couldn't just resign and give the position to Zhang Mingxing. If that happened, his mother would beat him to death. His mother was also from a scholarly family. She expected him to be a high-ranking official and support the family's reputation. Just when the two of them were worrying about the next county magistrate, a few Yamen runners rushed over. When they saw the two of them, they wiped their sweat and said, "Deputy County Magistrate Zhang, Registrar Zhao, good news, good news." "What good news? Let's hear it." The Deputy County Magistrate looked at the cart and asked, "The Registrar General has good news." The Registrar General saw that the curved plow was not used well. Therefore, he made a slight improvement. He shortened the original plow arm and increased the degree of curvature. He also engraved patterns on the armrest. This way, it is more convenient to change the direction of the plow. The force of impact is less. Even if there is sand on the hands, there is no need to worry about the discomfort. The people all agree that this improvement will benefit them a lot when they are farming. Many people will increase their food supply because of this. The Yamen runner did not know how to practice. When he spoke, his face was full of respect, as if what he said was true. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang were stunned. They stood still and looked at the plow on the cart. It was as if they were in a dream. Zhang Mingxing was the first to react. He said to Zhao Xiang, "How is it?" Zhang Zhezhuangzi really did not forget about us. "It's fine if we don't do anything, but if we do, it will be a political achievement. Quickly, go back and write a memorial and hand it to the higher-ups. Brother Ji Feng, with this political achievement, the position of County Magistrate of Sanshui County will be more secure. Quickly get promoted and don't block my way." Zhao Xiang was not the kind of person who did not want to be an official. Looking at the new plow on the cart, he knew without guessing that the Zhang family did not want another county magistrate. He was already annoyed. If he did not know what to do, he might as well find a rope and hang himself. He laughed and ran directly to the Yamen. After running for dozens of steps, he turned around and ran back. He said to the Yamen runner, "Bring this plow back. I have to draw it. Otherwise, how can I say that there are so many plows sent here? Is there still some with Zhou Shihu? Quickly send them back. It's spring plowing again. County Magistrate is right. There are some with young Master Zhou. I will arrange for someone to send it over." "Sir, please." The Yamen runner was also very happy. He even changed the way he addressed Zhao Xiang. He carried a plow and ran back. The others took the plow from the cart and sent it to Zhou Shihu. "Don't call me that. It's not even close yet." Zhao Xiang was willing to listen to this title, but he still had to say it. Sir, I am not speaking nonsense. This time, if you were not the county magistrate, the Zhang family would be angry. Last time it was fine. This time another person came. I think the Zhang family will directly take him away. Don't you know the ability of the Zhang family? The Yamen runner knew that the registrar official was just saying this, so he continued to flatter him. Back at the Yamen, Zhao Xiang took out the 4 treasures of the study. His hands trembled as he wanted to grind the ink, but he did not have the strength. Zhang Mingsheng had to take it. Brother Ji Feng, don't be anxious. Sit down and rest. You can write when the ink is ready. Zhao Xiang took a few deep breaths. He was not as steady as usual. He also wanted to not be anxious. How could he not be anxious? He was going to be promoted soon. Who would not be anxious? Zhang Mingsheng looked at Zhao Xiang and had a chat with him. Brother Ji Feng, as long as you become the county magistrate, there will be money in the county's account. At that time, you have to be careful. Don't touch things that you shouldn't touch. The Zhang family can give us things and money, but we will not allow any corruption. Of course, the Yamen's money is for the people to work for. It is not for me. Even if I have the courage, I will not touch the money. Just look at County Magistrate Cheng. As long as you do well, the money given by the Zhang family will definitely be more than the money you embezzle. Zhao Xiang did not need Zhang Mingxing to tell him what to do. In the past, he was not greedy for money. His life was ordinary. Now his life was better. The Zhang family sent things to him from time to time. It would be unreasonable for him to be greedy for the people's money. The two of them talked back and forth. Zhao Xiang felt much better. His hand was not as trembling as before when he picked up the brush. He drew the outline of the new plow and then took it apart. He also drew every part of the new plow. He was grateful to the Zhang family. If he did not take the credit, the Zhang family could also use it. After a while, Zhao Xiang finished writing about the new plow. He gave the credit for the improvement of the plow to himself. He was a little embarrassed, but he could not refuse. Chapter 293. What's the good news? Zhang Mingsheng asked first. The two of them had not recovered from the bad news just now, and now there was another good news, which made them feel uncomfortable. That minister wrote a memorial and asked the officials to send it to the capital. He said that Sanshui County's registrar and county magistrate thought that the transportation in the county might be lacking. The river and canal can be expanded so that boats can travel to and from Benzhou to the capital. This move is beneficial for draining water when there is a flood, storing water when there is a drought, good for the health of the people, and good for increasing taxes. It is a great policy. The county magistrate should be able to protect the people and show the kindness of the imperial court. My lord, this river was built by you. Not only did you widen the river and clear the silt, but you also persuaded the local rich to set up small rest pavilions on both sides for people to rest. You also let the people buy and sell on both sides of the pavilions to increase their family's wealth. My lord, you are a good official who serves the country and the people. You did not spend a single cent of the imperial court's money. If you don't take the position of county magistrate, who else has the ability? Congratulations, my lord. The Yamen runner said according to the contents of the memorial, and then began to congratulate him. Why is the minister speaking up for us all of a sudden? The credit of digging the river is also counted as mine? Zhao Xiang could not believe what he heard. He just felt better, but now he was trembling again. He understood that if he had another credit, the position of county magistrate would be stable. No one could take it away from him. Otherwise, where would he be arranged to be? He was also a registrar, and he was so familiar with Sanshui County. The position of county magistrate could only be him. Brother Ji Feng, calm down. Now you know how powerful the Zhang family is. They pushed Brother Ji Feng to the position with 2 hands. I did not expect that they still have the energy to take care of us when they are so busy. But how can the minister help us? He came here to play. Zhang Mingxing was now sure that he was the registrar. He asked others to calm down, but when he spoke, his voice was trembling. The yamen runner explained, "The Zhang family said that no one can touch the silt dug out from the river. The minister has written a memorial to retire and return to his hometown. He is going to buy some wasteland here and keep the silt for the old registrar." I see. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang understood. So much silt had been used to return the favor, but the silt did not belong to them. It belonged to the Zhang family. It seemed that the Zhang family had paid a price. "That's great. Let's submit the 2 booklets together." Zhang Mingxing smiled. Reporting, "Good news, I have good news." Just as he finished speaking, another bailiff ran in and said to Zhao Xiang, "County magistrate, I have good news." Again, Zhao Xiang stood up and supported himself with the back of the chair. He looked at the bailiff and waited for him to continue. Your Excellency," and the county magistrate felt that there were many commoners in the county who had nothing to do after the spring plowing. As such, they asked the Zhang family to build 3 workshops so that the commoners could earn money during their free time. They also set up 3 workshops to teach the commoners survival skills. Your Excellency, quickly write the memorial. The yamen runner winked and said, Zhao Xiang knew that there were 3 workshops and 3 schools. But weren't they built by the little prince? Why did he take the credit for this? Did the little prince agree to it? Zhang Mingxing asked directly. Reporting to Your Excellency, the little prince seemed to be building a dock with the Zhang family recently. Unfortunately, the dock isn't here. Otherwise, the river here seems to be smaller. I think it's because of this. The yamen runner changed the way he addressed Zhang Mingxing and began to explain. If that's the case, what did the Zhang family use to exchange with the little prince again? Could it be that they were still worried after having those 2 hands and wanted to use a 3rd hand to settle this matter and stabilize their own promotion? Zhang Mingxing said to Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang nodded. Sigh. The Zhang family really put in a lot of effort this time. They used 3 hands in a row. Let's see who else dares to take this position. Reporting. Your Excellency, good news, there's good news. Another bailiff ran in from outside. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang felt numb at this time. They sat back in their chairs and waited. What was going to happen would happen. What was the Zhang family doing? They came one after another. Did they still think that the position of county magistrate was unstable? The bailiff who came in seemed to be in a hurry. He panted heavily and couldn't speak. Take a rest first. There's no hurry. Brother Anren, what do you think the master of the Zhang family plans to do? Zhao Xiang asked Zhang Mingxing as he gestured for the bailiff to drink water. I don't know. That expert is amazing. He always does things one after another. How can we guess? If we can guess it, won't we also be experts? No wonder the little prince stayed there and didn't go home. He wants to learn something. Zhang Mingxing said with emotion. He was now full of admiration for the master of the Zhangjia Zhuangzi. After he finished talking with Zhao Xiang, he said to the bailiff who finished drinking water, Tell me, what's the news? Your Excellency thinks that the river in Sanshui County is unstable due to the river being repaired. Therefore, they ordered people to build 40 boats in half a year to patrol the river and occasionally help to transport some overstocked goods. Such a good deed should be passed down by erecting a stone tablet at the Zaliuashri Pier. Your Excellency, congratulations. In the future, all the people who were saved and helped in the river will remember your kindness and pass it down from generation to generation. The bailiff told them the news about the establishment of the fleet. It's the 4th hand. What does the Zhang family want? Logically speaking, those 2 are enough. Why do they have to push it down? The 2 of them became excited again. Unlike the previous 3 pieces of news, if this matter was done well, the 2 of them would be able to show off in the future. Why don't we go and ask in person? At least we have to figure it out. This again and again will always make people think about it. Zhang Mingxing suggested. Okay, it's good to ask. I can't figure it out either. I don't know which part of the chain is this. Zhao Xiang's face was full of yearning. He also wanted to go to Zhangjia, Zhuangzi, to be apprenticed to the master. Even if he could learn a little, he would be better than him now. This was called a method. It made people unable to guess the meaning, even if they saw it. Reporting. Good news, Your Excellency, there's good news. It came again. No need to congratulate us. If there's any news, just say it. We know. One of us is the county magistrate, and the other is the head of the government. We can't run away. Zhang Mingxing didn't want to hear any congratulatory words and let the bailiff say it directly. The bailiff was stunned for a moment. When he saw the other bailiffs in the room who hadn't left, he said with a smile, in order to educate the people, the two of you and the head of the government have specially set up an academy in Tuqiao village. You have also asked Master Bai, who wants to retire to be an official, to preside over everything and raise money for the construction of the academy. This will allow the people in the county who want to study to be educated and also allow the outsiders to learn the way of the sage. The two of them, who had been shocked by the news again and again, thought that they wouldn't be so excited this time. However, they couldn't control themselves and stood up from the chair again. Their bodies couldn't stop trembling. Building an academy? How much would the status of Sanshui County rise in the future? The Zhang family was able to invite the head of the government to take care of this matter. It was a matter of the scholars. With an academy, it could be said that the common people would be educated. This credit was too big. It was so big that it was frightening. Okay, you can all leave. I will discuss it with the head of the government. Zhang Mingxing didn't dare to continue waiting like this. He asked them to leave. He wanted to have a good discussion with Zhao Xiang. However, Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't seem to want to give him the chance. There was another reporting. My lord, good news. Congratulations, my lord. In order to show the prosperity of our country, you have specially allowed some merchants to unite. You want to cover the supermarket where everything in the world can be bought and sold. Only in this market you can buy and sell many things that are not commonly seen in the local area. My lord's public virtue is boundless. The Yamen runner was quick to talk and told them about this matter. Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang looked at each other. What supermarket? What was it for? Which merchants were involved? What kind of goods were they buying and selling? The two of them didn't know at all. The only thing they knew was that this matter was caused by the Zhang family. What did the Zhang family want to achieve? It was enough. Not to mention a county. Even if it was given to a state, these achievements would be enough to get people promoted. Moreover, it was the kind of promotion that could be given to several people at once. Brother Ji Fang, why do I feel like I'm having some misgivings in my heart? That expert always sends people to tell us his plans. What should we do this time? No, I'm going to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to ask now. It's too uncomfortable to keep it in my heart like this. Zhang Mingxing felt that there was no part of his body that wasn't numb. Even his tongue couldn't work. His eyes were in a trance. Zhao Xiang wasn't much better than him. He nodded and said, I'll go with you. But I feel that this matter isn't over yet. There should be more. Quick, let's go out and have a look. No need. I heard the sound of horse hooves. Zhang Mingxing said. Sure enough. There was another shout from the other side. Reporting. My lord, good news, really good news. The person ran and shouted. As soon as he came in, Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang said together, Congratulations, my lord. My lord, congratulations. My lord. Thank the people of the county. What's next? How did you know that I was going to say this? Could it be that the two of you can predict? The Yamen runner was confused. He hadn't said anything yet. How did they know? When the surrounding Yamen runners heard the words of the two who were about to be promoted, they all laughed at the same time. The Yamen runner who came to report the news didn't know what to do. He touched his face and scratched his head. He felt that there was something wrong with him that made others laugh. My lord, you two already know? The Yamen runner asked tentatively in a low voice. We don't know shit. Tell me, what good thing did Registrar Zhao and I do this time? Zhang Mingxing asked. He felt that the things he encountered today were more than all the things he had encountered in the past. It was also puzzling. Chapter 294. The runner heard Zhang Mingxing's words and said, "The Zhang family said that you must have doubts in your heart. You don't know why the Zhang family has pushed you so many times, so you are anxious to ask. The Zhang family said that you don't need to wait. You will know what they mean when you hear the last piece of news. The Zhang family said that some of the seeds can be brought to the Zhang family first. The Zhang family will be responsible for planting the seedlings. When the time comes, the seedlings will be distributed to various parts of the county. Based on the Zhang family's farmstead's direct planting of the seedlings last year, it should be able to increase the yield by 10%. Sirs, this humble one has finished speaking." Hiss! When Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang heard the last piece of news, they couldn't help but gasp. Increase the output by 10%? As long as they got the seeds to the Zhang family and planted the seedlings according to their method. 10% of the output. How much was the whole county? But why did they say that they knew what the Zhang family wanted to do when they heard the news? What was so different about this news? Counting from the head count, the Zhang family had already pushed them 7 times. Including the current one, it was exactly 8 times. Why? What did 8 times have to do with the purpose? The two fell into deep thought. Their thoughts were basically the same. The first thing was to push them to the position. This was already enough. If the two of them didn't insist on staying in Sanshui County, they could directly push them to the capital and become officials of the capital. When they first entered, it seemed that they could only be 7th rank officials, unless the emperor summoned them alone and they could mention it. Of course, they couldn't go. There were still many things to do here. When they heard the last piece of news, they understood why they pushed them so many times. They even knew that the two of them would go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Sure enough, they didn't let anything go wrong. It seemed that they knew their every move. While the two of them were thinking about it, the runners were also thinking about it. This time, they were completely relieved. No one could push the two of them down. If they occupied that position, Sanshui County would be better in the future. They wanted to say something to their colleagues, but they saw that the two of them were silent, so they also waited. "I know. It's too scary. The Zhang family, they want to. Brother and Ran, can you hurry up and say what you want? What does the Zhang family want?" Before Zhao Xiang could figure it out, he heard Zhang Mingxing's exclamation and urged him on. Zhang Mingxing opened his eyes to the maximum and looked in front of him. His mouth was open, and there was an expression on his face that could not be described as either surprised or frightened. Zhao Xiang reached out and pushed him. "Brother and Ran, are you trying to suffocate me to death? Tell me quickly." "Brother Ji Fong, you see, there are business matters, agriculture matters, industry matters, official matters, as well as matters of merit and virtue. If you count them all, we have officials, agriculture, industry, and education. Moreover, none of them are simple. You see, Brother Ji Fong, we have business matters, agriculture matters, industry matters, and education matters, and none of them are simple. What do you think Sanshui County was like? What do you think Sanshui County is like now? Also, this river has become an important road. In the future, there will be a lot of people coming and going, right?" Zhang Mingxing explained to Zhao Xiang one by one, and finally summed up. Zhao Xiang nodded. He also knew that these matters included various aspects, but it had nothing to do with Zhangjia Zhuangzi's plan. He looked at Zhang Mingxing in confusion and said, "I understand. In the future, Sanshui County will not be comparable to the original one. Although we are a middle county, we are better than some upper counties, especially when many people come from other places to settle down in our Sanshui County, as long as the number of people is a little more. Then we can report to the higher-ups and let this place become the Zhang family. It turns out that not only do they want to promote us, but they also want to promote the whole county from a middle county to an upper county. They want to promote 8 hands including officials, agriculture, industry, and education. So it turns out that they want to promote the county? What a big plan. When the time comes, I won't be a lower 7th grade official. I will be upper 7th grade official, and you'll be lower 7th grade official. Maybe with more people, I will be lower 6th grade official, and you'll be upper 7th grade official. It's crazy. Either we are crazy, or the Zhang family is crazy. Using the power of Zhuangzi to promote the county to an upper county? 8 hands in a row. This is the first time I've heard of this in my life. It's also the first time I've seen it. Which Zhuangzi has this kind of plan? Which Zhuangzi has this kind of ability? Zhangjie Zhuangzi can and dare to. He is the best Zhuangzi in the world. When he said these words, Zhao Xiang's hands were already cramping. He wanted to clench his fists, but he couldn't. He wanted to open his hands, but he couldn't. His eyes were also wide open. Zhang Mingxing's hands trembled as he picked up the teacup on the table. He wanted to drink a mouthful of water, but the edge of the teacup hit his teeth. No matter what, he couldn't drink it. He just held it and said, "Honestly, using the power of a Zhuangzi to promote a county, this is unheard of. If they were given a county, wouldn't they dare to promote a province? If they were given a province, would they promote a country? Someone, come here and feed me some water." After saying so much, Zhang Mingxing still couldn't drink any water. He shouted at the bailiffs. No bailiff came over. They were also trembling. It was too scary. Zhangjie Zhuangzi actually had this kind of plan. If they didn't hear it clearly and saw it with their own eyes, they would definitely slap the person who told them this. It was just like a dream. Sir, I can't go over. Sir, are you telling the truth? Our San Shui County is going to become an upper county? A bailiff wanted to go over and feed the deputy district magistrate, but he found that he couldn't walk over. His legs were cramping. He used his hand to support himself on the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. He had a reason to do so. If it was an upper county, the bailiffs would be different from the middle county. Their monthly salary would be higher, and their equipment would be different from the previous ones. Previously, they were allowed to use knives, but in fact, it was already a violation. They used hunting bows. If it was an upper county, they could directly equip themselves with bows. They were not allowed to use them during normal times, but they could use them during critical times. What's up to them? Even if the county had to pay for it, the Zhang family would take care of it. For example, the most powerful counties, Chang'an and Wanyan, could even equip themselves with crossbows. Although they were not as good as military crossbows, crossbows were still crossbows. It was already good enough for the bailiffs in the lower county to have a water and fire rod. In the future, it would be more awe-inspiring when they go out. They wouldn't have to be afraid when they encounter something. They wouldn't have to carry knives around in the middle county. They wouldn't have to worry about being questioned when they go out. If they were in the upper county, they could ride a good horse and walk around with knives. What could they do? Zhang Mingxing could understand the feelings of the bailiffs. He sighed and stopped drinking. Trembling, he put the teacup back down. He sat there and panted heavily, waiting for the trembling to subside. He would be fine once the trembling subsided. His trembling body did not affect his speech much, but his voice was a little shaky. Since he couldn't move, he could only chat. "Brother Jifeng, how is it? Are you convinced? In the future, San Shui County will be more stable. The bailiffs will be able to use good bows. When the time comes, I don't know if the higher-ups will give them to us. After all, our bailiffs are a little overstaffed. It's good enough that they don't investigate. It seems that we still have to wait for Zhangjie Zhuangzi to do it. The Zhang family's continuous actions will cost a lot of money." Zhang Mingxing said to Zhao Xiang. He was also happy. His position was promoted, and his rank was also promoted. As long as Zhangjie Zhuangzi could do it, it would be easy for him to become an upper county. Every year he would have to pay taxes and hand in food. Who would dare to be unconvinced? Yes, there are so many things. The higher-ups will not give them. If they give them out, will they rebel? But we didn't do anything wrong. When we recruited bailiffs, we did it for the steppe, right? There are 40 boats patrolling in the water. Each boat has 10 people, which means there are 400 people. There are not enough people patrolling in the county. 5 people is still 200 people. Yeah. When we forced Jiashan to recruit bailiffs, we only knew that the Zhang family would not leave so many people idle. But we never expected that the Zhang family had considered this point at that time. Their plan was too big and too far, but it was so thorough. Not only did they spend the last bit of money in the Yaman's account to restrain Jiashan, but they also made arrangements for today's events. What an expert! I finally understand what it means to be intertwined. The Zhang family never makes mistakes for no reason. They even had such considerations when roping in the little duke to build Shuiyun Club. Money, it was all about money and also reputation. Since the invention of the curved plow last year, he had been pushing it all the way. Little by little, he had finally pushed Zhongxian to Shangxian and controlled the entire Sanshui County in his hands. Yes, he had even pushed Zhang Zhong from a small family to the capital. I think Zhang Zhong must be one of the top 3. I understand now. Those who are useful to them, they will push them away. Those who are not obedient, they will push them away. They will push you until your heart is blooming with joy. They will press you until you are heartbroken. Fortunately, we are obedient. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death by your mother. I know. Zhang Mingxing didn't wait for Zhao Xiang to finish a sentence. You won't be able to get better, Zhao Xiang said, unconvinced. You are the most rigid one. As a chief clerk, you can't get along well with others. You are the most dangerous one. Fortunately, you spoke up for the Zhang family. I am not. If the Zhang family treats me better, I am willing to listen to them. What kind of position is a deputy county magistrate? He doesn't have that ability. Zhang Mingxing mentioned what happened in the past. At that time, when they met the higher-ups, Zhao Xiang didn't speak up for the Zhang family. Instead, he spoke ill of them. What would happen to Zhao Xiang now? It was not easy for a rigid person to lie for them. It was really lucky. Zhao Xiang also thought of what happened at that time. He said, "What do you know? I am afraid that Zhang Zhuangzi will be angry and kill the cucumber sprout. My mother wants to eat it. I am doing this for my mother. I am also obedient. I listen to the Zhang family. They are very good to me. When my little sister is sick, they send ginseng to my little sister for her to use. They also give her a lot of delicious food. If anyone dares not to listen to the Zhang family, I will fall out with that person." The Yamen runner who was holding the wall also said. Chapter 295. Spring is full, the plum blossoms fall, the apricot blossoms bloom. The moon shines on people, love is always there. Half a month has passed since Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang reported the 8 matters. The river is completely connected. Some people are still there to clear the silt, and some people are left to build the embankment. Most of the craftsmen who can be used are hired by Li Sun to build the restaurant. Bai Go is still alive. He bought a piece of wasteland north of Zhuangzi. The higher-ups have agreed to his resignation, and they are arguing for a new minister. Most of the silt had been dragged to his wasteland. Once the spring plowing was done, he would quickly get someone to dig it up. He had yet to find a farmer. The new home that Zhang Xiaobao had built for him occupied a medium-sized field. No one pursued this matter, and no one reported it. The 4 Zhuangzi families' spring plowing speed was faster than other Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi were naturally the fastest. Li Sun complained to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang more than once that they knew the new plow was better, but they still said that they wanted to try it first. As a result, their speed was faster than the new plow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang tried to avoid this topic. They talked about the workshop, the docks, and the things in the workshop. The Zhang family prepared a large number of tents for the farmers to live in. While the people digging the river were idle, they built houses for the farmers. According to the original agreement, the houses were 2-story buildings. In this way, the farmers could help to build the academy after the spring plowing, and then build the two zhuangzi to the appearance on Wang Wan's blueprint. It seems that those people can't be found for a while. I raised 100,000 strings of coins to build the docks. Xiao Bao, you have to do it well. Don't lie to me anymore. Li Sun couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, thinking about the restaurant between the clouds and the water. He got up and walked around, and then found Zhang, Xiaobao's place. Zhang Xiaobao and Zhao Xiang were studying. When they saw Li Sun coming, they had to stop and walk outside together. Don't worry, we won't cheat our own business. You can use the money to help us first. My family is going to build a supermarket with the money from little Luoshui. After the imperial examination, Sanshui County must become Shang County. Zhang Xiaobao agreed, and at the same time he made a request. Otherwise, it would take a few months. With Li Sun's help, it would be much faster. His father also. Li Sun did not think that this matter was difficult to handle. Definitely, Xiao Bao, I don't understand why your family is in such a hurry to move Sanshui County to Shan County. I have to do all these things at the same time. Fortunately, there are some people who are willing to invest. Tell me, what is your family's plan? Li Sun really wanted to know. The matter of the Zhang family's manor pushing 8 hands in a row to turn Zhong Xian into Shang Xian allowed him to see the ability of the person behind the scenes. Even his father wrote a letter of praise and said that the Zhang family's manor was the #1 manor in the world. He asked him to find a way to get closer to Zhangjia, Zhuangzi. He said that many people knew about this matter. Maybe people around Zhangjia, Zhuangzi would move over. The reason was the same as his. Therefore, Li Sun didn't think that the Zhang family emphasized several times that they would settle this matter after the imperial examination. There must be a deeper meaning. Those who understood the situation and were a little bit smarter didn't dare to think that what the Zhang family did was too simple. Buddha said not to say. Zhang Xiaobao did have a plan, but he couldn't tell others. Even Wang Wan didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. Hearing Li Sun's question, Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the moon and replied. Li Sun curled his lips and said, "What Buddha said. Now they are dismantling the Miao and returning to the secular world. Buddha is so powerful. How can it be dismantled? The moon is full and the moon is waxing and waning. I don't know if there is a Buddha, but Buddhism is a good philosophy. You won't understand even if I tell you. Don't be depressed because of a failure, and don't be arrogant because of a moment of happiness." Zhang Xiaobao finally decided to teach Li Sun well. He couldn't just ask for help without paying. Li Sun's family didn't teach him these things. They just wanted him to be a carefree marquis and a carefree prince in the future. If he knew too much, his heart would be too big, and it would easily attract trouble. He didn't have much contact with it. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he thought that it was taught by an expert. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "Why do I feel a little uncomfortable when Xiaobao said this? Is it like this? If it is, then it is. If it isn't, then it isn't. Who can clearly say what is right and what is wrong? Everything has its own way, but it is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble. Like fog, like lightning. You should observe it like this." Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning and also taught him. Li Sun had never heard of this before. The great Tang didn't have it yet. After hearing it, he felt even more confused. "Can you say it in another way?" "Good. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the name. The nameless world." "I know. You don't need to say any more. I'll recite the rest. Xiao Bao's meaning is that one shouldn't be happy when encountering good things, but shouldn't be sad when encountering bad things, right?" Li Sun didn't let Wang Wan continue. This kind of thing was just like the rest of the words, mysterious and wonderful. Wang Wan shook her head. Why can't one be happy when encountering good things? Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires in life. They must know how to enjoy life. When they should cry, they should cry. When they should laugh, they should laugh. When they should laugh, they should cry. If they don't have anything, are they still human? Xiao Bao, what do you say? Li Sun heard that the two people had different opinions, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "A capable person must always remember that happiness is followed by sorrow. He must also have the willpower to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Fortune is where misfortune lies, and misfortune is where fortune lies," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Cuckoo, what do you say?" Li Sun asked again. "When the false becomes the truth becomes false. Who knows what will happen in the future? We can only enjoy the present to the fullest," Wang Wan said to Li Sun. "Xiaobao, it's your turn." Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao. "If one doesn't think about the future, there will be immediate worries. Cuckoo, if you always think about the future, you will neglect the present. Why don't you, Xiaobao?" Li Sun followed the two of them out for a stroll in the middle of the night. Hearing the two of them say completely opposite words, she didn't know how to choose. It seemed that what they said was right, but why were they opposing each other? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately did this. In fact, real life was very simple. The daily necessities contained the philosophy of heaven and earth. The two of them wanted Li Sun to find what he should have in this contradiction, and not listen to others. Li Sun didn't know the two's good intentions. He listened and felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be full of talent. How could they teach this? It seemed that he had to work hard to learn. The three of them walked and walked until they reached the place where the houses were built. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked the workers to build the houses in a more unique way. They didn't want them to be so neat, and they had to be well arranged. In the future, there would be corridors and small canals here. An almond tree that had already bloomed swayed gently in the evening wind, and the faint fragrance of flowers could be smelled. The villagers lived in tents, and from time to time, there would be people walking by. Not only did the footsteps not wake the people in the tents, but they also made them sleep more soundly. Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao stood under the tree and looked at the people walking by. They said, "Are these people from your family's inner courtyard? Are they keeping vigil?" "Yes, keeping vigil. We can't let the villagers keep vigil by themselves. We still have things to do tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Sun wanted to say. Wasn't it just that the main family did this differently from the other Zhuangzi? In his mind, there was only the reasonable use of manpower, and he didn't care about whether someone's identity should be doing what they should do. "Yes, that's right. If the villagers can sleep well, I'll do the same later." "Xiaobao, I still don't understand. When your father changes places, your family will naturally move as well. Although the Zhuangzi here will still belong to your family. What does Sanshui County have to do with your family?" Li Sun often asked when he couldn't solve the doubts in his heart. This was the 5th time he asked. "We'll know when the time comes." Zhang Xiaobao still had the same expression. He wouldn't say. He definitely wouldn't say. "Well, I'll wait. Xiaobao, I've written the letter. When the time comes, your father will definitely be in the top 3. As for whether or not he will be in the top 3, I'm not sure. If he isn't, don't blame me." Li Sun suddenly remembered Zhang Zhong's matter. There was only half a month left before the examination. He was also not sure if he was in the top 3. Zhang Xiaobao was full of confidence. He said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you write the letter, there won't be too much of a difference. There are other people working hard to help. Let's go over there and take a look. The child is crying at night. If it doesn't work, we'll find a doctor." While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he heard the sound of a baby crying from one of the tents. It was very loud and penetrating. There was no need to worry about the baby crying. Zhang Xiaobao knew some ways to deal with it. In the past, he had a younger brother and sister like this. He led Wang Wan and Li Sun to the tents. Chapter 296. Zhang Zhong really wanted to write a poem about the beautiful spring scenery. But when he looked at the peach blossoms reflected by the lights in the water, he felt a little sour in his nose. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and muttered, "A cup of wine in a river, the bright moon in the sky is far away from home. Out of the door, the plum blossoms compete in the spring, The branches shine in the night, and the peach blossoms are beautiful. Across the bridge, the father returns to Yen, strategizing between the clouds and the water, bribing the officials, not sparing any expense. After the provincial capital, there's Chang'an. After Zhang Zhong finished reciting this impromptu poem, he raised his sleeve and rubbed the corner of his eyes. Without saying a word, he poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank there. The other scholars who came with him did not know why Zhang Zhong wrote such a sad poem about such a beautiful scenery. Only County Magistrate Cheng could understand Zhang Zhong's thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged everything. He had money and people. From the moment Zhang Zhong left home, he did not suffer any grievances. These days he arranged countless places. Except for the imperial palace, there was no place that he could not enter. For example, this crooked river pond. Was it a place that ordinary people could enter? For example, the hibiscus garden. Was it his own home? However, Zhang Zhong could enter. Moreover, he brought some officials or students who were also going to take the exam. How much effort did he put in? In addition to the care of the minister and the little prince, just the dried wood ears and white fungus were sent over in large bags. All kinds of fresh vegetables and soil were shipped over at the fastest speed. Countless money was thrown in and countless things were given out. For this matter, the two best restaurants gave many officials free cards. As long as they ate there, they would not have to spend money. Not to mention other things. Just the money that flowed out from his hands was more than 26,000 strings of coins. Every small matter would give a big gift. As long as it was a sixth-ranked official or above, he would not miss out on any. That was only one aspect of it. There were also those shops. In total, there were close to 30 of them. No matter what they sold, he didn't remember much. However, he remembered clearly the mansions of some of the officials. As long as he saw people from those mansions come out to buy things, they would either give them money or not. Even the servants had to give him some benefits. That was how Zhang Zhong was able to get so much information, allowing him to live like a fish in water in Chang'an. Behind all this, there was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if there were people guiding him when he was doing it, he was still a child after all. He had to be busy, and it was not easy to be a messenger. Other children might not be able to remember these things, but Zhang Xiaobao had to memorize them first before making arrangements. He had never heard of that expert handling anything personally. Zhang Zhong thought more than County Magistrate Cheng. County Magistrate Cheng only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. However, Zhang Zhong's father knew that his good son not only had to take care of money, but also think of ways to exchange benefits with others. Furthermore, he had to take care of the family. Xiao Bao had always been reluctant to let Xiao or overwork herself. The letters that were written never mentioned any difficulties at home. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that there was a lot of trouble at home. Those who came from Huayuan County to take the exam would also write letters to home. He should go and ask. Otherwise, he would not know what difficulties his family was facing. Good poem. Brother Yongchen can come up with such a good poem even on the spot. You are indeed a talent that can be spread around the surrounding prefectures. I think Brother Yongchen will definitely win the exam this time. A person next to him first applauded, and the others followed suit. Only Zhang Zhong knew that what he wrote was far from the mark. However, that was what reputation was all about, listening to the applause of others. Zhang Zhong came to a person with a cup of wine and said, "Brother Chiyun, have you received any letters from your family?" "What did they say?" "I haven't received any letters from my family yet." This person was called Guan Feng, Guan Chiyun. He was from Huayuan County. His family was quite rich. He received a letter yesterday. Zhang Zhong knew about this, so he came to ask. Many people did not know about Zhang Zhong's identity. They only knew that he was talented and lived in Sanshui County. When Guan Feng heard Zhang Zhong's question, he immediately thought of his family's situation. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongchen, you are too polite. In fact, there is nothing serious in my family. However, It is not entirely true that there is nothing serious. There is a Zhangjie Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. Brother Yongqing is also surnamed Zhang. I don't know if you are related to the Zhang family. Let's not talk about this first. There are two powerful Zhuangzi in the county. They are the Han family and the Yuan family. However, they offended a marquis and were arrested. Their family sold the Zhuangzi. Guess who they sold the Zhuangzi to? They sold the Zhuangzi to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Zhangjie Zhuangzi is really rich. He took out 50,000 strings of coins at once. The Zhang family is even more powerful than before. However, there are still people who are not afraid of them. The Chen family, which used to be next to the Yuan family, is the head of the family who is in the cloth business. When the Zhang family took over Zhuangzi, it was just in time for the spring plowing when the Chen family cut off the water supply. The river flows from the Qin family. Not only did they cut off the water supply, but they also cut off the road leading to the river and planted thorns. I heard that many people have been taken advantage of by the Zhang family, but the Chen family still dared to do this. They are really bold. What? Cut off the water supply? Then, how can the spring plowing in Zhuangzi continue? Zhang Zhong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He immediately thought of the consequences of this matter. Without water, they could not plow the land. What would happen to Xiao Bao and Xiao Er? They must be very worried. Where would they get water? Guan Feng deliberately paused for a moment. He picked up his bowl and took a sip of wine. Then he picked up a piece of cucumber and garlic and looked at the eager eyes of the people around him before he said, I heard that the Zhang family's housekeeper went to look for them twice in a row. In the end, the Chen family made things difficult for him both times. They said that it was useless. The Chen family even mocked the Zhang family, saying that they did not dare to have anything to do with them. Guess what happened after that? What happened? A few people who liked to hear about this kind of thing asked in unison. Zhang Zhong did not ask. He was already clenching his fists. He was thinking that after he passed the exam, he would definitely let the Qin family know how powerful they were. He would not let them off so easily for bullying Xiao Er and Xiao Bao while the head of the family was not at home. After that, those who wanted to watch the show once again witnessed the power of the Zhang family. The Chen family cut off the water supply in their area, and the Zhang family changed the most critical part of the river. The next morning, after the Chen family finished planting the thorns, the Zhang family set up everything in a single night. The Chen family was dumbfounded this time, and they went to beg the Zhang family's housekeeper again. What karma? Oh, you might not know what happened to the river over there. Let me tell you, that river. Guan Feng spoke excitedly as if he was a member of the Zhang family. He also introduced the terrain of the area to those who did not know the situation. Zhang Zhong did not need to listen to this introduction. How could he not know where his family was? He was angry and worried just now, but now he smiled. He knew that this must be the work of his son, Xiao Bao. Other than Xiao Bao, there was no other person who could do things this way. Zhang Zhong could not help but laugh when he thought of the Qin family's reaction when there was no water. County Magistrate Cheng came over and said to Zhang Zhong, Brother Yongqing, don't worry about your family. Do you think your family is afraid of this kind of thing? It's just Zhuangzi from the Qin family. It's too easy to deal with them. Yes, County Magistrate Cheng is right. Zhuangzi is quite safe. Did County Magistrate Cheng receive a letter from Sanshui County? I received one the day before yesterday. It didn't say anything except that the flowers had bloomed and the farmers were working fast. Zhang Zhong did not expect to receive a letter from his family that he needed to think about. If he wanted to know, he could only ask someone else. County Magistrate Cheng hesitated for a moment and said, Well, to be honest, I did receive a letter. If Brother Yongqing wants to know, I will tell you. But you must not miss the important matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me. Tell me. Let's see what it is. Zhang Zhong was not so worried now. He just felt sorry for his son. The Zhang family's business was very big. His son and daughter-in-law had to manage people, settle accounts, and study at the same time. There were also 1 or 2 troublemakers. They were busy from morning to night. They were still children. When County Magistrate Tang was about to speak, he suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Zhong, "I can tell you, but you can't get too excited. This time, your family is determined to arrange people for the county magistrate of Sanshui County. They gave the new plow, the expansion of the river, the construction of the workshop, all these benefits to Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang there." County Magistrate Tang said those things one by one. As he spoke, he drank and was afraid that he could not control his trembling. Zhang Zhong was also stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Bao had done so many things after leaving home for such a long time. However, he did not understand and asked, "What do they want to do?" Yes, Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang also thought of this. What does the Zhang family want to do? The result is, your family not only wants to promote them, but also wants to change Sanshui County from Zhongxin to Shan County. This big thing has been reported. I think it will not take long before Sanshui County becomes a Shan County. As long as County Magistrate Cheng thought of this, he could not control himself. He held the chopsticks tightly in his hand. Zhang Zhong was also excited. He did not expect his son to be so capable. He could not tell what he was feeling. Zhangjia Zhuangzi was famous now. In this big world, which Zhuangzi could promote a county, his Zhangjia Zhuangzi could. His precious son had this ability. Perhaps he was used to his son's power, so Zhang Zhong did not tremble. He just stood there and laughed. He thought about how his manor would be in a county in the future. He did not know that he could no longer return to Sanshui County to be an official. Chapter 297. Zhang Xiaobao naturally didn't know that his father was also thinking about him. He, Wang Wan, and Li Sun went to the tent where the child was crying and said, "Can we take a look?" The sudden voice made the child stop crying. After a few breaths, the crying sounded again, louder than before. The farmer inside didn't know who was talking outside, but he knew that there were people patrolling outside, so it couldn't be bad people. He opened the tent and looked up, then immediately greeted, "So it's the young master and young lady. You came so late, come in and rest." After all, Zhang Xiaobao's identity was different, so the farmers were very respectful when they saw him. The 3 of them entered the tent one after another. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed and found that there was no unpleasant smell. There was a brazier lit with smokeless charcoal, so it wasn't cold either. The child was placed on a thick cushion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both remembered that the child was only 9 months old, and he was crying with his mouth open. The man at home had a helpless expression. "Come, Xiaobao baby, let me hold you. Tell me, why are you crying?" Wang Wan went over first and stretched out 2 hands, preparing to put one hand on the child's back and the other hand on the child's leg. Zhang Xiaobao quickly pulled Wang Wan away. "You can't hold a child like this. The child's waist is soft, and this will make him cry even more. Watch me." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao half knelt on the ground. His right hand passed under the child's arm and placed under the child's armpit. His left hand arched and supported the child's buttocks. He placed the child on his lap and said to Li Sun, "Go outside and get a lantern." Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, so he turned and went out. He called a patrolling person and asked for a lantern, then returned to the tent. Hold it above the child's head. "Cuckoo, come over and sit with me. Tilt your body slightly outward. We'll block his back together and use our bodies to block the places he can see from the corner of his eyes." Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, then arranged for Cuckoo. Wang Wan curiously followed Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. "You 2 sit next to me and Cuckoo, not on both sides, but in front. Make space for 1 person on both sides of the child. You 2 block there, but don't worry about the front of the child's eyes." Zhang Xiaobao continued to instruct the couple. The 2 of them sat in the wrong place at first, but they quickly corrected themselves. If it were anyone else doing this, they would have been angry. But when the young master of the main family carried their son, they felt happy instead. After the arrangements were made, the crying child suddenly stopped crying. Her mouth was slightly open, and she allowed her saliva to flow out. Blinking her big eyes, she looked in front of her, then turned her head to look around. She giggled and placed her 2 small hands on one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and the other on his chest. "Xiaobao, why did he stop crying?" "I thought he was crying because he peed or pooped, or because he was hungry. What's wrong with you?" Wang Wan felt that this was too strange, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put his head next to the child's head, gently nudged it, and kissed the child. The child laughed even louder and tilted his head to nudge Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer and nudged him. The child laughed and tilted his head to Wang Wan again. This time Zhang Xiaobao explained, "In fact, it's very simple. Just like in our Zhuangzi, there are people on night watch and patrol. Everyone knows that there are people around to protect them, so they can sleep soundly. It's the same principle to arrange people to patrol here. Adults know that they will think of ways to hint to themselves, but children don't. As long as they find that their living environment has changed and the temperature has changed, they will feel uncomfortable, or more accurately, fear. Especially when there are no more people around them and no bright lights. They will cry to seek what they want. The position we are in is just enough to block the child's left, right, and back. He knows that there are people around, but he doesn't need to be in front. If we narrow his field of vision, he will feel that he can deal with the threat from the front. This is an instinct. If there are only one person in the house, then we have to put a thick cushion in the corner and let the child's back lean against the cushion. Then we have to pull up 2 pieces of cloth or curtains that can block the child's view. The child can see the front and lean against the back. With the light on, he won't cry unless he is hungry or needs to pee." After Zhang Xiaobao finished mouthing these words to Wang Wan, he kissed the child, and the child also laughed. Wang Wan had never heard of such a thing. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then why do children stop crying when they are breastfed?" The reason why children stop crying is not because they are hungry and can drink milk, but because of the mother's body temperature and the mother's embrace. Many children don't drink milk at that time. They just want a kind of warmth and a feeling of being protected. If the child is not too afraid of emptiness, as long as he is in the arms and kisses, he will feel that he is not lonely, and the child will stop crying. But sometimes just hugging is not enough. We have to create a big atmosphere, just like now. Li Sun is standing there. We may not be able to see it, but the child can feel it. It is very magical. When people grow up, they will hide this instinct or deliberately change it. Zhang Xiaobao was very experienced in this aspect. After he became famous, he specially studied it, just to make the children in the orphanage better. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say so mysteriously. She shivered and said, "That is to say, the adults are not like this? But why do the adults feel empty?" That shows that the 6th sense is inherited from the genes. The oldest primitive people will not deliberately change this feeling, so they have a unique perception of danger. We have to cultivate this feeling again after we grow up. Isn't it a bit sad? Why are the children willing to play in the passage we make with straw? Why do adults like to decorate their own homes? This is because they can't eliminate the information from the genes. They want to protect themselves and hide themselves. Think about it carefully. We always hope that there is a high wall behind us in an empty place. If you still don't understand, look at animals. For example, when a dog is raised in a house, as long as the temperature drops and there are fewer people in the house, it will run to the corner of the wall and stay there, so that the surrounding scene can be seen in its own vision. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had been using his left hand to cover the baby's navel. He mouthed a few words to Wang Wan. The baby closed his eyes and fell asleep, one hand on Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, the other hand clenched into a small fist. Wang Wan looked at the baby and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She felt very strange. It was so simple, but the baby stopped crying. It turned out that loneliness and not being able to control were the most difficult things to bear. The parents of the two children saw that the children were asleep, so they were relieved. When they heard the children cry, but couldn't do anything, they were worried. Little young master is amazing. The master is the master, and we farmers can't compare to him. The child's father looked at his son, who was sleeping soundly, and praised him. Zhang Xiaobao carefully handed the child to the child's mother and said, "Sleep with the child tonight." Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. When he held the child just now, his whole body was relaxed. That way, the child would be comfortable. He was still young. When he held the child, he started from the age of 5. Under the grateful eyes of the couple, the 3 people walked out of the tent. Li Sun was still holding the lantern in his hand. He shook it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are amazing." The child stopped crying when he was in your hands. "What kind of ability is this? I will learn in the future." This is everyone's credit. When you have a child and cry, come to me. I will teach you. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he could come up with a teaching material on baby care. Otherwise, if the villagers saw that he and Wang Wan were easy to follow, how could they learn? He and Wang Wan could feel what was happening to their bodies. They could adjust and exercise reasonably. Other children couldn't. What did they know? The reason for the high mortality rate of children here was that they didn't take good care of themselves. There was no systematic discipline. Even if the children didn't know how to speak, their every move was actually to express their thoughts. Wang Wan walked next to them and thought about what had just happened. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you have something to do? Otherwise, why did you tell me so much? I don't understand." "It's nothing. It's just nonsense. Don't take it to heart," Zhang Xiaobao replied very naturally. "It's nothing? People like you have to be watched carefully. If others say it's nothing, I will believe them. You, hurry up and tell me, what are you going to do?" Wang Wan certainly didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's deliberately relaxed appearance. "You will know in the future. It's the same as turning Sanshui County into Shan County. It's directly related to the development of civilization." Zhang Xiaobao only revealed this sentence. Wang Wan lowered her head and began to ponder. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of a reason. Li Sun stood at the side and did not say a word. She recalled what she had just seen. That child could not even be coaxed by her own parents. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for her, and she immediately laughed. It was too strange. Could it be that the expert even taught her this? After thinking for a while, Li Sun thought about the matter of the dock and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, the dock over there will start construction tomorrow. Don't you want to go with me to take a look?" "No, it's too far. It's in the provincial capital. It will take at least half a month from here to there, right?" Zhang Xiaobao estimated the distance. His father went there to take the provincial capital examination. It took half a month to walk there. Chapter 298. Li Sun left under the protection of the guards, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strolled back slowly. They didn't need to have someone protecting them all the time, at least not on the surface. In Zhuangzi, it was too difficult for ordinary people to hurt them, unless there was a legendary master who could fly and pick leaves. If that was the case, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would accept it. When others came to Zhuangzi, they had to be searched first. Last time, when housekeeper Qin came, he was not allowed to bring anything dangerous. If he felt that it was unfair, he could not come, or he could go to the yamen of Sanshui County to complain. "Xiaobao, why didn't you tell me your plan? You always hide things from me," Wang Wan said unhappily as she held Zhang Xiaobao's hand and walked home. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "It's not that I want to hide it from you, but we know different things. My plan has always been very big, and it contains too much information. If I tell you, you will think about how to perfect it, and it will delay your plan. You also said that international swindlers are not ordinary, and it's true. The things they think about are very complicated. Every step they take needs to be adjusted and connected with the previous step. It's not easy and it's tiring. When my father has an official position, he will probably be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. When that time comes, when you train the army, when it's the yamen or people in the government, I won't care. There are specialties in every field. I believe in you, and at the same time, I hope you will believe in me." This was the first time that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a serious conversation, and they dissected their ideas. Before, they cooperated with each other, but they also concealed their ideas. Wang Wan was also facing this kind of thing for the first time. She thought for a while and said, "This is the independence of personality, right? What you and I discussed were the small things in the big part. I really didn't expect that you would set up such a big scheme and push Sanshui County up. I've never thought of setting up such a big scheme. I've always rushed things out one after another. You know me. What I used to do was to link up some information and then operate it. People without abilities will always do things independently. I've been practicing for so many years. The first thing I think of when I encounter a problem is to join forces. When Li Sun confirmed that those people in the dock were swindlers, I thought of pushing Sanshui County up. Then I began to connect it with my father's imperial examination, and then other arrangements appeared. In fact, it's not strange at all, it's a matter of habit. Zhang Xiaobao told her what he thought, including some of his operation process. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. After a while, she said, "Don't make it sound so easy. If I really listen to you and think it's simple, then I'm a fool. Well, I don't care how you operate. It's still what we agreed at the beginning. You can't just go and help ordinary people." Ordinary people refers to the people who come to help dig the river, not including Zhuangzi of the Qin family. When your father really has real power, I will train some people to help you. I believe that you will arrange it reasonably. What else do you need me to do? Yes. Compose some nursery rhymes and dance routines. That's your forte. I'll write some nursery rhymes and dance routines for young children. I've read some books on this subject and have experienced it myself. The thing I can't stand the most is to watch a sick child die in front of me. Zhang Xiaobao had always liked children very much. Unfortunately, he didn't have his own children, so he could only be a little better to other people's children. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's character. Whether he was sick or not was not important. What was important was that this obsession allowed Zhang Xiaobao to achieve such a great career and benefit many children. It was just like how they made Li Sun have contradictions in his thoughts. The ability of human existence was contradictory. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan promised, "I will make that children's song. It's simple. First, I will write down what you said at that time, which is the words of West Wind. Then I will write something like planting the sun. What do you think?" "Good. Planting the sun is good. This children's song can make children with a kind heart to harm others." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly laughed. "How is it harming?" Wang Wan was puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao suppressed the idea of continuing to laugh and said, "This song has been circulating for more than 100 years. What are the lyrics?" "The general meaning is that if you plant the sun and hang it in the Antarctic and Arctic oceans, it will shine regardless of day or night. The result is that the ice and snow will melt and the sea level will rise. Do you get what I'm saying? How many people in Japan will be drowned?" According to the current saying, Lingnan Province, Hunan Province, Huainan Province, and Jiangnan Province are all gone. It's okay if those places are gone. People can move to the mainland, but what about the surrounding islands? Where will they run to? When Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a nationality. He only had the thoughts of a nation, but he also came back to deceive people. Wang Wan was different. She was educated like that. When she thought about planting the sun, she turned her eyes to the east and covered her mouth to laugh. After laughing for a while, she asked, "Xiaobao, Li Sun will come to find us tomorrow. Do you want to go to the shipyard over there? It's fine if you want to go, but it's also fine if you don't want to go. If you want to go, we can go and take a look. It's just that we can let the people here do something. If we don't go, it's safer. With the two of us here, We don't have to worry about anything uncontrollable. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for the children of the Zhuang family to grow up so that they could help out. There shouldn't be any problems with raising them since they were young. But now he was a little too busy. He had to personally understand such trivial matters. Steward Zhang could be used, but Zhuangzi couldn't be without Steward Zhang. Otherwise, his mother would be tired. Song Jinggong could also be used, but Song Jinggong was in charge of the docks at Little Luoshui. He was already not simple. Then there was Niu. He was smart and could arrange things well. He was now in charge of contacting the Hunan circuit, which was Shandong. It was impossible for him to take time out to put his mind on other things. Shirlu, Yingtao, and Xiaohong were also good. Unfortunately, they were women. It was no longer the era of Wu Meinyang. Princess Taiping had died, so they could only do things at home. At this time, the two most useful people were Su Si and his assistant, Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang would be transferred to Beijing to be the supervisor. Su Si wouldn't be of much use now. Everything would be taken care of by Ergu. It's Su Si. Let's go there and play. Let Su Si take care of more things and see if he can adapt. There are three things: the restaurants between the clouds and the water, the closure of the river behind the river, and the layout of the cloister in Zhuangzi. After doing it well, he can take charge of it alone. If he can't do it well, he will continue to follow orders obediently. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned Su Si to Wang Wan. He wanted to test him. Wang Wan wasn't worried that Su Si would mess up. She trusted Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that in the face of such economic matters, Zhang Xiaobao could handle it very easily. If Su Si did something wrong, how much could he compensate? If there really was someone who dared to cheat Su Si, then it would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao would have something to do. Xiaobao, then do we need to prepare some information about the ships? Wang Wan also wanted to go out and take a look. The furthest place they had been to was Little Luoshui. If the road was better, it would take less than an hour to reach that place by car. No, I don't know how to build a ship at all. Unless you want me to cheat, don't even think about it. The ships here are different from ours. Find more old and new shipwrights. The old shipwrights are more experienced, and the new shipwrights are more courageous. We are not afraid of failure, but we are afraid of losing the courage to challenge. Zhang Xiaobao knew his place and advised Wang Wan. Well, as long as there is one person who can guide the intelligent people, they will be able to show their wisdom. I will listen to you. Wang Wan also didn't know how to build a ship. She originally wanted to draw some ship diagrams. The two of them talked all the way back to their own courtyard hand in hand. The moon shone on their slanted shadows. Except for the people in the inner courtyard, outsiders would never think that the owners of these two shadows were the people who completed Shangxian in Sanshui County. They each had their own strengths, 2 swords and 2 walls. Li Sun came over the next morning. He didn't eat. As long as he had a reason to come over, he wouldn't eat. The food in his house was not as good as the food in other people's house. The place that was similar to Beijing restaurant was the first restaurant in Lin Shui. The place that was better than the first restaurant in Lin Shui was between the clouds and the water. If he felt that between the clouds and the water was not good, then he would go to the courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao, the head of the Zhang family. This was Li Sun's idea. The food made in the restaurant was not the same as the food made in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. There was always a lack of freshness. Only Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao had hidden a kind of seasoning, chicken essence. The real chicken essence was better than MSG, but it was a bit of a waste of chicken. A chicken essence could be made a little bit. The thing that was used to deceive people was like the method of growing vegetables in winter. Now, it didn't cost a lot of money. Another reason was that Zhang Xiaobao had requested for the chefs in the courtyard to make home-cooked dishes, such as steamed eggplant with sauce, small root cabbage box, and the soup of the mao or plant. When it entered the mouth, it did not have the taste of the restaurant that everyone would think was acceptable. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, the best taste of food was the taste of home. It didn't need to be too fresh or too fragrant. As long as it made people feel like they were at home, it was the best thing, even if it was shallots mixed with tofu. Li Sun was attracted by this taste. After eating a meal, he couldn't forget it. Even the methods of the imperial chef in the palace couldn't compare to the food in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. Therefore, as soon as Li Sun entered the place where Zhang Xiaobao was eating, he said, "Are you eating? What are you eating? Is it delicious?" Chapter 299. After chatting with Li Sun for a while, the three of them finished their meal and prepared to leave. There wasn't anything big at home. If there was something that couldn't be solved, he would ask housekeeper Zhang to look for minister by who had retired. Don't think that he didn't care about this kind of person who took the initiative to retire. Even the emperor wouldn't dare to ignore him. If he presented a memorial to the emperor, no one would stop him. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaobao found Su Si and said to him, "Su Si, I have seen some of the things you have done recently. My family has decided that you will no longer be in charge of the market and the grocery store. Ergu is enough." Ah, Su Si felt that his head was buzzing. When he heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was that the master felt that Ergu was better and didn't want him anymore. What ah! From now on, you will have new things to do. The end of the river, the arrangement of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, and the design of the cloister between my family and the Wang families. You will be in charge of all of these. If something happens, don't blame the master for not giving you face. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Su Si to start crying and gave him the job. Su Si had signed a death contract, so he didn't need to use his previous methods to suppress him. Ah, Su Si called out again, but his tone was a little different. He thought that the master didn't want him anymore. He didn't expect that he would be given a job with more power. What I want to tell you now is that when you do something, don't do it casually if you don't have confidence. If you don't understand something, ask someone who knows. Don't worry, no matter who you ask, as long as the job is done well, the credit will go to you. If I find out that you deliberately suppress some people, you will find a better job. Zhang Xiaobao warned Su Si. There were many cases of supervisors bullying their subordinates and denying the suggestions of their subordinates. Those people would rather the company not develop well than to use the better methods of their subordinates. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to his subordinates. Su Si nodded vigorously. He knew that this little ancestor had taken a liking to him, so he had to listen to her. If he made the main house unhappy, his monthly allowance might be deducted. If he made the little ancestor unhappy, no one would say anything if he lost his life. He hurriedly agreed. Only when the three of them were seated in the carriage did he let out a sigh of relief. He muttered, "If you don't understand, just ask. Tell the person who came up with the idea to the young master and young lady. I will also be rewarded. I can't go and suppress others. I will die. Xiaobao, if someone comes up with a better idea, how do you plan to deal with Su Si?" Li Sun sat beside Zhang Xiaobao and thought of what Zhang Xiaobao had just said. Arrange for him to go out and let him take care of things on his own. Zhang Xiaobao said without thinking. Li Sun didn't understand. Then what about the person who came up with a better idea? Keep him by your side and see if he can be like Su Si. If he can, arrange for him to go out. If he can't, just do what you were doing before, Zhang Xiaobao said again. Why? If he can come up with a better idea, won't he be better than Su Si? Li Sun asked. There are many good people. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can find them. What the Zhang family wants is not this. What we want is a kind of unity. For the Zhang family, talent is not the most important thing. Knowledge and experience can be cultivated, but character is not. Our family doesn't care about talent. What we want is character. Zhang Xiaobao almost said that he didn't care about talent. He really didn't care. It wasn't like he was making an atomic bomb. It was just a small business. At most, he would do it himself. It was better than finding someone with bad character to worry about it all day. If he had the energy to worry about it, he would rather do it himself. Li Sun couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaobao would say that. He could only keep it in his heart for the time being. He could slowly think about it himself or ask someone else. The car wasn't slow. It was shaking. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's willpower was stronger than a scream. They didn't vomit. Li Sun's car was really worse than his. There were some bent pieces of bamboo between the carriage and the axle to act as a buffer. The car shook as it moved. When it was time to eat, they had to look around to see if there were any small wine shops. Li Sun was not like Zhang Xiaobao's father, who carried a bunch of things when he went out. In the past, he might have been able to do so. Now he felt that he was the best person. Even if there were no wine shops around, he felt that he and Zhang Xiaobao would be able to reach their destination alive. After surviving in the wild, he was now full of confidence. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to persist like this. The two of them didn't think that surviving in the wild was good. They had already suffered enough. At this time, they were sitting in a roadside shop and eating. There was only one dish, fried with beans and meat. There were a lot of beans and very little meat. When they looked at the plate, they saw that it was all lean meat. This wasn't because the people in the shop knew that the three of them didn't like to eat fatty meat. It was because there was very little fatty meat. Everyone else liked to eat it, so they didn't use it to cook. The food in this shop is good. Look, how is this shredded meat? It's obviously a steak, the medium rare kind. If you don't have the ability to cook, can't you first blanch the meat with water? It's eaten together with beans. Zhang Xiaobao picked up some meat. As soon as it entered his mouth, he spat it out. When he looked carefully, there were still traces of blood in the meat. If it was just fried meat, he would eat it. However, if it was fried together with beans, it would be easy to become laxative after eating it. It was just right for people with indigestion. Wang Wan only picked beans to eat. Fortunately, the beans were cooked. She asked someone to bring her a spoon. She ate with the steamed buns that she didn't know. Li Sun glanced at the meat that Zhang Xiaobao spat out. After thinking for a while, he said, "If I had known, I would have brought my own chef or used their ingredients and kitchen. I think that eating insects is better than eating this meat. Isn't it easy to eat this meat? Shopkeeper, bring me some garlic and some salt." Zhang Xiaobao naturally had a way to deal with it. He waited for the only shopkeeper, waiter, and owner to bring the garlic and salt. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the salt, and stuffed it into his mouth. He also asked for a mouthful of garlic. He ate it very happily. Li Sun also learned. He found that he couldn't eat the fishy taste of the meat, only the saltiness of the salt and the spiciness of the garlic. He said with admiration, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have seen it. You are really not ordinary. You can even eat this thing." "Okay, I will remember it. I will eat it like this when I see it next time." "Well, there is actually another way. Let them make soup with the vegetables. When we go back and boil it, the meat may be a little bit worse, but it will definitely be cooked." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to find more trouble. If it wasn't cooked, then eat it. What else could he do? The three of them made do and finished eating. They decided that if they came across this kind of restaurant in the future, they would only order salted vegetables and pancakes. They wouldn't eat anything else. The carriage didn't travel slowly. It only took 6.5 days to reach their destination. If Li Sun wanted to, he could directly enter the manor. That was his home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to see a prince so early. It was difficult to talk to him, so they pretended to be ignorant children. In fact, the other party already knew that the two of them had learned a lot. But if they said too much, then it would cause trouble. If they didn't do well, then there would be many talented people fighting to teach the two of them. The three of them directly walked towards the dock. The river here was not something that the river in Zhuangzi of the Wang family and Zhuangzi of the Ge family could compare to. It was also not something that the small river in front of the Zhang family could compare to. The surging river water was vast and mighty. From time to time, the waves in the river would splash onto the shore. The location of the dock hadn't changed. It was still the location chosen by those people. Those people had good foresight. The ground here was flat, the water was deep enough, and it wasn't as turbulent as it was just now. The general framework of the dock had already been built. Half of it was on the shore, while the other half extended into the river, making it convenient for boats to enter the water. At this time, there were already people making small boats. This was easy to make. As long as the current wasn't too fast and there were some reefs, then it would be unimpeded. Moreover, there were fewer places to enter the water. When there was no sail, the boat's speed would be faster. Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan looked around. As they looked, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discovered a problem. To be precise, it was the technology. This boat was beautifully made. It was 2 zhang long, 6 feet wide, and about 6 feet tall. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was not a single nail in the entire place. All of the connections between the pieces of wood were made using the method of riveting. This method was not too unusual, and many of the furniture in the Zhang and Wang family's farmsteads were also made using this method. However, it did not seem to be very reliable when used in shipbuilding, especially when building boats in the future. If they still used this technology, the advantage was that when the waves hit, the connected parts could borrow the force of each other and disperse the force. There was no need to talk about the disadvantages. If a part was damaged slightly, it was easy for other parts to be damaged as well. Zhang Xiaobao asked a person who was building a boat there, "Master, why don't you use nails here?" "Little guy, you don't know. Nails are easy to rust. When a boat is built, it won't be used for more than a few years. As long as it is hit by water, the place with nails will rot. It won't be used for long." The workers smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know how to build a boat. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "You really don't use nails on the boat? What about the iron boat?" "The anti-rust technology is different. A layer of paint is applied here. It has a function, but the paint will always fall off. For a boat that is soaked in water all day, the protection is not so good." Wang Wan felt that this should be the reason. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the time when the boat was in use. He found Li Sun and said to him, "When we build a big boat, we will add another layer of nails. It won't be long if the boat is in use. 3 or 4 years is enough. It can't be like building a small boat now. Using nails? Xiaobao, where do you want these big boats to go in the future?" Li Sun was already used to it. He probably found these skilled people. Chapter 300. Li Sun didn't know where Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. He thought he was referring to Japan, where there were also people coming over, and even officials in the imperial court. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was really good, so he agreed. "Well, we'll do as you say. I think before you came here, your family has already told you." "Yes, that person at home has already told me." Zhang Xiaobao was willing to keep this misunderstanding. He and Wang Wan had already thought about it. They didn't know how long it would take to wait for others to come over, so it was better to go over themselves. As long as they could get some things back, such as tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and so on, then they could plant them. Of course, the most important thing was the chili. The chili sauce they were eating now didn't taste so good, so with chili there would be more varieties. As for the potatoes, they also liked them. They could make some mashed potatoes or roast some potato slices, or even directly steam them and mix them with eggplant. Put some chopped green onions and stir in the sauce. After eating a big bowl, they would be full and wouldn't need to eat anything else. These things could only be thought about in their hearts, and that day was still far away. The 3 of them walked around the dock, and only Zhang Xiaobao proposed to use nails. Li Sun and Wang Wan didn't find any problems, and they didn't know how to find problems. At noon, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, do you really not want to go to the mansion to have a look?" "No, your family has a lot of rules, and you can't eat peacefully. It's nothing more than the people sitting here asking you a question, and then praising me and Cuckoo. When they are happy, they will reward me and Cuckoo. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself." Cuckoo, and I will find a restaurant to eat. Zhang Xiaobao very straightforwardly pointed out the things that he could encounter, and no matter what, he wouldn't go. Wang Wan was also annoyed by this kind of thing, so she didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacitly agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Sun sighed. His mission today was to bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back home. However, Zhang Xiaobao was right. Once they were back at the residence, there was nothing new. Seeing that the two of them were determined not to go, and it was not easy to force them, he thought about it and decided not to go home. It was better to follow the two of them. Under the protection of a group of guards, the three of them arrived at the restaurant that Zhang Xiaobao had someone buy. The 3-story restaurant had already been painted, but it still could not hide the vicissitudes of life within. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared themselves. They didn't expect to see a fiery scene, but when they arrived, they discovered that there would always be differences between imagination and reality. At this time, the first floor of the restaurant was already filled with people, and all the windows on the second floor had been pushed open from the inside. It was unknown whether those people were not afraid of the cold or were deliberately doing so. On the third floor, there was only one room with its windows tightly shut right in the middle. There were actually people waiting outside the restaurant. From time to time, they would ask the waiter if there was anyone who had finished eating and left so that they could go over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other, but couldn't figure out the reason. They walked to the door of the restaurant and saw that the signboard was not painted at all. The 3 words Wang Jun Restaurant faintly appeared on the signboard. It was unknown whether it was a name given by a woman who longed for the person in her heart, or by a person who yearned to see a real gentleman. It was not wrong to say that a man thought of a woman and gave this name. The waiter's eyes were sharp. He stood at the door and chatted with those who were anxiously waiting. Then he smiled at those who had just arrived. Almost all the people who came were under his control. His ability was not small. Zhang Xiaobao also remembered this waiter. Don't underestimate this matter. Many times it was precisely because of this kind of person that a business deal could be negotiated. Isn't this steward's son? You also came. Now all the places are occupied. If you want to go to the 3rd floor, wait a little longer. When the time comes, there will be people coming down. They will definitely serve you your favorite home-cooked tofu. At this time, the waiter saw another person come over. He trotted over and respectfully said, When steward's son heard that there was no place, his face became ugly. However, when he heard the following words, he revealed a smile and said, I only came here once half a month ago and said that the home-cooked tofu was good. How did you know? Steward's son, you are testing this little one. This little one dares to forget others. But how can this little one not remember you? The last time you came here, this little one will never forget your elegant demeanor. The waiter was clever and immediately said there. This made steward's son's face light up. He said to the people who came with him, Let's eat here. The food here is delicious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this scene and nodded. They had already approved of this waiter and were ready to put him in an important position. Half a month ago, he was able to recognize them immediately and remember what they liked to eat. It was a pity that such a person was a waiter. Li Sun saw that the place was full and did not pay much attention to the waiter. He frowned and asked someone to go over and ask. That person directly found the waiter, who was still flattering others. My family's young master came from afar. Give him a place. The guard said to the waiter without any trace of politeness. The waiter immediately turned his smiling face and said to the guard, This big brother, you also saw that the place is full. If your family's young master wants to eat, then please wait here for a while. The guard did not buy it. He stared and said, Do you know who my family's young master is? I don't know. How would this little one know? If you remind me, this little one will be very grateful. The waiter's eyes swept around, wanting to find this person's young master, so as not to offend him. Humph! Who is he? The young master of this prefecture's King's Manor. Who do you think he is? The guard coldly snorted and said. The waiter slapped his thigh. "Oh, so it's young Masterly. Look at this little one's memory." Someone had already reserved a place on the third floor. "Unfortunately, you can't see this side. It's on the other side. Hurry up, this little one is finished. I actually forgot about this important matter." Li Sun heard clearly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "How is it? When you heard that this young master is coming, you got a room on the third floor. Although you can't see this side, it's not easy." As he spoke, he stuck out his chest and raised his head. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Sun in confusion and asked, "You don't know what's going on with this restaurant?" "Who said that I don't know? This year's village tribute, the top 10 people all stayed in this restaurant, including your father. Your father doesn't count, but the other 9 people are here. It's just in time for the release of the results. It's very lively. When people know about this place, they all say that it's a blessed place. Otherwise, why would so many people come here?" Li Sun explained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood that all 10 people were here, and they were the top 10. No wonder the business was good. However, Li Sun did not seem to know who owned this restaurant. At this time, the waiter came over and said to Li Sun with a smile, "Young Masterly, the place has been arranged. Would you like to go up now? And is there anyone who wants to finish eating here?" Li Sun still wanted to see this place. It was spacious and bright. In reply to young master, there is no more. The third floor is also empty. It was specially set aside. Fortunately, it was not given to others. Otherwise, if young Masterly had to wait here, my head would be gone. At this time the waiter lowered his voice, but Li Sun and the other 2 could still hear. "Xiaobao, come with me. This is the benefit of authority," Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and took out a small rolled-up flag from his chest. He slowly unfolded it and showed it to the waiter. There were 2 cute seedlings on it. After the little flag was completely unfolded, the waiter's eyes suddenly straightened. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. He suddenly knelt down and saluted. "Young master, young miss, I didn't expect you 2 to come here. This little one kowtows to you 2. As he spoke, he kowtowed again and again. "Don't. Quickly get up. Is there a place upstairs?" Zhang Xiaobao reached out to help him up and asked at the same time. "Yes, young master is here. How can there not be a place? Do you see the room with the closed window on the third floor? It is there. You can see it clearly from here. There is also a staircase in that room that can go up to the roof. If young master is willing to eat on the roof, this little one can send the food up to you." The waiter stood up and pointed to the room with the closed window and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Li Sun was stunned. The waiter just said that there was no place. In the blink of an eye, there was a place. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and just happened to see Zhang Xiaobao's indifferent gaze. He felt his face burning. He asked the waiter, "Didn't you say that there was no place?" "If young master doesn't come, then there is no place. If young master comes, then there is naturally a place. That room is where master used to stay. It has never been used by outsiders." This time, the waiter had no intention of compromising. The young master was above everything else. No one could come here. Don't make things difficult for the waiter. Let's go up to the roof and eat. After we finish eating, I have decided to go to the capital with Cuckoo. When we arrive, my father will also be taking the exam. Zhang Xiaobao helped the waiter. This kind of waiter was good. He had a good memory, was clever, and was loyal to the young master. "You want to go to the capital? Then I will go too." When the 3 people entered, Li Sun seemed to have found something interesting and sat at the side. When the people who were waiting heard the waiter and Zhang Xiaobao's words, they didn't have any thoughts of getting angry, especially when they knew that the best room was occupied. How could the young master's house not have a place? Zhang Xiaobao's group of 3 ate a meal on the roof and ate a stomach full of wind. They didn't plan to rest here and directly went to the dock. Chapter 301. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never been to the capital before. They only knew that it was very big. Only when they saw the road that could allow more than a dozen carriages to run side by side did they know how big it was. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the road in front of him and the trees planted on both sides of the road and muttered, "It's really beautiful and grand. It really is the capital of a country. When we go back, we should also make a road like this between the two newly bought zhuangzi. We don't need to farm anymore." Wang Wan didn't say anything. She kept looking at the capital city that had left behind many stories and legends. The streets were more lively than the docks of Sanshui County. There were people wearing all kinds of clothes. From time to time, they could see people who were obviously from a foreign country walking by. Li Xin didn't find this place strange. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing there looking around, he said, "We're here. Do you two want to go to the palace with me, or go to your family's restaurant?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "We're not going to the palace. I don't know where my father is. I won't meet with him today. I'll wait until after the exam tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to disturb his father now. He asked the people around him to ask around. He and Wang Wan strolled slowly on the streets. Li Sun didn't force him. He left with the guards and found a place by himself. He didn't want to go to the palace. It didn't take long for the people here to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Little young master, little miss, master is now resting in Savant's restaurant. Do you two want to go to Savant's restaurant, or—" The person in charge respectfully stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked, "Then we'll go to Savant's restaurant. Don't let my father know that we're here." "Okay, let's go to Savant's restaurant." Zhang Xiaobao ordered and pulled Wang Wan and prepared to go there. The steward hurriedly found a car and invited the two of them in. From here to Pleasure House, there would be a long way to go. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage. They lifted the curtains and looked out. At this time there were residences on both sides. At first glance, they saw that the houses were lined up. There was a special ditch between the houses and the road. There were also elm and locust trees planted beside it. "Xiaobao, this place is indeed not bad. Perhaps because of this, the later generations have always remembered this dynasty and treated it as a spiritual symbol. It's a pity that when they accepted so many people, they didn't think of keeping some of the technology a secret and letting others learn it." Wang Wan thought of something and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then shook his head. Actually, maybe these people thought that in the future, their future generations would also have a bright future. To be able to maintain this prosperity is a kind of confidence, confidence in themselves, confidence in their future generations. Unfortunately, success is because of Xianzong, failure is because of Xianzong. He pushed the Kaiyuan dynasty to a new high in history and made Tianbao a precursor to the destruction of the Tang dynasty. The advantages and disadvantages of the imperial system are perfectly reflected in him. When it's time to delegate power, you have to delegate power. You can't treat the entire country as a game. Then shouldn't we do something? We can't just watch a powerful dynasty disappear, right? Wang Wan asked a little unwillingly. There's no hurry. We haven't reached the peak of Shengshi dynasty yet. We have time. So let's take it one step at a time. Tomorrow's exam will depend on my father. As long as he can do what needs to be done, the rest will be easy. He will be an official outside the capital and may stay in the capital and scheme against others all day long. And it shouldn't be a problem. Your father has a solid foundation and came here to experience it in advance. Moreover, in these days, he has been writing poems from time to time. He has already practiced it. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was a little nervous, so she softly persuaded him. The two of them chatted as they walked along the road. They wanted to get a good feel of the atmosphere here. As they walked, they arrived at the West Market. At this time, they could see many shops standing on both sides of the road. There were even some foreign merchants hawking their wares. Xiaobao, look at the things they are selling. There are a lot of different things. When your father is done with the exam tomorrow, let's walk around here and buy some small things back. We can't go out without bringing anything. Wang Wan looked at the people hawking and bargaining and said excitedly, "And we should buy some. We can also give prizes to children who study well. Look over there, they are selling flowers. Some have bloomed, and some are just bare branches. Especially that one, it doesn't look like it's going to bloom at all. That thing. Stop the car." Zhang Xiaobao also said, pointing to a place where flowers were sold in pots. As he spoke, he shouted. The carriage immediately stopped. "Xiaobao, what flower did you see? Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Wan asked when Zhang Xiaobao pulled her out of the carriage. "Good flower, cotton, I finally found it. I'm convinced. They actually put cotton in a pot. Our quilt is stuffed with cotton. How can it be compared to cotton?" Zhang Xiaobao said happily. With cotton, things would be easier. In the future, there would be more things to do. The convenience of life came from cotton. Wang Wan was also happy. She had been thinking about looking for watermelon and cotton. She didn't expect to see them here. She said, "They originally planted cotton as flowers. It seems that it was only in the Song dynasty that it had other uses. This thing doesn't seem to be called cotton. What is it called? Just ask and you will know. Flower seller, how much are you selling these flowers?" Zhang Xiaobao stood in front of the cotton that was about the same height as him and asked, "Young master, are you asking about the white foldsy? If you only want to buy flowers, you can take 2 coins and I will also give you some mountain soil. If you want to buy it together with the pot, then it will be 12 coins. The flower seller turned his head and saw 2 children. He lowered his voice and said so as not to scare them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also thinking and said, "Flower seller, where did you find the white foldsy? We want to buy more. Can you still get it?" "Yes, no matter how much you want to buy, I will find it for you. The price is even cheaper. But will your parents agree?" The flower seller felt that a big deal was coming, but he was afraid that the 2 children were just talking and couldn't take out the money. Zhang Xiaobao calculated and said, "We want to buy 10,000 plants. How much do you think it will be?" While talking, he gave a look to the steward, who got off another car and walked over. The steward immediately said, "Flower seller, don't worry about the money. As long as the young master and the young lady want to buy it, we will naturally give you 1 coin less." With his words, the flower seller was relieved and showed a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "If you want to buy 10,000 plants, we will have to wait a few days. If I can't find so many today, I will have to go to other people to get them. It may be possible if several families work together. If you want to buy these, why don't you give me 17,000 coins? 15,000 coins. Okay, we will pay the deposit first." Zhang Xiaobao made a counteroffer. He could have lowered the price, but he felt that the flower seller didn't have it easy, so he gave a little more. The flower seller paused for a moment and immediately agreed. As for how to transport it, it was the steward's business. After finding the cotton and ordering 10,000 plants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan happily got in the car again and went to Joy House. "Xiaobao, the cotton is here. Where do we plant it? We can't plant it in the field. If someone reports it, we will be punished." With the cotton, Wang Wan began to worry about the planting again. Plant it in Grandpa Bai's field. He hasn't planted anything yet. It turned out to be a wasteland. No one will say anything. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the old man's field, which was just right. "Okay, when we make the betting, give it to him first," Wang Wan said generously. As expected, no one told Zhang Zhong that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come to the capital. The servants knew that if the master knew that the young master and young lady had come, he wouldn't be so calm. Maybe he would be absent-minded during the exam. At this time, Zhang Zhong was eating a simple and light meal. There was also a pot of warm wine. He was not going to see anyone today. A few days ago, he had seen the people he wanted to see and sent the invitations. He was just waiting to see how things would go after the exam. County Magistrate Chung sat opposite him and explained what to do during the exam. County Magistrate Chung had not taken the Jinsher exam, but he had taken other exams and knew some things about the Jinsher exam. Zhang Zhong listened carefully to County Magistrate Cheng's words. The two of them ate for a full 4 hours. When the dishes were cold, they were taken away and replaced with new ones. The wine was also kept warm at all times. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhong read for a while and then went to bed early. He still had to wake up early tomorrow. The servants began to prepare the things for tomorrow. They prepared 3 sets of the 4 treasures of the study, some food, and some things that might be useful. Early the next morning, countless high scholars were accompanied by their servants. Some of them were alone, and some of them were outside the examination hall prepared by the Ministry of Rites. Zhang Zhong brought a few servants with him. When he saw so many people waiting in front of him, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He calmed himself down and walked over. There were soldiers maintaining order over there. Many people were not sure and were whispering to each other. Some people even closed their eyes. After Zhang Zhong came to the capital, he had met many people. As he walked, he was greeted by many people. Those who were taking the Jinsher exam. Those who were taking the Jinsher exam. Those who were taking the Jinsher exam. They gathered together to guess what the exam would be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also secretly came over and watched from afar. The servants around them surrounded them so that they wouldn't get lost in the crowd. When it was time for the exam, a few officials came over and talked about the things that they should pay attention to during the exam. They also asked the soldiers to check the things that the high scholars brought. As for the body search, they did not appear. These people also began to enter one by one. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fists and muttered, "Dad, don't be afraid. You can do it." "Xiaobao, why are you trembling? You said that others are not afraid. Look at you being so nervous." Wang Wan grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said, Chapter 302. The entrance exam was only 1 day long. As for the other subjects, it would depend on the results of the exam. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan waited for their father to enter the examination hall. They brought their servants along with them and prepared to wait here for a day. If they want to eat, they would need someone to send them food. Zhang Zhong entered the examination hall and looked at the things he brought. The weather was still cold, so he took out a blanket and put it under his, but he also took out the smokeless charcoal and lit it in the brazier. Only then did he start to answer the questions. Everyone else also did the same. Only the poor scholars did not have so many things. The soldiers patrolled from time to time. There were people who dared to bring their notes. They were caught and thrown out. It would be difficult for them to make a name for themselves in the future. Zhang Zhong felt that he had learned enough and did not prepare any notes. Furthermore, he was unable to prepare any notes. This time, the examination was about poetry, prose, scripture, and Laozi's essay. First, he wrote the essay. Zhang Zhong's father finished writing the essay in the morning. When it was time for lunch, the smell of various dishes floated in the examination hall. The poor scholars only drank some water and ate some dry food. The rich people naturally served all kinds of delicacies. Zhang Zhong's father opened his lunchbox. There were not many dishes in it. There were only some small steamed buns and garlic sauce. It seemed that the servants prepared for him to eat this. There was also a tightly wrapped bamboo tube with soup on top. The steamed buns were still warm. Seeing that there were only these 2 things, Zhang Zhong did not complain. He picked up the steamed buns and ate them. This kind of steamed buns were not sold outside. Only his family often made them. The stuffing inside the steamed buns was frozen before it was wrapped. When it was time to eat, there would be juice inside. He quickly finished the steamed buns and drank the soup. He leaned back and began to rest. After he finished writing the poems and prose, he would wait for the results. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate steamed buns outside. The rest of the servants also did the same. There were also people who came from other families. The entire area outside was almost full. Everyone looked at the entrance of the examination hall anxiously from time to time. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Zhong's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the examination hall. He carried the things he brought in. When he went out, he was stunned. "Dad, you're finally out. Quick, let's go back and celebrate. When the results are released, we'll go back and become officials with real power." Xiao Bao pulled Wang Wan and ran over from the other side. He immediately threw himself into his father's arms and said happily. Zhang Zhong touched his son's head and said, "Why are you here? Does your mother know?" "I missed you, so I came over. My mother should know by now. Originally, she only knew that we went to Zhouzhou." "Father, don't talk about it anymore. Let's go back. We only had some buns for lunch. We'll eat something good when we get back." Zhang Xiaobao held his father's hand and walked back. A servant came over to take the things. Along the way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept talking to Zhang Zhong about what they saw. Zhang Zhong was originally a little worried that he would not do well in the examination this time. After listening to his son and daughter-in-law's words, his mood gradually calmed down. He did not expect to meet the person he wanted to meet right after the examination in Beijing. The three of them talked as they walked. This time, they directly went to Savant's restaurant. A table full of dishes was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao poured wine for his father and began to change the topic. He did not mention the imperial examination anymore. Zhang Zhong was also happy to chat with his son and daughter-in-law. He talked about the scenery here and talked about what the foreign merchants were selling. After eating for more than 2 hours, the sky was completely dark. Only then did the three of them drink some tea and go back to sleep. The next few days were waiting for the results to be released. Zhang Xiaobao did not have much to do. He dragged Wang Wan to the east and west markets all day long and bought a lot of small things. Those cotton balls had already been sent back home, and the bottom was covered with mud. When the time came, as long as one could survive, he would buy another one. After all, it was cheap. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. Seeing that a new round of official appointments was about to be released, it was finally time to release the results. Early in the morning, there were servants who went to watch. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Zhang Zhong also went to the nearest small restaurant. It was a place where ordinary people ate. It was also bought in the beginning. At this time, it was already full of people. Only a seat by the window was left for them. "Father, I have already thought about it. When you become the top scorer, we will not be an official in Beijing. Instead, we will be in Hua Yuan County. After you experience there for a few years, we will return to Beijing. Don't worry, you will definitely have achievements. Every year, during the selection, you will be in the upper middle class. You will not even be in the middle class." Zhang Xiaobao and the other two sat down. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to his father. Zhang Zhong was still a little nervous. He did not know if he would become the top scorer. He did not expect to become the top scorer. As long as he could become the Jinsher, it would be fine. When he heard his son's words, he felt that his greatest ability in life was to have a good son. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely think that person was stupid. But if it was his son who said it, it would definitely not be bad. He also lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Bao, the matter of being in the outside world is not that simple, right? I believe in your ability. As long as you are outside, you will be able to have a good political achievement. It's simple. The arrangements for officials below the 6th rank will be made by the Ministry of Personnel. This time, the person in charge of the imperial examination is only a small 6th rank official. In the future, it might be someone with a higher status. As long as you spend the money, you will be able to do it." Zhang Xiaobao was very confident in this. Now, it all depended on his father's results. Most of the other people in the store were also waiting for news from the other side. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there would be people riding horses to various places to report the good news. In the end, after waiting for a while, there was no one who came to report the good news. The three of them placed all of their attention on the ranking board and ate the dishes one mouthful at a time. When it was difficult to endure, someone finally ran over. As soon as he entered the store, He shouted loudly toward a scholar sitting there. Young master, Yuan. Young master, Mingjingi, wait 15. Everyone in the store turned to look at that scholar. A-B grade meant that there were some questions that he did not answer correctly, or he did not answer the examiner's questions properly. But after all, he had made it. His good days had come, and his family would also benefit from it. When that scholar heard that he had made it, he stopped eating. He threw some money on the table, turned around, and ran out, shouting as he ran. Zhang Xiaobao looked at this man who was in his 40s and shook his head. Was there a need to be like this for A-B grade? Moreover, it was not for the advanced section. Just as that person ran out, another person came in. However, this person's complexion was not good. He walked to the side of a table and said to that person, "Brother, your name is not on the list. Let's go back." Ah, not there. How could it not be? The scholar was dumbfounded. He sat there and repeatedly muttered a few words. Perhaps it was because they had seen too much of this. Everyone turned their gaze elsewhere. Zhang Zhong's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled. It was as if he was the one who did not make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and stepped on the stool to look outside. He did not see the person he sent out come back. After a while, just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to go and take a look himself, the person he sent out ran back in disheveled clothes. He cried and shouted at the same time, "I made it! Master made it! I'm first in Geneshare grade A! Master, I'm the top scorer!" Wow! Accompanied by a clamor, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Zhong. At this time, Zhang Zhong was already stunned. He sat there motionless. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and kissed her on the cheek. He whispered, "Money and connections finally worked." Wang Wan raised her hand and pushed Zhang Xiaobao's face away. She said happily, "Look, it's like this. I'll ask my father to come and take the exam. After 2 more days, we can go back. Hurry up. Tell this good news to the family. Father, let's go back. You have a busy day tomorrow. How did you get your clothes? Why did you come back so late?" Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. He then turned to the person who reported the news and asked, replying to little young master, "Just now, this one saw that the old master had been hit, so this one shouted. As a result, many people surrounded this one and asked this one about this one. This one managed to break free with great difficulty, so this one came back late." The person who reported the news did not look unhappy at all. It was as if being surrounded by people was also a happy thing. The few of them left the store under countless envious gazes. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked someone to send the news back to his family as fast as possible. His family was still worried about it. On this day, the Savant's restaurant and the Joy House held a banquet. Anyone who could find people came to the 2 restaurants. From this day on, the 2 restaurants became more popular and their business became more prosperous. The next day, Zhang Zhong went out. He had to report the news and go to the apricot garden to eat and drink. If he had a good idea, he could meet the emperor. After that, he went to the big wild goose pagoda. After a busy day, he was tired enough. Of course, he also had to ride a horse and parade through the streets. Zhang Zhong rode a horse with flowers. He was dressed like a bridegroom. He rode the horse around Chang'an city. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also squeezed into the crowd to watch. It was a pity that there was no camera. Otherwise, they would definitely take a picture of this scene. The servants who protected them, behind them, also puffed out their chests and raised their heads. This time, their identities were different. They were servants of the Savant's family, not ordinary servants. After this matter was over, it was time to start the official selection. Zhang Xiaobao's mediation was effective again. Zhang Zhong, who was supposed to stay in the capital, was arranged to be the county magistrate of Huaiyuan County. He was also given a goldfish bag to press his lapel. "Let's set sail." Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow of the ship and shouted. Looking at the water in front of him, he felt high-spirited. This time, they did not follow the way they came. Instead, they took another waterway. It was the one that the old man's nephew had taken. From that waterway, they could directly reach the capital. Chapter 303. The boat went against the current, following the original river that would stop after a certain distance. At this time, the river was no longer the same as before. There were boats going down the river. Some were carrying goods, and some were carrying people. All of them seemed to be very happy. "Father, this river flows through Huayuan County. It's a pity that it was taken by the nephew of the minister. Otherwise, our family would have a big income." Zhang Xiaobao introduced the river to his father, who smiled from time to time. Zhang Zhong knew the reason. It was because he was the top scorer this time. After a lot of trouble, he finally got the top scorer. His family spent a lot of money for this. "Xiaobao, you are tired. You have to take care of the things at home. But you also have to worry about the things outside. Sai, you can even help me, your father, with his official career. It's all thanks to my son. If it was someone else, what would the Zhang family do?" Zhang Zhong looked at his son's chubby face and said with emotion. He had already stopped thinking about why his son was so powerful. That was not important. What was important was his son, filial and sensible. Even if his son suddenly flew in the sky one day, it was still his son. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about tiredness. He really did not do anything. It was just a small matter. As long as he took some time to think about it, he could arrange it. With this waterway, the distance from the capital to Zhangjiazhuangzi was reduced by 2/3. The value of this waterway was reflected in this. The boat was in the front, followed by several boats. All of the things on the boats were bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There were many things to eat, drink, and play. The capital was indeed the capital. It was much more prosperous than Sanshui County. There were also many kinds of goods. The two of them bought things for their family, for the villagers, and for the children. All of these things cost more than 500 strings of coins. Among them, there were many things that were not too expensive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could imagine how happy the people in Zhuangzi would be when they returned. If they had taken a detour like before, it would have taken them half a month to reach their destination. However, now that they were going against the current, it would take them about 6 to 7 days to reach their destination. After 5 days, they entered the territory of Huayuan County. While the boat was moving, many people suddenly appeared on the shore. The man on the left bank flung a rope to which a stone was fastened to the right bank. The man on the right bank caught the rope, and with a tug on both sides, the rope was stretched out in front of the boat. Zhang Xiaobao and the others were looking forward to going home one day later, but they didn't expect that someone would block the boat. Zhang Zhong hadn't taken office yet, so he couldn't use his identity as the county magistrate to pressure them. He originally had the 3 official titles of Cloud Cavalry Officer. Maybe someone forgot or something, but they didn't take it back. "Who is blocking the boat?" Hu was responsible for protecting Zhang Zhong on the boat, shouted to both sides. "Your boat is crossing our river. Naturally, you can't do it for free. You have to pay. A boat needs to be paid. If you pay, the boat will go over. If you don't, go back the same way you came." A man on the left bank shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. The people on both banks also shouted a few times to boost their morale. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It seems that we still have to put in some effort. Huayuan County is not like Sanshui County. Unexpectedly, there are such unruly people. Should we use good words to educate them, or should we use violent means?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she carefully looked at the people on both banks and said, "I guess we have to use both. Looking at the clothes these people are wearing, they are not so poor. They actually found such a simple way to make money. They are very smart." She didn't say that they didn't work for it. After all, they threw a rope. A rope was actually nothing. If they wanted to go over, they could just go over. The key was that there was still a rope over there. If they wanted to go over, they had to break the rope. She was afraid that these people didn't throw ropes, but stones to the boat. That would be troublesome. Hu, who shouted, naturally wouldn't give money to others. How could a river become someone else's? He immediately shouted again. The person on the boat is Cloud Cavalry Officer, who is about to take office as the county magistrate of Huayuan County. If you don't get out of the way, you will be charged with robbery. Ere whose words were effective, the people on the shore didn't know whether it was true or not. They could only say that they would rather believe it than not. They covered their faces with their hands, turned around, and ran away. The rope was also pulled by a person and disappeared in front of the boat. The boat continued to move forward, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel happy at all. If those people could think of a way to block the boat, they would definitely block other people's boats. If they didn't do something about it, who would be willing to take this road in the future? I have to talk to Grandpa Bai's nephew about this. He is in charge of the wharf. If every boat is blocked, then the wharf can't be prosperous. When my father takes office, he will start to deal with these people. I don't know what kind of resistance he will encounter. If there is someone like Zhang Zhuangzi here, it will be really difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao planned to let Grandpa Bai's nephew test the water to see if it was deep. When the time came, he would think of a solution according to the specific situation. One also thought of this situation. It depends on how the Yamen runners in the Yamen are. If they are like the Yamen runners in Sanshui County, then your father can't expect to do anything. He will be deceived all day long. There are also the county's deputy secretary and the county's deputy secretary. Originally, the deputy secretary also had the opportunity to be the county magistrate. Do you think he will cooperate with your father? I'm not afraid. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. When my father takes office, we will give those Yamen runners some benefits and see what they do. If they are respectful to my father and obedient, then we will treat them better. If they take the benefits and still act contrary to my father, then we will let them see what we can do. Zhang Xiaobao had already decided that as long as his father took office, he would first gather the Yamen runners. Otherwise, if he couldn't do anything, how could he build up Huayuan County? How could he make political achievements? He still had a lot of ideas that he didn't take out. He kept them for his father. Zhang Zhong was also thinking about the same thing. He didn't know what to do. When he heard the two children talking about the future, he felt that he was a little old, even if he was only in his 20s. After a short delay, the boat sped up again. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and looked at the rushing water in front of him. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Father, the boat can't move at such a fast speed. When it comes to places with strong currents, it can't move anymore. We have to move bit by bit. Why don't you find some work for the people who don't have land to do after you take office?" "Xiaobao, what kind of work do you think we should find?" Zhang Zhong put his hand on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and asked softly. His son was too smart. He could think of a job that could increase the income of the people in the county in the blink of an eye. Trackers. Ask them to put in some effort and arrange for trackers to be sent to those places with strong currents. It's good to send trackers over there. It's just a few coins per tracker. Along the way, we have encountered 4 trackers. There are 2 trackers in the county now. When we move forward, we can send 10 trackers to each tracker. 2 trackers can send 20 trackers. If each family sends 1 tracker, then all 20 families will benefit. If we send 8 to 10 trackers a day, each tracker will earn 10 coins. 10 coins can buy a lot of things for the people. Needless to say, how much do you earn in a year? Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. However, Zhang Zhong was a little disappointed. "Xiaobao, there are only 20 or so families. Even if there's another tracker ahead, there will only be 30 families. It's still too little." "Father, it's not little. A small idea can solve 20 or so families. Think of a few more. Many a little makes a mickle. You can also ask those who don't have much labor at home to set up stalls by the river and sell some things. If the people on the boat want to eat and drink, or if they want to buy some trinkets for their families, they can solve some of the problems. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father didn't have any experience in this area. Even if he learned a little from County Magistrate Chang, it was just an armchair strategist. He didn't know how big of an effect it would be to solve the problems of a few dozen families with the poorest living conditions. He could only counsel his father slowly. When Zhang Zhong heard this idea, he felt that it was a good idea. He nodded. Xiaobao, it's a pity that you are still too young. Otherwise, you should be the top scorer. If you were in the imperial court, the people in the imperial court would be blessed. Father, it's not easy to do things in the imperial court. You can't just do whatever you want. Obviously, your idea is good, but after some debate, you still can't do it. Father, if after you take office, the deputy magistrate and registrar in the yamen are not on the same side as you can fight with them yourself. If you can't win, we can think of other ways. In the future, when you become an official in the capital, you can't avoid these kinds of fights. Politics is a kind of art. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao now decided to let his father train more, just like how he trained Wang Wan's father. Wang Wan's father was much more mature than before. After suffering a few losses, he finally learned some things. Zhang Zhong understood that his son was leaving him some face. What he meant by think of other ways if you can't win meant that if the father can't win, the son will do it himself. Sigh, I wonder who's the father. The boat continued to move forward. Sure enough, they saw a place with turbulent water. This way, they could arrange for 3 places to pull the fiber cable. Each time, they only needed to pull the cable less than 1,000 steps. The boat was small, so it was not as tiring as the boats in the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Those who were not willing to spend this much money could slowly row there. Seeing that they were about to reach home, those who were eager to return home continued to row even when the sky was dark. They had no intention of stopping. They wanted to reach home early. When the sun rose, they could already see the restaurant between the clouds and the water from afar. The people on the boat cheered. This time, they were returning with supreme glory. Those people had already seen Zhang Xiaobao's boat. The telescope was still very useful. When the boat got closer, the sound of firecrackers began to ring out. For Zhuangzi villagers gathered around, wanting to welcome the top scorer